Welcome to the Audio Renaissance presentation of The Janson Directive. Written by Robert Ludlum. Adapted for audio and produced by Tony Hudds. And read by Paul Michael.
Anura, an island the size of West Virginia in the North Indian Ocean, east of Sri Lanka. The night hot, oppressive, the air almost motionless. Earlier there had been light, cooling rains, but now everything seemed to radiate heat. The jungle itself seemed to exhale the hot, moist breath of a predator lying in wait. Shyam shifted restlessly in his canvas chair. At 1:30 in the morning, he and Arjun had been on checkpoint duty for 4.5 hours. In that time, precisely 7 motorists had come their way. The 2 sentries were on forward duty, in the wooden roadside booth. The men in the makeshift barracks a few hundred feet down the road were asleep. Now, faintly drifting in with the breeze, came the sound of a revved-up motor. Shyam and Arjun slowly got to their feet. As the headlights drew near, they could hear loud whoops of delight. "Farm kids," Arjun grumbled. Shyam was grateful for anything that interrupted the tedium. He had spent 7 boring days on the night shift at the Kandar vehicle checkpoint, just up the road from the Stone Palace, where the government was holding some sort of hush-hush gathering. So security was tight, and this was the only real road that connected the palace to the region held by the rebels of the Kagama Liberation Front, the KLF, just to the north. The racing truck came into view. 2 shirtless young men were in the cab. One boy was standing up in the back, pouring a sudsy can of beer over his chest and cheering. American rock music blared. The yelps and howls of merriment echoed through the night. Shyam stepped into the road with his rifle. The truck kept barreling forward, and he stepped back. No use being stupid about it. Those kids were blind drunk. A beer can was lobbed into the air, hitting the ground with a thunk. As the truck raced past them, Shyam asked, "What are we supposed to do?" The rules did not permit them to open fire on just any vehicle that failed to stop. Arjun flicked a thumb at the can on the road and grinned. "I say we're supposed to seize what chances life gives us, and to me it sounds like that can's still got beer in it, my friend." When the truck was half a mile past the roadblock, the driver eased up on the accelerator. An older man was now seated on the flat bench behind them. The KLF officer had been prone and invisible when the truck crashed the checkpoint. Now he flicked the communicate button on his walkie-talkie and grunted some instructions. Ordinarily, the KLF's army leader, the man they called the Caliph, would never be exposed to the unpredictability of an armed engagement. But this was no ordinary night. History was being written this night. How could the Caliph not be present? Besides, he knew that his decision to join his men on the terrain of battle had increased their morale immeasurably. The main entrance of the Stone Palace glowed before him, shimmering, beckoning. The Caliph was surrounded by stout-hearted Kagama, who wanted him to be a witness to their heroism. They looked at the planes of his face, his fine ebony features, his strong, sculpted jaw, and they saw a man who would lead them to freedom. They were individuals of faith, fervor, and courage, whom the West was pleased to scorn as terrorists. Terrorists. For the West, the ultimate source of terror in the world, this term was a cynical convenience. The Caliph despised the Anuran tyrants, but he hated with a pure hate the Westerners who made their rule possible. This night, he felt hope, not merely for himself and his followers, but for his beloved Anura. Centuries ago, visitors wrote poems evoking its beauty. But soon colonialism, fueled by envy and avarice, imposed its grim logic. What was ravishing would be ravished. The captivating made captive. Independence, they had called it. It was one of the great lies of the 20th century. The regime itself amounted to an act of violence against the Kagama people, for which the only remedy was more violence. Of every suicide bombing, the Western media pontificated about senseless killings. But the Caliph and his soldiers knew that nothing made more sense. The most widely publicized wave of bombings, taking out civilian targets in the capital city Caligo, had been masterminded by the Caliph. Packed with diesel-soaked nitrate fertilizer, his vans delivered cargoes of death, arousing great condemnation around the world. Now the chief radio operator whispered in the Caliph's ear. The Kafra base had been destroyed. The guards at the Stone Palace had no hope for backup. Further, a second army base had been reclaimed by the people. and a second thoroughfare was now theirs. The Caliph felt his spine begin to tingle. Within hours, the entire province of Kenna would be wrested from a despotic death grip. Nothing, however, was more important than taking the Stone Palace. Nothing. The go-between had been emphatic about it, and so far the go-between had been right about everything. He had also been generous with armaments and intelligence. The Caliph's victory would become the stuff of legend, but his debt to the go-between would remain a matter between him and Allah. The go-between had not disappointed the Caliph, and the Caliph would not disappoint him. "It's still cold," Arjan cried out with delight as he picked up the beer can. His thick fingers scrabbled for the pull tab, then gave it a firm yank. The muffled pop of the detonator came milliseconds before the 12 ounces of plastique in the can exploded in a shattering blast of light and sound. The shock waves destroyed the wooden roadside booth, the barracks, and those who slept there. 15 minutes later, a convoy of canvas-topped personnel carriers made its way without incident through what remained of the checkpoint. Through his binoculars, the Caliph contemptuously surveyed the honor guards arrayed before the Stone Palace's main gate. The compound's nighttime illumination rendered them sitting ducks. They were showmen, not warriors, playthings. Each held a rifle braced upright on his shoulder, where it would look impressive and be perfectly useless. A member of the Caliph's retinue presented him with a rifle. The Caliph would fire the first shot of the revolution. He found the number 1 guard in the weapon's scope and squeezed the trigger. On the man's chest, a small oval of red bloomed. Now the Caliph's detail loosed a brief, well-aimed fusillade. Marionettes released from their strings, the 7 officers collapsed. By sunrise, Kenna would no longer be part of the illegitimate Republic of Anura. Kenna would belong to him. Many would die in the battle, but there was one person in the Stone Palace who would not be killed. Not yet. He was a powerful man, revered by millions, who had come to the island in an attempt to broker a peace. But he was an agent of neocolonialism nevertheless, so he had to be treated with care. For him, the proper niceties would be observed. And then he would be beheaded, as the criminal he was. The revolution would be nourished on his blood. Carved out between the structural girders and beams of Chicago's O'Hare Airport rested Pacifica Airlines' Platinum Club. At a granite-topped beverage station were crystal jugs of peach nectar and fresh-squeezed orange juice. On round tables interspersed among large, luxurious armchairs were newspapers, magazines, and savory snacks. At the dataport stations, brand managers and account executives huddled over their laptops. Paul Janson settled heavily into one of the armchairs. No one gave him a second look. For Janson it was a point of pride that he seldom got a second look. Though he was athletic and solidly built, his appearance was utterly unremarkable. With his creased forehead, short-cropped steel-gray hair, and slate eyes, he looked his 5 decades. He knew how to make himself all but invisible. Even his expensively tailored gray worsted suit was perfect camouflage, as appropriate to the corporate jungle as the green and black face paint he once wore in Vietnam was to the real jungle. He saw, peeking from attaché cases, the spines of books purporting to offer marketing advice from the likes of Sun Tzu, The Art of War repurposed for the packaged goods industry. For these sleek, self-satisfied managers and professionals, military protocol could safely be romanticized, the way animals of prey became adornments after the taxidermist's art. Janson sometimes felt that he, too, had been stuffed and mounted. Nearly every raptor was now on the endangered species list, and he himself had once been a raptor, a force of aggression against forces of aggression. And yet, was the highly specialized corporate security consultancy he offered American businesses not merely a respectable version of the same thing? He was lonely, and his loneliness was never more acute than in moments and venues like this. At the end of his flight, there would be another limo driver with his name on a white cardboard sign, and then another corporate client, and then another, and another. It was a tour of duty that took Janson from corner office to corner office. There was no wife or children, though once there had been a wife, and at least hopes for a child, for Helene had been pregnant when she died. His cell phone purred, jolting him out of his reverie. He took the phone from his pocket and pressed send. Yes? Mr. Janson? A woman's voice. Who is this? Please, Mr. Janson. It's urgent that we meet at once. Say more. When we meet. Janson terminated the call. He felt a prickling on the back of his neck. The mysterious nature of the call, the request that a meeting take place immediately. The caller was nearby. His eyes darted from person to person, even as he tried to figure out who would seek him out this way. Was it a trap set by an old adversary? The prospect seemed unlikely. His eyes roamed the crowd, considering and discarding possibilities. And then, sitting in a dim corner of the lounge, was an elegant, middle-aged woman holding a cell phone to her ear. Her hair was white, worn up, and she was attired in a navy Chanel suit. Yes, he was sure she was the one. What he could not be certain of were her intentions. Janson sprang to his feet. He had to change his location. If they met, it would be on his terms. He started to make his way out of the lounge. As he walked down the pedestrian corridor toward Concourse B, his cell phone buzzed again. I don't think you quite understand the urgency. That's correct. I don't. Why don't you let me know what this is about? In an angled stretch of the corridor, he saw a recessed area, about 3 feet deep, and then a steel door to a room. Unauthorized personnel keep out was emblazoned on a plaque above it. I can't. Not over the phone. But I'm in the airport and could meet you. Call me back in 1 minute. Janson ended the conversation. He hit the door's horizontal push bar and made his way inside. He found himself in a small, narrow room lined with electrical panels. He was in luck. It was empty. He needed it to stay that way for a few minutes more. His cell phone buzzed again. The caller had waited 1 minute exactly. There's a food court near the ticketing pavilion. I'll meet you there. The table on the far left, all the way to the back. He stepped outside the room and waited in the recessed area. 30 seconds later, he saw the white-haired woman walking past. Hey, honey, he called out as he reached an arm around her waist, clamped a hand over her mouth, and hustled her into the service room. Nobody saw the 3-second maneuver. If they had, his actions coupled with his words would have been taken for a romantic embrace. The woman was rigid with fear, but did not even try to scream, displaying a measure of professional composure. Look, I'm not going to ask how you got my cell phone number, or how you found me here, but by the time we're finished talking, I'd better know everything I want to know. Their eyes met, and Janson's anger diminished somewhat when he saw her expression, mouth drawn with anxiety, gray-green eyes filled with grim determination. Mr. Janson, we have very little time. I have all the time in the world. Peter Novak doesn't. He is about to die. Peter Novak. The name delivered a jolt, as it was meant to. A legendary Hungarian financier, philanthropist, and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Novak was the founder and director of the Worldwide Liberty Foundation. But Janson had reasons of his own to remember the man, and those reasons constituted an immense debt. Who are you? My name is Marta Lang. I'm deputy director of the Liberty Foundation. From her name and accent, it was evident she was Hungarian like her employer. What are you trying to tell me? All you have to know right now is that Peter Novak needs help, as you once did, in Baklina. 7 years ago, in Baklina, Lebanon, Janson had been captured by an Islamic extremist group. His captors initially thought they had taken an American businessman, accepting his legend at face value, but the flurry of high-level reactions fueled other suspicions. Negotiations quickly went off the rails. Only the timely intervention of the Liberty Foundation caused them to change their plans. After 12 days of captivity, Janson walked free. He owed Peter Novak his life. Now Janson said, I haven't forgotten. He held her gaze for a long moment. Where to? A shiny Gulfstream 5 private jet awaited them on the tarmac. As Janson followed her up the plane's aluminum steps, his eye caught a legend painted on the side. Sokishi Sokremegi. The jet was handsomely appointed, the cabin of a man for whom price was no object, but luxury no concern. The maroon leather upholstered seats were large, club-sized, one on either side of the aisle. Some faced each other with a low table bolted between them. 4 grim-faced men and women were seated farther back in the plane. Marta gestured for him to take a seat opposite her, in the front of the cabin. then picked up an internal phone and murmured a few words. In moments, the plane began to taxi. That inscription on the fuselage, what does it mean? Many small things can add up to a big one. A Hungarian folk saying and a favorite motto of Peter Novak's. For better or worse, Hungary made him who he is, and Peter is not one to forget his debts. Nor am I. I'm aware of that. It's why we know we can rely upon you. What was going on? He felt a growing sense of unease. Please understand. I realize people like me are often seen as starry-eyed true believers, but we have no illusions. Peter Novak puts his pants on one leg at a time, we know that. The Liberty Foundation isn't a religion, but it is a calling. If you want to know why Peter commands our absolute loyalty, it's because he cares, with an almost superhuman intensity. He wants to leave the world a better place than he found it. A visionary is what the Nobel Committee called him. The word is a debased coin. Every article of fortune proclaims some cable titan or soft drink CEO a visionary. But the Liberty Foundation was Novak's vision, and his alone. He believed in direct democracy. He believed that civil society could be rebuilt in the parts of the world where totalitarianism and strife had eviscerated it. 15 years ago, people laughed when he spoke of his dream. Who is laughing now? He changed the world. He's brought peace to regions that had never experienced a moment of it for as long as anyone could remember. So why am I here, Marta? Peter is a captive of the Kagama Liberation Front. We need you to set him free. Otherwise, he will die. In Anura. Anura. His own private hell. Their home, furnished by the embassy, was in a forested neighborhood of the capital city of Caligo. In the morning breeze, leaves rustled and birds cawed. What roused him from sleep was a soft coughing noise from the bathroom, then the running of the faucet. Helene came back from the bathroom, brushing her teeth vigorously. Maybe you should stay home from work today. She shook her head and smiled. It's called morning sickness for a reason, my darling. It vanishes like the morning dew. Images flooded his mind. Helene laying out her clothes for the day at her embassy office, proofreading State Department reports. A blue linen skirt, a white silk blouse. Helene opening the bedroom windows wide, inviting in the tropical morning air, scented with cinnamon and mango and frangipani. Her radiant face and limpid blue eyes. She was magical, a free spirit, Janson's opposite in every way. She kissed him on the forehead as she left. If only she had stayed with him. If only. Janson had been posted to Anura to direct an intelligence-gathering task force to make an independent assessment of the island's volatile political situation. During the past decade and a half, Anura had been victimized by one of the deadliest terror organizations in the world, the Kagama Liberation Front. Their leader, the Caliph, had a particular fondness for suicide bombings. At a political rally for Anura's prime minister several years ago, a suicide bomber had killed the prime minister, along with more than 100 bystanders. And then there were the truck bombings in downtown Caligo. One had delivered death to a dozen staff members in the U.S. Embassy in Anura. Among those dozen was Helene, and the child in her womb. That bombing was one of the Caliph's proudest moments. It was 5 years ago. It felt like yesterday. Helene, you were my son. Marta placed a hand on Janson's wrist. I'm sorry, Mr. Janson. I appreciate the anguish this must bring back. Of course you do. It's part of why you chose me. A few days ago, Peter Novak arrived on the island, trying to broker a peace between the rebels and the government. There had been many hopeful signs. The KLF said they regarded Peter Novak as an honest broker, and a meeting place in the Kenna province was agreed upon. But the summit was a trap. It was insanity to begin with. The KLF has called for the destruction of the Republic of Anura. The KLF believes in the inherent nobility of revolutionary violence. You can't negotiate with such fanatics. Just give the bastards what they want. They don't want anything. We've invited them to name their price, as long as Peter is released alive. But they say the execution decree is irrevocable. This year, On the traditional Sunni holiday of Eid-ul-Kabir, Peter Novak will be beheaded. This Friday. For God's sakes, why? Because he's a sinister agent of neocolonialism. Because doing so will really put the KLF on the map. Because the Caliph was toilet-trained too soon. Who the hell knows why? But if the Caliph is trying to aggrandize himself this way, why hasn't he publicized it yet? By waiting until the deed is done, he staves off any international pressure to intervene. Meanwhile, he knows we don't dare publicize it, because it would foreclose even the possibility of a negotiated solution, however remote. But I don't understand why you're talking to me. Why not turn to Washington to help? It's the first thing we did. They provided information, and they were profusely apologetic when they explained that they could offer no official assistance whatsoever. That's baffling. Novak's death could be profoundly destabilizing for dozens of regions, and Washington likes stability. It also likes to keep American nationals alive. The State Department believes that any U.S.-identified intervention would endanger the lives of dozens of American citizens who are now in rebel-occupied territory. How did my name come up? Several highly placed officials in state and central intelligence all strongly recommended you. According to your former colleagues at Consular Operations, Paul Janson is the best there is at what he does. Disengaging from consular operations had involved more than a dozen exit interviews. The one he remembered best was with Undersecretary Derek Collins, the director of the State Department's covert branch, Consular Operations. Even now, he could see Collins wearily removing his black-framed glasses and massaging the bridge of his nose. I think I pity you, Janson. Never thought I'd hear myself say it. You were the machine. You were the guy with a slab of granite where your heart's supposed to be. Now you say you're repulsed by the thing you're best at. What goddamn sense does that make? You're like a pianist who's decided he can't stand the sound of music. Janson, violence is something you're very, very, very good at. Now you're telling me you've lost the stomach for it? I don't expect you to understand, Collins. Let's just say I've had a change of heart. You don't have a heart, Janson. It's why you do what you do. God damn it, it's why you are who you are. Maybe. And maybe I'm not who you think I am. A short, bark-like laugh. You tell me you're sickened by the killing? I'm going to tell you what you'll discover one day for yourself. That's the only way you'll ever feel alive. Janson shook his head. What kind of man has to kill to feel alive? Now, in Novak's private jet, Janson pressed Marta Lang. How much do you know about me? Your former employers understood that your name wasn't unknown to us. Because of Baklina. And they did explain that you had unfinished business with the Kagama. Was that the phrase they used? Unfinished business? She nodded. Shreds of clothing, bone fragments, a severed limb. They were what remained of his beloved. Janson nodded. So be it. Marta Lang stood up. Come, I'm going to introduce you to my team. These men and women will help you any way they can. Any information you need, they'll have or get. It's all at your disposal. Janson spent the next hour going through dossiers and listening to brief presentations by Marta Lang's associates. 2 nights earlier, the rebels had effectively seized control of the province of Kenna. The Caliph had gained in popular support during the past few years. Some of his food programs had won him sympathizers. He had been nicknamed the Exterminator because of a pest eradication campaign he had launched. In the areas controlled by the KLF, aggressive measures were taken against the bandicoot rat, a species of vermin destructive to poultry and grain. In fact, in Tabari's clan, the bandicoot rat represented death. That primal taboo was marked indelibly on his psyche. Janson scrutinized topographical maps, satellite imagery of the rebel incursion, and old blueprints of the Stone Palace. One conclusion was inescapable. Any exfiltration operation had an extremely remote probability of success. Lang's associates knew it. He could see it in their faces. They were asking him to conduct a mission that was essentially doomed from the start. But then Janson sat up straight. There was a way. Perhaps. We'll need aircraft, boats, and most of all the right operatives, he told Lang. The make-or-break factor was going to be the men, not the machinery. I'm talking about a crack team of specialists. There's no time for training exercises. It's going to have to be people who have worked together before, people I've worked with and can trust. He pictured a succession of faces and mentally culled the list until 4 remained. Each was someone he felt he could trust with his life. Indeed, each was someone who owed him his life and who would respect a debt of honor. And none of them were American nationals. The State Department could breathe easy. He gave the names to Lang. Now Janson went over a list of military equipment with one of Lang's associates, Gerald Hochschild. To each request, Hochschild responded not with a yes or no, but with a time interval. 12 hours, 4 hours, 20 hours. The amount of time that would be necessary to locate and ship the equipment to a rendezvous in the Nicobar archipelago. It was almost too easy, Janson mused. Then he realized why. While human rights organizations held conferences to discuss the problem of the small arms trade in Sierra Leone or the traffic in military helicopters in Kazakhstan, Novak's people had a more direct method for taking the noxious hardware off the market. The Liberty Foundation would buy it, warehouse it, and recycle it as scrap, or have it retooled for civilian purposes. Through the windows, the sun was a golden orb, cushioned by white, fluffy clouds. When Lang's eyes lowered to her watch, Janson knew she was looking at more than simply the time of day. She was looking at the number of hours Peter Novak had left. The memories were 30 years old, but they could have been yesterday's. They unspooled in his dreams at night. In the jungle was a base. In the base was an office. In the office was a desk. On the desk was a sheet of paper. That date's harassment and interdiction fire. What the Viet Cong was going to throw at them that night. How they would counter the attacks. Nearly all the reports from which that list was compiled were classified as F6. Reliability of agent, indeterminate. Reliability of report, indeterminate. Reports came from double agents, from VC sympathizers, and sometimes just from villagers who had figured out an easy way to get someone else to destroy a rival's rice paddy dike. Lieutenant Colonel Alan Demarest waved a small sheaf of reports in front of Janson and McGuire. In the background, a 12th century choral work played through the tiny speakers of an 8-track tape system. Gentlemen, these reports are bullshit. Know how I know? There's no blood on this paper. You get me some goddamn VC couriers. If they got paper on them, bring it back, certified with VC blood. Prove to me that military intelligence is not a contradiction in terms. That evening, 6 of them had rolled over the gunwales of the SEAL tactical assault boat into the bath-warm shallow water of Ham Luang. Soon they stepped onto Nok Lo, a small VC-controlled island, and began making their way through the jungle. The 6 men wore black pajamas like their foe. No dog tags, no signs of rank or unit, or the fact that they were a SEAL team. Demarest's Devils. They were divided into 3 pairs, 2 of them in front, traveling 10 yards apart. 2 of them served as rear guard, with the 40-pound M60 machine gun ready to provide cover. Janson was on point, paired with Hardaway, a tall, thickly built man with dark brown skin and wide-spaced eyes. The sudden crack of a rifle told them that the enemy had learned of their presence. They dove to the ground, taking evasive action. But for Hardaway, it was already too late. A small geyser of blood erupted from his neck. He staggered forward, then collapsed to the ground. 1 man down. How many more? As McGuire's machine gun began to fire bullets over their heads, Janson rolled behind a thorn bush. It was a goddamn ambush. Dialing his rifle scope furiously, Janson saw 3 VCs running down a jungle path directly toward him. A few seconds later, he heard the sharp thwack of bullets hitting the ground near him. Damn it! There was no way the fire could be this heavy and well-targeted unless Charlie had received advance word of the infiltration. Janson radioed back to base. Get us the fuck out of here! We need backup now! Send a mic boat! Send whatever the hell you've got now! Alan Demarest came on the line. You holding up okay, son? Sir, they were expecting us. Of course they were. But how did they know? Just consider it a test, son. A test that will show which of my men have what it takes. You're not going to complain to me about the VC, are you? They're just a bunch of overgrown kids in pajamas. Despite the oppressive tropical heat, Janson felt a chill. Janson opened his eyes with a shudder, the dream evaporating, as the plane touched down on the landing strip. Catchall had for years been declared a restricted, no-entry location by India's Navy. part of a security zone that included most of the Nicobar Islands. Once it was rezoned, it became a trading post. Mangoes, papayas, and C-130s all made their way to and from the sun-scorched oval of land. It was one of the few places where nobody would blink at the sudden arrival of military transport vehicles and munitions. Nor was it a place where the niceties of sovereign border control were observed. A jeep took him directly from the plane to the compound along the western shore. His team would already be assembling in the olive-drab Quonset hut, one of many on the island. A small prefab warehouse adjoined it. Theo Katsaris greeted Janson when he pulled up, and the two men embraced warmly. Katsaris, a Greek national, had been a protege of Janson's and was probably the most skilled operative he had ever worked with. He had the sunny aura of a man to whom nothing bad would ever happen. Manuel Hanwana had been in the nearby hangar, but made his way back when he learned of Janson's arrival. He was a former colonel in the Mozambican Air Force, Russian-trained and unequaled at ground-hugging flight over hilly tropical terrain. Finn Andersen was a Norwegian and a former officer in his country's armed forces, who had degrees in geology and a well-honed instinct for terrain assessment. Finally, there was Sean Hennessy, a remarkably versatile and unflappable Irish airman. Janson led them through the plan of attack, starting with the broad outlines and descending to details and alternative options. Then they set about fine-tuning the mission protocol, bringing schematics in line with reality. Hanwana and Andresen reviewed maps of wind and ocean current patterns. Janson, Katsaris, and Hennessy studied a plasticine mock-up of the Stone Palace. Andresen said, "You do realize that there will be at least 100 people based in the Stone Palace alone. Are you sure we have enough manpower?" "Yes. If 500 Gurkhas were called for, I'd have requested them. If I could do it with fewer, I would. The fewer men, the fewer the complications." Janson now turned from the plasticine model to the highly detailed blueprints. Those blueprints represented an enormous effort. They had been prepared in the past 40 hours by a task force of architects and engineers assembled by the Liberty Foundation. Despite the rapidity with which the work was done, Novak's people told him they believed it was quite accurate in most of the particulars. Most. The word made Janson uncomfortable. Yet what was the alternative? Maps and models were all they had. Everyone Janson had assembled in that Quonset hut knew precisely what was at stake. They also knew the obstacles they faced. Nothing would be gained by compounding Novak's death with their own. Janson stood for a final briefing. "Okay, Andresen, let's talk terrain." The red-bearded Norseman turned the large elevation maps, pointing out features with a long forefinger. He pointed out the monsoon winds from the southwest, tapping a magnification of the high promontory on which the Stone Palace sat. Andresen said, "These are recently reclaimed areas. We're not talking about sophisticated monitoring. A lot of what we're up against is the protection offered by the natural terrain. Recommended flight path? Over the Nakala jungle. At 0400 hours, we'll be guaranteed a heavy cloud cover. That's obviously advisable for the purposes of stealth." "You're talking about a high-altitude jump through heavy cloud cover?" Hennessy asked. "Jumping blind?" "A leap of faith," said the Norseman. "Like religion." "Begorra, I thought this was a commando operation, not a kamikaze one. Tell me, Paul, what bloody fool is going to be making this jump?" Janson looked at Katsaris. "You. And me." Katsaris stared at him silently for a few moments. "I can live with that." The north coastline of Anura nipped in like a deeply grooved Valentine's heart. The eastern lobe was mostly jungle, sparsely inhabited. Hanwana flew the powerful, lightweight, twin-engine Bell Augusta 609 low to the ground through the Nakala jungle. The BA-609 was a sea-landing-equipped tilt-rotor aircraft. It had propellers that enabled vertical takeoffs and landings, but that, when tilted to the horizontal position, would enable the craft to function like a fixed-wing airplane. Once over the sea, the aircraft angled upward, banking nearly 40 degrees. Despite the plane's curious trajectory, Hanwana's piloting was extraordinarily smooth. Andresen and Hennessy were up front with Hanwana, providing navigational support. Janson and Katsaris sat in the rear, going through their last-minute preparations. An hour away from the drop zone, they had gone through every last detail, and Janson folded and tucked the blueprints into one of his equipment-laden vest pockets. "So, Theo, how's your beautiful missus?" Katsaris laughed. "You have no idea how beautiful Marina is.
Right now, she's positively radiant.
You mean?
First trimester. She's doing great.
Janson flashed on Helene, and he felt as if a giant hand were squeezing his heart in a crushing grip. Then you're going to be a father?
You don't sound overjoyed.
You should have told me.
We were going to tell you soon. In fact, we were hoping you'd agree to be the godfather.
Theo shrugged.
Relax, Paul. You haven't gotten me killed yet. I understand the risks.
I don't understand the risks, damn it.
You don't want to orphan my kid? Well, neither do I. I'm going to be a father, and that makes me very, very happy. But it isn't going to change the way I lead my life. That's not who I am. Marina knows that, and you know it too. You need me.
0 hour grew near. They had taken what precautions they could. The aircraft was blacked out. They wore full black nylon combat garb, including face paint. He and Katsaris had 3,000 jumps between them, but what would be required tonight was beyond anything they had experienced. Janson had been pleased with himself when he first had the insight that the compound's sole point of vulnerability was directly overhead, that the one possibility of an undetected arrival would be from the night sky to the center of the Stone Palace's enclosed courtyard. But to arrive undetected, they would have to fall to the ground with extraordinary precision, through the starless, moonless night. And even if they executed their task flawlessly, any one of 1,000 unpredictable complications could be lethal. If a soldier happened to be in the vicinity of the central courtyard, they would be dead. The mission would be aborted. For the next hour, the cloud cover would be total. However, the same weather system that provided cloud cover also provided unpredictable winds, an enemy of precision. Under ordinary circumstances, any one of these complications would have led Janson to abort a jump. It was, in too many ways, a shot in the dark. It was also the only chance Peter Novak had. Hanwana opened the hatch at 20,000 feet. The air would be frigid, perhaps 30 below zero, but exposure to those temperatures would be brief. Goggles, gloves, and the tight-fitting swimming cap-like helmets they wore would help, as would their nylon flight suits. They would release off the water, more than a lateral mile from the Stone Palace. The high-altitude release would give them more time to maneuver into position, or get hopelessly out of position. Now Janson stood before the open hatch.
Okay, time to play follow the leader. No fair, you always get to go first.
Age before beauty. Then he leaped out into the inky skies. Freefall, it was called. And yet it did not feel like falling. Surrendering to gravity, Janson felt perfectly still, immobile in the face of freezing, powerful winds. Moreover, freefall, in this case, would have to be anything but free. 4 miles below him was a heaving ocean. If he were to achieve the necessary trajectory, almost every second of his fall would have to be carefully controlled. If the next 2 minutes did not go as planned, the mission would be over before it had begun. Buffeted by the wind, he began to spin. Damn it! He was overcome by paralyzing vertigo and a growing sense of disorientation, a deadly combination at this altitude. Face down, he arched hard, spreading out his arms and legs, and his body stopped spinning. But how much time had elapsed? Slowly, he moved his right wrist toward his face and peered at the large luminous displays of the altimeter and the global positioning system unit strapped to his cuff. It was high school math. He had to make it to the drop zone within the 40 seconds that remained. An inertial gyroscope would tell him if he was moving in the right direction. It would be less help in figuring out how to correct his course. He craned his head to see Katsaris. There was no sign of him. In this virtually zero visibility, that was not a surprise. But the same cloud cover that conferred invisibility also made a precision landing immeasurably more difficult. If, at the end of the jump, they were off the destination point by a mere 20 feet, the result could be disastrous. 35 seconds. The window was closing. He stole another glance at his instruments. He was heading off course, he saw, from the blinking of the GPS device. 4 degrees, maybe 5. He angled both hands in parallel, at 45 degrees, and was rewarded with a slow turn. The GPS device stopped blinking, and he felt suffused with a heedless, unthinking sense of hope. He was soaring through the inky skies, an air cushion conserving his altitude as he tracked toward his destination. He was black, the sky was black. He was at one with the currents. The wind was in his face, but it was also keeping him aloft. like the hand of an angel. He was alive. A vibration at his wrist, the altimeter alarm, a warning that he was reaching the vertical point of no return, the height below which, the only sure thing, was death on impact. He arched himself into a vertical position, reached for the ripcord handle, and tugged. There was a brief flutter as his chute spread itself in the air and the lines stretched out fully. He felt the familiar jolt, the sense of being gripped at his shoulders and seat. The noise of the wind ceased. He tossed the ripcord handle away and peered up to make sure the black nylon canopy was properly flared. He himself had a difficult time making out its outlines in the night sky just 15 feet above him. Abruptly, he felt himself pushed sideways by another gusting cross-current, and his GPS indicator showed that he had drifted significantly off course. Oh, Christ, no! He pulled his right steering line down far and fast. He would need to make a fast turn before another gust sent him beyond the point of recovery. The effect of the pull was instantaneous. He found himself swinging out from under the canopy, arcing wildly. He was closer to the ground than he should be. He raised the steering lines again, allowing the canopy to yawn out to its full 250 square feet and maximize its vertical drag. Then his pulse quickened. Like the mast of a ghost ship, battlements and embrasures were becoming visible through the fog, the palace's ancient white limestone reflecting the faintest light seeping through the cloud cover. It was the first thing he had seen since the jump. Now he mentally rehearsed the landing maneuver. Crosswind leg, downwind leg, base leg, final approach. Now the air was hot and moist. It was as if he had moved from a meat locker into a steam bath. He glided toward the center of the courtyard, which was visible to him only as a play of black hues. He deactivated his wrist instruments, lest their glow give his presence away. He was almost there. Now! He brought both toggles down to shoulder level, and then in one fluid motion, he turned down his wrists and pulled the toggles down between his thighs, bringing his forward motion to a complete stop. As he sank down the remaining few feet, he tensed his leg muscles and rotated his body in the direction of the fall, bending his knees slightly. Keeping his leg muscles flexed, he sank to the ground on the silent, soft rubber soles of his boots. He was standing on the ground of the courtyard. He had made it. Above him, he heard a faint rustle, the sound of a nylon canopy gently collapsing overhead. Janson looked up and saw Katsaris floating down slowly as he flared his chute and landed with a gentle, noiseless roll. He scrambled to his feet and came toward Janson. Now there were two of them. Two highly experienced, highly skilled operatives. And now they were in the middle of the Stone Palace courtyard. The last place, he had to believe, where anyone would expect visitors. Two of them, against a battalion of armed guerrillas. Still, it was a start. Janson activated the communication system and tisked into the filament microphone near his mouth. Katsaris followed his lead. Then he silently removed his flight suit and gathered his canopy into a tight bundle. They packed their parachutes and suits into the dank basin of the grand stone fountain in the center of the courtyard. Janson's hands groped over his vest and fatigues, his fingers identifying the key items of equipment. Katsaris was doing the same. Janson unhooked his night vision glasses from his combat vest and raised them to his eyes. Katsaris did the same. The large courtyard was suddenly bathed in a soft green glow. Then he and Katsaris stood back to back, each conducting a visual sweep of the opposite quadrants. On the north side of the courtyard were 3 orange blobs, 2 leaning toward each other. A sudden white flare emerged between their spectral forms. A match had been struck, and 2 of the guards were lighting their cigarettes with it. Amateurs, Janson thought. A guard on duty should never provide incidental illumination, and should never encumber his most important weapon, his hands. Katsaris whispered into his filament microphone.
1 sentry, southeast corner, seated, probably asleep.
Janson replied, 3 sentries, north veranda, very much awake. Janson moved slowly to his left, along the wall, and then beneath the overhang of the western veranda, walking half-crouched beneath the parapet. Katsaris moved in the opposite direction. For a few moments, Janson kept perfectly still, not even breathing, just listening. He listened for sounds of Katsaris's movement and heard nothing. He was now 15 feet away from the northern veranda. 15 feet away from the nearest sentry. He could see the men's faces. young, broad peasant faces, unwary and unsophisticated. Their hands were visibly chafed, but no doubt from farm work rather than martial arts. Amateurs, yes. But it was not a wholly reassuring thought. The KLF was too well organized to have entrusted so valuable a treasure to the protection of men such as these. They were a first line of defense only. The accuracy of his first determination would be crucial. Was it safe to take out these men? Were the men decoys? Birds on a wire? Janson raised himself from his crouch, looking through the night vision scope, angling it toward the iron grill behind the smoking peasants. Nothing. No. Something. A small orange spot. In all likelihood, it was a hand belonging to a body concealed behind a stone wall. The men on the veranda were probably unaware that they had backup, but they did. From a long thigh pocket, Janson withdrew a blackened aluminum tube, 13 inches in length, 4 inches in diameter. Inside, it was lined with a snug steel mesh, which prevented the living creature within from making noise. An atmosphere of 90% pure oxygen prevented asphyxiation during the operation schedule. The time had come for a distraction. He unscrewed one sealed end, the Teflon-coated grooves moving soundlessly over each other. By its long, naked tail, he removed the rodent and flung it toward the veranda. It landed as if it had lost its purchase and dropped off the roof. Its glossy black pelt was now standing on end, and the creature made its telltale pig-like grunts. And the sentries saw their visitor. The short head, wide muzzle, 1 foot long, 2.5 pounds. A bandicoot rat, the Caliph's symbol of death. The Kagama guards broke into short, hushed, frantic exchanges as the animal scurried toward an entryway. The temptation was to fire a weapon at the rodent, but that would awaken everyone in the compound. The consternation had, as Janson had hoped, brought out the second team. How many? 4, armed with American M16s. Janson withdrew a second bandicoot rat, a low underhand toss. Its small, sharp claws grabbing at thin air, the rat landed on the head of one of the peasant sentries, who let out a brief but piercing scream. Janson watched the quiet confusion and dismay that swept through the northern veranda. His destination was the space beneath that veranda, and there was no covered route to it. That the guards were sitting in the light, whereas he and Katsaris would be in the dark, offered some protection. But not enough. "30 feet away and 6 feet up, an older man, his leathery brown skin deeply creased, appeared on the veranda, enjoining silence so as not to wake the sleeping commanders. As Janson focused on the older man, however, his unease grew. The man spoke of silence, but his face told Janson that it was not his primary concern. Only a larger sense of suspicion could explain the squinted, searching eyes scanning the courtyard. This was an intelligent, wary man, disinclined to take the incident at face value. Janson watched him for a few more moments, saw him talking quietly in Kagama, gesturing toward the darkened courtyard. This man was not an amateur. Detection was death. Had they been detected? He had to make the contrary assumption. The contrary assumption. What would Lieutenant Commander Alan Demarest have made of such reasoning? Of the hopeful stipulation that the world would conform to one's operational imperatives, rather than confound them. But Demarest, if there was any justice in the universe, was rotting in hell. The older man was the one to take out first. Janson withdrew the blowjector, a 20-inch pipe of anodized aluminum, from a pouch on his black fatigues. He whispered his plan into his lip mic. He would take the tall man and the guard to his right. Katsaris should aim for the others. Janson raised the rubber mouthpiece of his blowpipe to his lips, sighting over the end of the tube. The dart had a fine needle and bolus housed within a highly realistic acrylic and mylar replica of a wasp. It contained an incapacitant fluid. The artificial insect would withstand no more than a casual inspection, but if things went right, a casual inspection was all it would receive. He puffed hard into the mouthpiece, then quickly inserted another dart and discharged it. He returned to his crouching position. The tall man grabbed at his neck, pulled out the dart, and peered at it in the dim light. Then he looked directly at Janson, focusing intently. He had evidently made out his form in the shadowed corner. But before he could bring his weapon to bear, he toppled forward off the veranda. Janson could hear the thud of his body hitting the cobblestones. The sentry with him also slid to the ground, unconscious. A jabbering exchange broke out between the two younger guards to his far left. Hadn't Katsaris hit them yet? And then he had his answer, as both woozily collapsed. Silence returned. Janson and Katsaris made a dash for the darkness beneath the northern veranda, sliding between the stout piers that supported it at 3-foot intervals. According to the blueprints, the circular stone lid was at the midpoint of the northern wall. Blindly, Janson felt along the ground, his hands moving along the rubble-work foundations where ground and building met.
"I found it,"
Theo whispered from a few feet away. Janson turned on a small infrared flashlight and adjusted his night vision scope from starlight to infrared mode. Theo was crouching before a large stone disk. Beneath the heavy circular masonry was a vertical passageway that was made to serve as a chute to load in supplies to the dungeon storage room below. The lid was fashioned with handholds on either side. Theo pulled on one, using his powerful legs as he tried to lift the flat, round stone. Nothing. Janson joined him, crouching on the opposite side. Bracing himself with his legs, he flexed his arms as hard as he could. They pulled with all their strength until there was movement at last, a faint, abrasive grinding of stone on stone. They lifted in one coordinated movement, easing the immensely heavy lid up and placing it gently on the ground to one side. Janson peered down into the hole they had uncovered. Just under the lid, there was a grate. Through it, he heard a welter of voices drifting up from the subterranean space, and he smelled cigarettes. The sounds were not those of prisoners, and if you were stationed in a dungeon and were not a prisoner, you were guarding the prisoner. These were the guards. The chute descended through several feet of stone, angled at 45 degrees for most of the way, then bending and funneling down more shallowly. Katsaris handed Janson the fiber-optic camera kit, which looked like a makeup compact with a long cord attached. Janson threaded the cord down through the grate, inch by inch. It was the thickness of an ordinary phone wire, and had a tip hardly bigger than a match head. Within the cable ran a double-layered glass strand that would transmit images to a 3x5-inch screen at the other end. Janson kept an eye on the small active matrix display as he slowly fed the cord down the grate. Abruptly, the screen filled with a bird's-eye view of a dimly illuminated room. His gut clenched into a small, hard ball. Doubts came to his mind like a shower of needles, and he forced himself to remain calm. Clear like water, cool like ice. It was a mantra he'd often repeated to himself during the long days and nights of terror and agony he'd known as a POW in Vietnam. Through a blue haze of cigarette smoke, he saw men sitting around 2 tables playing cards. And he could see that these were not simple farmers, but seasoned veterans. It was evident even from the way their weaponry hung on their combat garb. They knew what they were doing.
"How many, Paul?"
Janson rotated the camera tip before he replied. 17, armed to the teeth.
"Shit. If only there was a sight line, we could just hose the bastards."
But there isn't.
"How about we drop a frag grenade down right now?"
"All you need is a single survivor and the prisoner's dead." He shifted the camera's field of vision toward the worn staircase at the end of the room. "Look. Stairway, landing, ledge." Projecting out from the mid-level landing was a shelf of poured concrete.
"Can't get there without being spotted, Paul."
"Not necessarily. The period of exposure going from the landing to the concrete shelf would be relatively brief. The room is filled with a haze of cigarette smoke, and they're all engrossed in their game. I'll hit them from there. You take the staircase angle."
"And what guarantee is there that there won't be a guard stationed in the dungeon with the prisoner?"
"None." Unexpectedly, Katsaris smiled.
"Okay, boss. Sounds like a good plan to me."
They clambered up a supporting wall toward the narrow rectangular gap that would lead to the inside edge of the veranda, and made their way down a service corridor adjoining the stateroom of the north wing. He flashed on the blueprints. Down the corridor to the left, 20 feet. The door would be at the end of the hallway. The unremarkable-looking door that led to an unspeakable pit. 2 chairs to either side were empty. The men, having been summoned upstairs by the bandicoot commotion, would still be unconscious. The same was true of the backup pair of guards. The door's lock was many decades old, and more of a formality than anything. Using a match-sized tension wrench and a carbide steel pick, Janson opened it with ease. He pulled the door toward him just a few inches. It swung easily on well-oiled hinges. He opened it a few more inches, standing a foot away from the entrance in case someone was lying in wait. Carefully, he verified that the immediate passageway was clear. With electrical tape, he secured the lock's brass tongue so that it would not relock. Now they walked through the door and made their way down the stone stairs. A few more steps down the landing led them to a hinged grate of steel bars. The portcullis-like grate also succumbed to Janson's slim tools without difficulty. Unlike the stone door above, however, it was far from soundless. It opened with a distinct scraping noise of metal against stone, one that the guards could not have failed to hear. Astonishingly, they did not react. Why? Then he caught the word telai, tea. The guards were expecting somebody with a samovar of tea for them. That was why they did not start at the noise. But if that tea did not arrive soon, they would grow suspicious. Now he could see directly some of what he had glimpsed through the fiber cam. A single naked incandescent bulb provided lighting. He heard the gentle burble of conversation, the card game at full steam. 17 guards for one man. No wonder they had little worries about the security of their hostage. Katsaris was poised on the staircase, awaiting Janson's command, a silent thermite grenade in his hand. Each man had a modified MP5K, a light submachine gun made by Heckler & Koch, with a short barrel and a sound suppressor. The magazines held 30 hollow-point rounds for close-quarter interior use. Janson's SEAL comrades had cruelly nicknamed this weapon, which had a firing rate of 900 rounds per minute, the Room Broom. What could not be silenced was the clamor of its victims, but the massive hallway door would provide substantial acoustic isolation, and several feet of stone separated the grotto from the floor above it. Carefully, Janson crawled from the staircase landing onto the shelf, placing himself to one side and above the group. He and Katsaris put on their polarized goggles, and Janson whispered, "Now!" Suddenly, the dimly lit room filled with a flare of eye-searing brightness and heat. The slow-burning thermite grenade was a small indoor sun, blinding even those who tried to look away. Its brightness was a multiple of that emitted by a welder's torch, and the fact that the guard's eyes had adjusted to low-light conditions made the blindness all the more complete. Through his nearly black goggles, Janson saw the soldiers in disarray and confusion, some shielding their eyes with forearms and hands. With the entire room whited out by the flare, he fired, directing his fusillades in tight, carefully aimed clusters. He depleted one 30-round magazine and snapped in another. Shouts filled the room. Katsaris was firing from the staircase, providing a crossfire to Janson's attack, his softly buzzing MP5K bucking in his hands. In seconds, it was over. The guards had been slaughtered. Because of the sound suppression, the MP5K bursts were not merely lethal, but eerily quiet. It took Janson a moment before he realized what the sound reminded him of: the fluttering of a deck of cards being shuffled. Killing should not sound like that, Janson thought to himself. It was too trivial a soundtrack for so grave an action. An odd silence now reigned. As gloom and shadows returned, Janson and Katsaris removed their goggles. The naked 40-watt overhead bulb was still intact. The grotto was an abattoir, filled with the sickening stench of blood. Janson knew the stench all too well. Oh, God. It was nothing short of outright butchery. Was this what he did? Was this who he was? "Let's go," he called to Katsaris. They moved swiftly to the iron-plated gate to the dungeon. "I'll do the honors," Katsaris said. He was holding a big, antique-looking hoop of keys taken from one of the slain guards. 3 keys, 3 deadbolts. The door swung open, and they stepped into a narrow, dark space. The air felt dank, stagnant. Katsaris toggled his flashlight to optical light. Its powerful beam cut through the murk. The sound of breathing was audible somewhere in the gloom. 8-foot-wide cells lined both sides of the long, narrow passageway in front of them. There were no windows. The area was shrouded in darkness. Katsaris swept his flashlight along the cages until they saw him. A man who did not look glad to see them. As the beam of light illuminated him, he cowered in the corner, trembling, a terrified animal hoping to make himself disappear. "Peter Novak?" Janson asked softly. The man buried his face in his arms, and Janson could make out the incongruously elegant broadcloth shirt, stiff not with a French launderer's starch, but with grime and dried blood. Janson took a deep breath, and now spoke words he had once merely fantasized he would be able to say. "Mr. Novak, my name is Paul Janson. You saved my life once. I'm here to return the favor." For a few long seconds, the man remained motionless. Then he raised his face and looked straight into the light. Katsaris quickly redirected the beam so as not to dazzle him. It was Janson who was dazzled. A few feet away from him was the countenance that was as beloved as the Pope's, perhaps even more so. The thick shock of hair flopping over his forehead, still more black than gray. The high, nearly Asiatic cheekbones. The very familiarity of his visage made Novak's condition all the more shocking. Dark hollows beneath his eyes, a once resolute gaze now filled with terror. Small tremors convulsed his body. His hand shook. Janson was familiar with this look. It was the look of a man who had given up hope. "We've come for you," Janson told him. He got up and took a step toward Janson. "You've come for me?" Novak echoed, and the words were thick and croaky, perhaps the first he had spoken for some time. What had they done to him? Had his body been broken or his spirit? The body, Janson knew from experience, would heal more quickly. The words he spoke next seemed largely incoherent. "You work for him. Of course you do. He says there can be only one. He knows that when I am out of the way, he will be unstoppable." "We work for you. We've come to get you." In the great man's darting eyes was a look of bewilderment. "You can't stop him." "Who are you talking about?" "Peter Novak." "You're Peter Novak." "Yes, of course." He clasped his arms around his chest and held himself straight. Was his mind gone? "We've come for you," Janson repeated, as Katsaris unlocked and opened Novak's cell. Novak did not move at first. "Can you walk?" "Yes, I think so." "We have to leave now." Then they froze. The noise. A scrape of steel against stone. The steel grate they had opened to go down there. Janson remembered the soldier's hopeful cry. Teelai, the expected visitor, bringing the soldiers their tea. Janson and Theo strode back to the guard's chamber and watched as a tray laden with a teapot of hammered metal and several stacks of little clay cups came into view. Carrying it was a boy, perhaps 8 years old. Large eyes, mocha skin, short black hair. He wore blue madras shorts. He was 2/3 of the way down the stairs when he pulled up short. Probably the smell had alerted him that something was out of the ordinary. Either that, or the silence. The boy now regarded the carnage with large, frightened eyes, and gasped. Involuntarily, he dropped his precious tray. The cups smashed on the steps below him, and the teapot splashed its steaming contents at the boy's feet. The boy would flee and alert the others. What had to be done now was regrettable, but there was no other choice. Janson leveled his weapon at the boy. He knew what he had to do, but his hand did not. It refused to follow his command. His finger would not squeeze the trigger. Janson stood stock still, frozen. The boy turned and scampered up the stairwell, taking the steps 2 at a time, back up the stairs, back to safety. Yet his safety was their doom. The boy would sound the alarm. By allowing him to live, Janson had signed their death warrant. Then Katsaris streaked by him. The boy was within an arm's length of the door when Theo squeezed off a silenced shot to the heart. The child's lifeless body tumbled down the stone stairs and came to rest on the bottom step, like a rag doll carelessly tossed aside. Janson was sickened, at himself and what he had nearly allowed to happen, and at the same time sickened by what needed to have happened. He remembered why he retired. Decisions like this had to be made. He no longer wanted to be the one to make them. Katsaris looked at him with wildly questioning eyes. What had come over him? "We've got to get out of here," Janson said. Katsaris gestured toward the stairs. "That's too dangerous now. We've got to find another way. And there is another way, and right now it looks like the better bet. We each have an ounce of Semtex in our kit. We'll need them both." Katsaris looked at him closely, then nodded. Janson's tone of voice, the specificity of his instructions, were for whatever reason reassuring. Janson had not lost it. Or if he had, it was only a momentary lapse. Janson was still Janson. Before the place was electrified, kerosene lanterns would have been the primary source of illumination. The Governor General's compound would have had a kerosene tank in the basement, something that would be filled from outside.
They might have ripped it out, filled it with cement.
Possibly. More likely it was left to rust quietly. The sub-foundation level is vast. It isn't as if they would have needed the space.
Vast is right. How are we going to find it?
The blueprint has a tank positioned approximately 200 meters in from the northwest retaining wall. That's got to be it. They soon came upon the tank. Obviously long neglected, it had an iron door with lead flanges to maintain a tight seal. For a moment, Janson studied the hinges. Look, they're already rusting off. They just need help. He ran toward the iron door, throwing up a foot as he reached it. It collapsed in a cloud of dust and oxidized metal. Get out your Semtex. He strode through the old tank. The copper-lined chamber was still suffused with an oily smell. The fill hole was almost hidden by the hardened tar-like residue that covered the wall. He hammered the butt of his HK against the outside wall, heard the hollow ring of copper flashing. This was the area, probably a 4-foot elevation above the ground, unless it had been reduced by the passage of time. Ketsaris packed the ivory-colored putty about the size of a wad of bubblegum around the rusting iron bunghole and pressed into it twin thin silvery wires, the other end of the wires attached to a small, round lithium battery. Janson copied Ketsaris's actions, pressing his ounce of Semtex to the far wall, where it met the curving top of the copper-lined tank, 3 feet above Ketsaris's ounce. So far, they had been protected by the isolation of the dungeon. There would be no way to make a soundless exit, however. The aftershock from the blast would travel throughout the stone palace, rousing everyone in the immense compound. "Fall back," Janson called. Theo and Janson exited the tank. Once safely around a bend in the corridor, they depressed in unison the radio frequency controllers that activated the batteries. The explosion was deafening. The shock waves caused their very eyes to vibrate. White smoke billowed inward, bringing with it the familiar nitrous scent of plastique, and something else, the salty tang of the sea breeze. They had a route to the compound's exterior. A portion of the heavy stone wall had crumbled under the blast, and thick, jagged metal plates were strewn everywhere. But the opening was wide enough to enable them to clamber out to the exterior of the compound. Outside, the sea breeze was stronger, and the night sky was brighter. The cloud cover was beginning to break up. They were outside the dungeon, but they were not free. Not yet. "Can you run?" Janson asked Novak.
A short distance?
"Only a short distance."
"I'll do my damnedest."
The three sprinted toward the outcropping at the promontory's rocky overhang. In the grayscale of nighttime vision, it looked like the very edge of the world, a crag of pale rock, and then nothingness, complete and absolute. That nothingness was their destination, indeed their only salvation. "Find anchor," Janson called to Ketsaris. The cliff was largely gneiss, a tough metamorphic rock weathered into irregular crags. There were a couple of rock horns near the overhang. With sure, deft hands, Ketsaris wrapped their climbing ropes around the more prominent of the horns. As Ketsaris secured the anchor, Janson trussed Novak in a nylon climbing harness, making sure the leg loops and waist belt were securely buckled. This would not be a controlled rappel. The work would be done by the equipment, not the man, and the equipment could not be elaborate. They had to rely upon devices that could be easily carried. From a corner tower above the battlements, a guard aimed a long burst of gunfire in their direction. They had been spotted.
"Christ, Janson, there's no time,"
Ketsaris shouted. But perhaps Janson could buy them time. He lobbed a stun grenade toward the watchtower. It arced through the air and into the guard's cabin. At the same time, Janson tossed the rope coil over the cliff. The sooner Novak followed, the safer he'd be. Unfortunately, the Kagama in the watchtower was swift and skilled. He grabbed the grenade and hurled it away from him just in time. The grenade blew in midair, the flash outlining the 3 people at the edge of the cliff for attack.
"Now what?" asked Novak. "I'm no rock climber."
"Jump," Ketsaris urged.
"You're mad."
Ketsaris abruptly lifted the great man and, taking care not to lose his own footing, pitched him off the side of the cliff. It was graceless. It was also the only way. Janson heard the controlled slither of the rope as it fed through the figure-8 brake that controlled Novak's descent, confirming that the cord would bear him down to the rocks below at a regulated speed. The plunging cliff was now Novak's greatest protection, shielding him from the riflemen on the battlements. Novak had to do nothing. The B-team, waiting in the boat at the base of the cliff, would do the rest. Peter Novak was almost home. For the rest of them, it would not be so simple. Another burst of gunfire kicked up a painful spray of rock. "Rig yourself," Janson ordered Katsaris as he donned his own harness, the nylon webbing stretching tautly around his body. Several buzzsaw-like bursts of gunfire pelted the cliff like a hailstorm of lead. The rock at their feet exploded only inches away. Fragments stung Janson's face. They pushed off, leaping from the overhang, rappelling down the cliff face to the other team members who would be waiting for them in the ultra-lightweight rigid inflatable boat that had been stowed on the airplane. They would be rested and ready. Janson and the others would be safe in their hands. Clear like water, cool like ice. Seconds ticked by like hours. Below him, he could hear the sounds of the aquatic team as they untrussed Peter Novak and bundled him into the boat. He rappelled down the cliff face, wondering how much time had passed. 40 seconds? 50? 60? And then he felt hands reaching up to grab him. As he took his seat in the flat-bottomed Sea-Force watercraft, he looked around him. There were 5 of them. Only Hennessy was absent, waiting offshore in the pilot's seat of the BA-609. The motor whined as the boat shot off from the rocks, hugging the shore for half a mile as it moved south and then out into the mist-shrouded waters. The poor visibility would make it difficult to spot them. "All accounted for," Anderson said into his communicator, alerting Hennessy. The Sea-Force heaved in rhythm with the waves as the Anuran coast disappeared in the mists. Peter Novak faced the direction in which they were traveling. From the set of his jaw, Janson could see that he was continuing to regain a sense of his identity, a sense of his selfhood. Yet his expression was blank. His mind was elsewhere. Janson's men, too, were silent, lost in thought, or rehearsing the remaining operational steps. Would the rebels follow in a speedboat? It was a possibility, though not a probability. The 6 people in the RIB could hear the whump-whump of the airplane's rotors before they could see the craft. Anderson checked his watch and turned up the throttle. They were in operational overtime. The exfiltration had taken longer than anticipated. Now the aircraft came into view. It was resting on a flotational helipad, an expanse of self-inflating black rubber. The downwash from the rotors caused the sea to boil around it. Dawn was breaking into what was now an almost clear, intensely blue sky. The plan called for Janson's team and Novak to fly to safety in the BA-609. Janson himself would sail the inflatable boat the 100 miles or so to the coast of Sri Lanka. Peter Novak turned to him. "Mr. Janson, you're a very brave man. You humble me, and I'm not easily humbled." He clasped Janson's upper arm. "I won't forget this." Janson looked straight into Peter Novak's brown eyes. "Please do, for reasons of my security and that of my team." "You're a good man." Katsaris helped Peter Novak up the ramp and into the aircraft, and then walked back down it. "I stay. You go." "No, my friend." "Please, you're needed there. Mission control, yes? In case things go wrong?" "Nothing can go wrong at this point. Novak's in capable hands." "Please, Paul. I should be the one." "No, Theo. Get on board." Katsaris shook his head, unsmiling, and did as he was instructed, but he could not erase the worry from his face. Janson downshifted the RIB's motor. Fuel efficiency would be increased at a more moderate speed. Next, he verified his direction with the compass on his watch face. It would take him 3 or 4 hours to reach the coastal plains of southeastern Sri Lanka. There, he had a contact who could put him on a fast lorry to Colombo International Airport. The plane's engines roared, and he watched the small turquoise-bodied aircraft rise rapidly into the air. The early morning sky was now a beautiful azure, and Janson was filled with a sense of growing calm and relief as the craft glided through the sky. He allowed himself a brief moment of pride. It had been a triumph against nearly impossible odds. Peter Novak was free. And then, it couldn't be. He saw the flash, the dazzling fiery blast and plume of a mid-air explosion. A pulse of white bleached the early morning sky, followed immediately by a vast secondary flare, the yellow-white of combusted fuel. Small pieces of fuselage began to drift downward. No! Oh, Christ, no! For several long seconds, Janson felt perfectly numb. A detached propeller twirled lazily before it crashed into the sea. Oh, dear God! His heart felt squeezed. Hard, harder. Theo, Hanwana, Anderson, Hennessy, and Peter Novak. Cremated, 3,000 feet above the Indian Ocean. It was no accident. The double explosion, the blast that preceded the burst of combusted fuel, was telltale. Who could have planned such a thing? When had the plans been laid? And why? Janson sagged to the floor of the boat, paralyzed by grief, futility, rage. He would have given his life for any of theirs, but that was not an option. Only he survived. Outrage infused his soul. Emotions like despondency and grief gave way before an absolute and unyielding thirst for justice, and it was that emotion that commanded him not to succumb to the other emotions. He was the one left alive, the one left to find out what had just happened, and why. Broad-shouldered, brawny, his eyes intense beneath his thick, dark eyebrows, Doug Albright of the Defense Intelligence Agency was the first to address the 4 other gray-faced men sitting around the small conference table. These men were not political appointees. They were lifers, tending to programs that extended far beyond the duration of any particular administration. And the program that had brought them all together on this day was extraordinary, and the circumstances they now faced were quite possibly cataclysmic.
The prime directive here is secrecy. In fact, it is priority number 1, 2, and 3. There should be no confusion about that.
The Meridian International Center was located in downtown Washington, D.C. on Crescent Place. Just a mile from the White House, the center had significant advantages for certain meetings, especially ones that had no formal justification. Meetings here did not involve a paper trail. They could take place without leaving behind any telltale logs or records. They could take place without ever officially having taken place at all. Sitting opposite the DIA man, the deputy director of the National Security Agency had a high scrubbed forehead and small pinched features. Secrecy, yes. The nature of the directive is clear. The nature of our subject is not.
Paul Ely Janson,
said Derek Collins, the State Department Undersecretary, a smooth-faced man with straw-colored hair and heavy black-framed glasses.
Janson was one of ours, as you know.
Albright said,
One of your goddamn soulless killing machines, Derek, that's what he is. I just don't understand what kind of game he's playing.
The man from State flushed angrily.
Have you considered the possibility that someone is running a game on him?
Jumping to conclusions could be dangerous. I'm not willing to stipulate that Janson is a renegade. The point is, we can't be certain, Sanford Hildreth, the NSA man, said. He turned to the man seated next to him, a brilliant young computer scientist. Is there some data set we're overlooking, Kaz? Kazuo Onishi shook his head. I can tell you we've had anomalous activities, potential breaches of security firewalls. What I can't do is identify the perpetrator. Hildreth went on. Say you're correct, Derek. Then my heart goes out to him. But absolutely nothing can compromise the program. Doug's right. Secrecy is the prime directive, absolute and unyielding. It almost doesn't matter what he thought he was doing. All we can say is that Janson doesn't know what he's blundered into, and he's never going to know.
That much I'll accept, Collins said. Has Charlotte been briefed?
Charlotte Ainsley was the president's national security advisor and the principal White House liaison. Later today, said the NSA man. But do you see any supportable alternatives?
Just at the moment, he's blundered into quicksand. We couldn't help him if we wanted to. It'll go easier if he doesn't struggle, the DIA analyst said.
No argument here, said Collins. But if I know my man, he will struggle. Mightily.
Then extreme measures are going to have to be taken. If the program gets exposed, it doesn't just destroy us, it destroys everything anybody here cares about. Everything. The past 20 years of history gets rolled back, and that's a best-case scenario. The likelier outcome looks a hell of a lot more like another world war.
The deputy director of the NSA paged through the Janson files. Poor bastard. He's in way over his head. The Undersecretary of State suppressed a shudder.
The hell of it is. So are we.
Janson had taken a direct flight from Bombay to Athens. He felt a deadness within. You were the guy with a slab of granite where your heart's supposed to be. If only it were so. He had called Marta Lang repeatedly, to no avail. The number she had given him was a number only 3 people had, she told him. It would reach her wherever she was, and yet all it ever yielded was the electronic purr of an unanswered line. He had dialed the Liberty Foundation in New York, Amsterdam, Bucharest. Ms. Lang is unavailable, he was informed. A message will be conveyed. But they could not convey the real message. For what could Janson tell them? That Peter Novak was dead? Those he spoke to at the Foundation gave no indication that they were aware of it, and Janson knew better than to provide the information. Where was she? Had she been killed too? Or was she herself part of a dire, unfathomable plot? He could not automatically dismiss the hypothesis, even though it carried a horrific implication, that he himself had been a pawn in the conspiracy, that rather than having saved the man who once saved him, he had served as the very instrument of his destruction. Yet that was insanity. It made no sense. Why kill a man with a death sentence? Janson settled into the airport taxi that would bear him to the Metz neighborhood of Athens. He had to tell Marina Katsaris face to face what had happened, and the prospect lay on him like a boulder on his chest. Katsaris' small, pleasant house was on a narrow street just a half a dozen blocks from the Olympic Stadium. Janson sent the driver on his way, rang the doorbell, and waited, half hoping there would be no answer. The door opened after only a few moments, and there stood Marina, just as he had remembered her. If anything, she was even more beautiful. Janson took in her high cheekbones, honeyed complexion, her straight and silky black hair. "Paul!" she exclaimed, delighted, then saw his expression. "No!" She began to tremble, her face contorted by grief, then rage. He followed her inside, where she turned and struck him on the face. She did so again and again, lashing out in broad, flailing strokes as if to beat back the truth. The blows hurt, though not as much as the anger and despair that were behind them. Finally, Janson grabbed her wrists. "Marina! Please, Marina!" She stared at him as if by force of will she could make him vanish, and with him the devastating news he had brought. "Marina, I don't have words to say how sorry I am. Theo was a hero. There was nobody like him, and—" She violently disengaged herself from him, ran to the balcony that overlooked the small courtyard. "Don't you get it? I don't care about those things anymore. Those field agent heroics, those games of cowboys and Indians, they mean nothing to me." "You blame me." "I blame myself. I let him go, didn't I? If I insisted, he would have stayed. But I didn't insist, because even if he stayed home this time, there'd be another call, and another and another. And not to go, not ever to go. That would have killed him too. Theo was great at what he did. How could I take that from him? He loved you, Paul. That's why he went. I understand that. You meant the world to him. You brought us together. And now you've broken us apart the only way we could ever be broken apart." Suddenly, a dam within her broke. Her sobs were animal-like, wild, and unrestrained. They racked her like convulsions. Only when her sobbing finally began to ease did Janson wrap his arms around her in a tight embrace. After a while, she pushed him away. "Tell me his death wasn't in vain. Tell me he saved a life. Tell me, Paul." He told her everything. Yet even as he spoke, he became intensely aware of how little the explanation in fact explained. There was so much more that he didn't know, so many questions to which he had no answers. All he knew was that he would find those answers or die trying. The Hotel Spirius front desk clerk gave Janson his keycard, and he made his way to his 9th-floor room. He inserted the keycard, the lock released, and he pushed the heavy door inward. He felt burdened, and not simply by his luggage. The meeting with Marina had been wrenching. He noticed a smell of stale sweat in the room, suggesting that one of the cleaners had only just left. And the curtains were drawn, at an hour when they would normally have been left open. In his distracted state, Janson did not make the inferences that he was trained to make. Only when his eyes adjusted to the light did he see the man seated in an upholstered chair, his back to the curtains.
"It's been a long time between drinks, Paul."
Nikos Andros. Janson was flooded with memories, few of them fond. Andros was known as a conservator of national treasures. A curator at the Piraeus Archaeological Museum, he cut a colorful figure in Athens' elite circles. Now he rose to his feet.
"I'm hurt. You visiting Athens and not telling me. I thought I was somebody you'd look up for a glass of ouzo for old time's sake, no?"
The pebbled cheeks, the small darting eyes. Nikos Andros belonged to another era in Janson's life, the era of consular operations. "I don't care how you got in here, Nikos. My only question to you is how you prefer to leave. Quickest would be off the balcony, 9 stories down."
"Is that any way to talk to a friend?"
Andros wore his dark hair severely short. His clothing was, as always, expensive, neatly pressed, fastidious. A friend? We did business together, Nikos. But that's all in the past.
Ah, but I'm in the charity business today. I have something to give you.
Janson stepped forward, placed a hand on Andros's chest, and slammed him hard against the wall. The man gasped in surprise and pain. What is it that you want to say to me, Andros?
Your former employers wish to see and talk with you. They want you to come in.
Come in. Report to stateside headquarters, submit to analysis, interrogation, debriefing. Janson pulled his hand back, and Andros stepped away a pace from the wall. You're talking nonsense. If Konzop Command wanted me to come in, why would they give the message to a pampered sociopath like you? Andros smiled.
Because, my friend, I happened to be in the neighborhood. It seems that by the time your old colleagues got word you'd arrived in this country, they'd lost your scent. They needed me with my network of connections. I put word out, I got word back. But if I were you, I'd fret less about the singer and more about the song. They're especially anxious to talk to you because they need you to explain certain matters.
What matters?
Questions have arisen concerning your recent activities that require an immediate explanation. Look, I know nothing of these matters. I merely repeat lines I have been given.
They want you to come in. Those words were not used lightly. They were not words that one could ignore without consequences. There's something you're not saying.
I've told you what I was instructed to tell you.
You told me what you've told me. Now tell me what you haven't. Andros shrugged.
I hear things.
What things?
I don't work for you. No pay, no play.
You son of a bitch, tell me what you know.
Or what are you going to do? Shoot me?
Nikos, please. I'd never shoot you. But if you were to suffer an unfortunate accident in my room, say, catching your foot on the carpet, causing you to fall and fracture your kneecap on the corner of that coffee table so you'll never walk properly again. Janson moved closer. Andros clenched and unclenched his jaw for a few moments, as Janson continued to close the distance between them. His head still hurt from being thrown against the wall.
All right. The word is they want to know why you have $16 million in your Cayman Islands account at the Bank of Montverde. $16 million that was not there only a few days ago.
More of your lies.
No.
Janson took a few deep breaths. Get out of here. I'm sick of the sight of you. Without another word, Andros rushed out. Alone now, Janson found his thoughts tumbling over themselves. He did have an account at the Bank of Montverde, but he had always kept its existence hidden. There was no official record of it anywhere. What could explain Andros's reference to an account that only Janson should have known about? He turned on his PDA and inserted the numbers that would give him an internet connection to his bank in the Caymans. Within 10 minutes, Janson had downloaded his latest account activity records. The account had, when he last checked it, contained $700,000. Now it contained $16,700,000. How was that possible? The account was safeguarded against unauthorized deposits, just as it was against unauthorized withdrawals. Over the next 30 minutes, Janson combed through a series of transfers that involved his own unique digital signature, a non-replicable set of numbers entrusted only to him, a digital private key that even the bank had no access to. The electronic record was irrefutable. Janson had himself authorized the receipt of $16 million. The money had arrived in 2 installments. $8 million had arrived 4 days ago. $8 million had arrived yesterday at 7:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, approximately a quarter of an hour after Peter Novak's death. Athens sector. He'd spent more time there in the late 70s than he cared to think about. Now he tried to remember someone who could explain what was going on, explain it from the inside. Plenty of people owed him favors. It was time to collect. But who? Of course, Nelson Agger. Thin, balding, gangly, middle-aged, Nelson Agger was the kind of desk jockey whom field operatives were prone to underestimate. He had extremely sharp ears for intelligence internal to his division. A tribute to his political skills was that he had become a clearinghouse for gossip without ever being known as a gossip himself. Nelson Agger could shed light on what was going on if anybody could. Now Janson sat in a cafe on Vasilissus Sophias, just opposite the American Embassy, sipping coffee, and phoned the station switchboard on his cell phone. Trade protocols. Agar, please. A few seconds during which 3 clicks could be heard. The call would be taped and logged. May I say who's calling? Janson repeated one of his former aliases. Richard Alexander. A few seconds then. It's been a long time since I've heard that name. Fancy a glass of Retsina? There's the Tavernas on Laquitos. I have a better idea. The cafe on Papadima. Kaladza. You remember it. A little farther, but the food's excellent. Janson felt a small stab of adrenaline. The food at Kaladza was terrible. Agar was telling him that they would both have to take precautions. Sounds great. Got a cell phone? In Athens? Who doesn't? Agar read him the number. Take it. If I get held up, I'll let you know. From the cafe, Janson observed Agar leaving from a side door and making his way down the street toward Kaladza. Then he saw what he feared he might see. In Agar's wake, a woman and a man emerged from the office building adjoining the embassy and set off in his direction. Agar was being tailed. Whoever had been listening in on their phone conversation had recognized the legend name and responded immediately. Janson's relationship with Agar had doubtless been taken account of, the possibility of his making contact with the analyst anticipated. Kaladza was too dangerous. The rendezvous would be on a terrain he chose. Janson left for Likavitos, the tallest hill in Athens. What made it attractive to visitors was that it afforded a breathtaking view of the city. What made it attractive to him was that the high ground would make it hard for a surveillance team to take up position undetected, especially if he staked it out first. The funicular departed every 20 minutes from the top of Plutarchou Avenue in the upscale Kolonaki district. Alert to any sign of professional interest, Janson rode the railway up the hill to the summit, which was ringed with observation decks and cafes. Then he called Agar on his cell phone. Change of plans, old bean. Got a pen? Agar sighed. I am a pen. Listen carefully, my friend. I want you to take this series of street trams. Janson proceeded to detail a complex sequence of transfers. Pretty roundabout route. What would hold back a professional watcher wasn't the physical task of keeping up with Agar. It was the diminishing odds of doing so without being noticed. In a situation like this, covert operatives would desist surveillance rather than risk exposure. Trust me on this. Right, of course. When you get off the funicular, take the path toward the theater of Likavitos. We'll meet in front of the Fountain of Elijah. You'll have to give me, an hour? See you then. Janson wandered past a hillside cafe. Nearby was a sculpture garden. He stationed himself within a dense copse of Aleppo pine and took an inventory of the people in the area. As 5 minutes stretched into 10 and then 15, people came and went in a seemingly random procession. Yet not everything was random. 30 yards below to his left, a man in a caftan-like shirt was sketching the landscape on a large pad. His hand moved over it in large, looping gestures. Janson took out his compact binoculars and zoomed in. With a stick of charcoal, the artist was filling the pad with random squiggles. Whatever he was interested in, it wasn't the landscape in front of him. Janson studied his face, the powerful neck straining at his collar, the dead eyes. This man was a professional killer, a gun for hire. Janson's skin began to crawl. Diagonally opposite, a bespectacled businessman in a light gray suit was reading the newspaper. Janson zoomed in. His lips were moving, but he wasn't reading out loud from the newspaper, for when his eyes darted off it, he continued speaking. He was communicating to a Confederate, somebody with an earpiece. Janson was a poor lip reader, but he could tell it was Greek, not English, that the man spoke. Anyone else? Not that he could see. Conclusion? These were locals, people who knew the terrain and could react quickly. But who were they? Not CIA. These were professionals to whom a job had been outsourced. But what were their orders? At 4 o'clock, a worried-looking Agar came into view. He was carrying his navy linen jacket flung over his shoulder, his blue striped shirt dabbled with sweat. He sat down on the long marble bench by the fountain. Slowly, silently, staying close to a long retaining wall made of piled shale, Janson slid through the pines until he was within a few feet of the man with the sketch pad. That man was standing now, the stick of charcoal dropped to the ground, his gaze resolutely on Agar. His muscles seemed strained for immediate response. Janson lifted a large piece of shale from the rock terrace, hoisted it above his head and flung it with all his strength, aiming for the back of the artist's neck. As the shale struck him, he staggered to the ground. Janson stepped over the low wall and seized the man by his hair, clamping his forearm against his mouth. He flipped him over the wall and onto his back. He yanked a gun, a silenced Walther P99 automatic, from the man's trouser band. Then he ran his fingers along the man's embroidered collar, feeling for the microphone, and made sure that the contactor switch had not been activated. He flipped over the fabric, exposing a small blue plastic disc with a copper wire running out from it. "Tell your friend it's an emergency. Let him know that you've been betrayed, and remember, I understand Greek." Pressing the hidden contactor toward the front of his collar, the Greek activated his microphone and began to speak, the urgency made more intense as Janson gouged his Walther into his temple. Once the message was relayed, he slammed the Greek assassin's head on the shale wall. He would be out for an hour, probably 2. Janson saw the businessman in the light gray suit stand abruptly and stride toward the arbor. Something about the way he carried the folded newspaper made it clear that it was serving to conceal something else. Quickly, Janson positioned himself at the end of the arborway. As the man emerged, Janson swung the Walther P99 into his face, shattering teeth and bone. The paper dropped, and the silenced weapon it concealed clattered to the stone underfoot. Janson hit him on the back of the head now, and the man fell, unconscious. Janson placed both weapons in his waistband and dragged the man over to join his companion. Were there others? He could not be certain. But he could not keep Agar waiting any longer. He strode over to him, still on the marble bench, perspiring heavily. Seeing him, Agar rose, smiling broadly, and they shook hands. "Paul, thank God! I was starting to worry that something had happened to you. Look, I'm so glad you called. You cannot believe the garbage they're talking about you. There are a lot of worried people, and they're way up the intelligence food chain. But I know we can get the whole thing straightened out. Whatever it is, I know we can make it go away." "What are they saying, old friend?" "That you took a job you shouldn't have taken. They want to know who you did the job for and why you took it. Some people think there are 16 million answers to that one." "Christ almighty. How could anybody think that?" An apologetic shrug. "Did you take the job?" "Yes, Peter Novak's people contacted me. I owed him one big time. I was a referral from State." "See, the thing is, the State Department denies it." "What?" "The agency, too. The word is you were paid to make sure Peter Novak never left the island." "That's insane." "Interesting you should use that word. We've been told that you may have gone insane. Dissociative disorder, post-traumatic abreaction." "Do I seem crazy to you, Agar?" "Of course not. But look, all those months of VC torture, that's got to mess with your head. Christ, the things they did to you, not to mention the things that you did." "Nelson, what are you telling me?" "I'm not an expert in that kind of thing. They said you'd seem to be plausible, cogent, in command. And no matter where your head's at, 16 million is going to be pretty hard to resist." "I have absolutely no explanation for the money. Compensation for my rescuing Novak was referred to. Not negotiated, not specified. Look, that wasn't a principal motivation on my part. It was a debt of honor. You know why." "Paul, I'll do whatever I can to help you. You know that. But you've got to give me some facts. When did Novak's people make their first approach to you?" "Monday, 48 hours after Novak's abduction." "And when was the first 8 million deposited?" 6 days ago. Where are you going with this?" "Well, it was deposited before you say these people approached you. Before they knew you'd say yes. Before they even knew an extraction might be necessary. It doesn't make sense." "Did anybody ask them about it?" "They don't know who you are. They don't know about the abduction. They don't know the boss is dead." "How did they react when you told them?" "We didn't." "Why not?" "Strict orders from the top. Paul, people are determined that you come in. It's the only way. If you don't, assumptions are going to be made and acted upon, okay? Do I have to say more?" "Jesus, Nelson." "Paul, trust me. We can put all this shit behind you, but you've got to come in." "I'll think about it." "That means no, and that's not good enough." He reached over to his lapel and fingered the buttonhole in an overly casual gesture. Summoning others. Janson reached over and turned up Agar's lapel. On the reverse side was the familiar blue-black disc. The Greeks weren't tails. They were his backup. Forcible abduction was the next course of action. "Now I've got a question for you, Nelson. When did the order go out?" "The retrieval directive? I don't recall." Standing so as to hide his actions from any bystanders, He pulled out the silenced Walther and shoved it hard into Egger's bony chest. When? 10 hours ago. 10:23 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And what were the orders if I refused to report in? Will termination orders go out? The expression in Egger's eyes was answer enough. Janson considered and rejected a dozen ways of leaving the country. Watchers would surely be swarming in and around the Athens and other airports by now. In any case, traveling on his own passport was out of the question. The chances were too great that a U.S. advisory had been issued to international points of embarkation and arrival. But at the great harbor of Piraeus, he found a man with a boat who would take a great deal of money and not ask why Janson needed to surreptitiously travel to Izmir, Turkey. There, at a small remote airstrip, more money changed hands, and Janson soon found himself airborne in a small Cessna, bound for England. He would soon meet someone who could sweep all the mist and mystification away, someone he could talk to in confidence, someone who was in a singular position to have insight into the tragedy, the master of Trinity College in Cambridge University, a brilliant Don named Angus Fielding. Janson had studied with him back in the early 70s. An expert in the global financial system, Fielding had been a member of a brain trust that Peter Novak had put together in order to help guide the Liberty Foundation. As Janson walked across Trinity Bridge, memories swept over him, memories of another time, a time of learning and healing and rest. When Janson arrived at Trinity, he was a physical wreck, sallow and skeletal, still trying to heal his emaciated body and devastated spirit from his 18-month ordeal as a POW. The year was 1974, and his goal was to complete the study of economic history he had begun at the University of Michigan. The SEAL Commando was repairing to the groves of Académie. Now he walked past the magnificent Wren Library with its soaring vaults and arches, to the small gravel lot abutting the Master's Lodge. He rang the bell, and a servant cracked open the window. "Here to see the Master, love?" "I am." "Bit early, are you?" "Never mind, dear, come in." Obviously she had taken him for someone who had an appointment at that hour. None of it was exactly high security. The woman had not even asked his name. She led him up the broad, red-carpeted stairs to a drawing room inside the Master's Lodge. In just minutes, Angus Fielding walked in, his face alight with pleasure and surprise. "My heavens, Paul, dear boy, it's been far too long. Jilly told me that my 10 o'clock was here, so I was preparing to talk to one of our less promising graduate students. To quote Lady Asquith, he has a brilliant mind, until he makes it up. To think what you've saved me from." Fielding's face was etched with age, his white hair thinner, yet he was still lean and rangy, and his pale blue eyes were wise and mischievous. He led Janson down a short hallway into his spacious office, the walls lined with shelves filled with books and journals and articles, and a large picture window giving a view of the great courtyard. The Don pointed to a stack of papers on one of the black Windsor chairs by his desk. "Just toss those on the floor, dear boy, and please sit." Fielding relaxed in the chair behind his large mahogany desk, and as Janson sat opposite him, said, "So, to what do I owe this pleasure?" "Angus, I'm here to talk about Peter Novak." "You bring news from him?" "About him." "I'm suddenly feeling a draft, a rather chilling one." "Angus, he's dead." The Master of Trinity blanched. "It cannot be. There have been false rumors of his demise in the past." He told Fielding what had happened in Anura. Angus merely listened, expressionless, nodding gently, his eyes half shut, as if listening to a pupil during a tutorial. "He was a great man, Paul. My God, the vision, the brilliance, the compassion. I always felt I was blessed to know him." "I owed him everything," Janson said, remembering the dust of Baklina. "As does the world. That's why I said it cannot be. For my reference was not to fact, but to consequence. He must not die. Too much depends upon him. Too many delicate efforts toward peace and stability, all sponsored by him, guided by him, inspired by him. If he perishes, many will perish with him, victims of senseless suffering and slaughter. Kurds, Hutus, Romani, the despised of the world. Many, many bad things will happen. They will have won." "Perhaps the game can be played to a draw." "You'll try to tell me that America in its bumbling way can pick up the slack. You may even think it is incumbent upon your country to do so. But then the one thing that you Americans have never quite grasped is how very deep anti-Americanism goes. Many people around the world feel that they live under the American economic occupation. You speak of globalization, and they hear Americanization. And that's precisely why Peter Novak's role was irreplaceable. He wasn't American, or a handmaiden of American interests. Everyone knew that he'd spurned America's advances, that he'd angered its foreign affairs establishment by steering his own course. He sat silent for a while, thinking, then said, "What's so very odd is that none of this has been reported anywhere. Neither his abduction nor his murder. So very odd. You've told me the facts, but not the explanation." "I was hoping you'd be able to help me there. Who would want Peter Novak dead?" The Don slowly shook his head. "The question is, alas, who wouldn't? I exaggerate, of course. And yet, la grande benevolenza attira la grande malevolenza, as Boccaccio has it. Outsized benevolence always attracts outsized malevolence." "Walk me through this, okay? Just now you spoke of they. You said they will have won. What did you mean?" "Do you know much about Novak's origins?" "Very little, a child of war-torn Hungary." "His origins were at once extremely privileged and extremely not. He was one of the few survivors of a village that was liquidated by the Red Army. Novak's father was an obscure Magyar nobleman who served in Miklos Kalé's government in the 40s before he defected, and it's said that he feared obsessively for the safety of his only child. The old nobleman may have been paranoid, but as the old saw has it, even paranoids have enemies. That's more than half a century ago. Who could possibly care now what his dad was up to in the 40s? You obviously haven't spent much time in Hungary. It's in Hungary still that you'll find his greatest admirers and his most impassioned foes. Then, of course, there are millions elsewhere who feel victimized by Peter Novak's successes as a financier. He may be the greatest currency speculator in history. Some would say that merry old England first bore the brunt of his speculative savvy. There was that great currency crisis in the 80s, with everyone wondering which European governments were going to lower their rates. Novak leveraged billions on his hunch that Britain was going to let sterling plunge. It did, and Novak's Electra fund nearly tripled. Our then Prime Minister asked MI6 to poke around. In the end, the head of the investigation said, "The only law this fellow has broken is the law of averages." When the Malaysian ringgit plunged and Novak landed himself another windfall, the politicians over there didn't take it very well either. You were part of his brain trust. How did that work? He'd solicit my opinions from time to time. Perhaps once a month we'd talk on the phone. Perhaps once a year we'd meet face to face. Janson furrowed his brow. "The Foundation has raised the drawbridge to me. I can't speak to anybody. It's one of the reasons I'm here. I need to reach those people who worked closely with Novak, or who used to. Maybe someone who used to be in the inner circle and fell out of it. I can't rule it out that Novak was done in by a person or persons close to him." Fielding raised an eyebrow. "You might direct that same curiosity toward those who are or were close to you. Are you so confident about your own government?" Janson winced. The question, though seemingly far-fetched, had haunted him since Athens. Was it possible? But why? How? "I don't state. I don't even suggest. I ask. Yet consider, Peter Novak had become more powerful than many sovereign nations, and so he may have, wittingly or unwittingly, cocked up some plan, threatened some bureaucratic turf, enraged some powerful player. Might an American strategist have deemed him too powerful, too much of a threat, simply as an independent actor on the stage of world politics?" Fielding's speculations were all too cogent for comfort. Marta Lang had met with high-powered people in the State Department and elsewhere. They had urged her to employ Janson. Who were these officials? No names were used. All Janson was told was that they knew of him. Consular operations, presumably. And then the transfers to his Cayman Islands account. The American government, when it wished to, could apply subtle pressure to offshore banking institutions when the activities of U.S. citizens were at issue. Who would have been better placed to interfere with his financial records than high-level members of the American intelligence services? Janson's knowledge of still extant networks and procedures meant that he was, in principle, a potential threat. Was it possible? The Mobius program had changed the world. Its discovery could destroy the world. The 4 men and 1 woman who sat around the table at the Meridian Center were determined to prevent that. "We can't assume the worst-case scenario," said Charlotte Ainsley, the National Security Advisor, an immaculately attired, round-faced black woman. Kazuo Onishi, the systems engineer, nodded. A week ago, I would have argued the same thing. Oh, what a tangled web we weave, Sanford Hildreth, the NSA man, began. The DIA's Douglas Albright asked, What do we know? What have we heard? Hildreth said, He's disappeared. We had him, and then we didn't. Albright scowled. That's not possible. You don't know Janson, said Derek Collins, Director of Consular Operations. He's a fucking golem, Derek. You know what that is? It's like a doll you make out of clay and evil spirits and it turns into a monster. The shtetl version of Frankenstein. A golem, Collins echoed. Interesting. We are dealing with a golem here, but we all know it isn't Janson. Back to basics, people, Sandy Hildreth said. Is the program in jeopardy of exposure? And how did we allow ourselves to get into this situation? It's always the same story, the National Security Advisor said. We thought we were getting laid when we were really getting screwed. Just who is this man who walked out of a full-force, all-hands CIA stakeout like the Invisible Man? In 25 words or less, Derek, tell me about your boy. Grew up in Norfolk, Connecticut. His mother, a Czech emigre, was a translator, writer. His father, Alec, was in the Marines in World War II, later became an insurance executive. In 1969, Paul left the University of Michigan, joined the Navy, gets himself transferred to the SEALs. A learning curve like a rocket, assigned to a counterintelligence division, captured by the Viet Cong in 1972, escaped in 74. He was damn lucky he survived, and he believed that he'd been deliberately led into an ambush. By who? His commanding officer. Once Janson returned stateside, he made a stink about it. He wanted to see his commanding officer court-martialed. And was he? Collins stared. You don't know who Janson's commanding officer was? She shook her head. Lieutenant Commander Alan Demarest. I see, said the blind man. When next we see Janson, it's graduate studies at Cambridge University on a government fellowship. Later winds up back on board in consular operations. All right. It comes down to this. Is he working for us or against us? Albright said, This guy is a variable we can't control. Outcome optimization means we've got to erase that variable. A variable who happens to have given 3 decades of his life to his country, Collins shot back. Come off it, Derek. This goddamn killing machine of yours needs a taste of his own medicine. My English plain enough? He'll be hard to take out, the CIA operations man stressed, still smarting from the Athens debacle. Ainsley said, Derek, you know the rules. Everybody cleans up his own litter box. Nobody knows his methods like the cadre that trained him. Have your senior operations managers filed a contingency plan? Collins nodded. Plans call for the dispatch of a Lambda team of snipers. They can get the job done discreetly. Very well. Activate terminate orders. Mr. Janson is beyond salvage. Green light the sanction. Now. Striding down London's bustling Jermyn Street, in a fast lope, Paul Janson was lost among the window shoppers, bureaucrats, and businessmen who crowded the sidewalks. His destination was the Athenaeum Club at the corner of Waterloo Place. With its large cream-colored blocks, tall columned portico, and Parthenon-inspired frieze, it was a paragon of the early 19th century neoclassical style. Inside the club, he identified himself and the member he was awaiting to a uniformed guard who sat at a booth by the front door. Then he proceeded to the polished marble floors of the foyer. To his right was the smoking room, filled with small round tables and low-hanging chandeliers. To his left, the large dining room. The Athenaeum Club, a gathering spot for members of the political and cultural elite. An unlikely rendezvous for a most unlikely man. Gregory Berman was someone who, if he had developed a nodding acquaintance with morality, preferred to keep the relationship at arm's length. Trained as an accountant in the former Soviet Union, he had made his fortune working for the Russian mafia, specializing in the complex architecture of money laundering. Several years earlier, Janson had deliberately let him slip through a dragnet that consular operations had run. The decision represented reason, not whim. Berman's knowledge that the Consop officer had decided to let him escape meant that he'd be in Janson's debt. The Russian could be converted from adversary to asset. And having someone who understood the intricacies of international money laundering represented a very significant asset indeed. There was something else, too. Many of the mafia principal players were cold-blooded, thuggish, menacing figures. Berman was cheerfully amoral, but he wasn't unkind. He was perfectly happy to cheat people out of their funds, but could be quite generous with his own. Janson felt a trace of sympathy for the high-living rogue.
"Polly!"
the bear-like man boomed, opening his arms wide. Janson allowed himself to be enveloped in the Russian's embrace. Berman fit none of the stereotypes of a numbers man. Impeccably, expensively dressed, he was all emotional effusion, mixing a passion for things with a passion for life. Berman pressed his lips to both of Janson's cheeks.
"I hug you, and I kiss you."
"You're looking sleek and well-fed, Grigori." Grigori patted his generous midriff.
"Inside I'm wasting away. Come!"
He squired Janson to the dining room.
"They're cold poached salmon, the best in the world,"
Berman said, settling into his cushioned seat. He invariably spoke in superlatives.
"But have lobster à la neige. Never fails. Also recommend roast grouse. Maybe both."
He ordered an expensive bottle of Puligny Montrachet and sat back, brightly expectant.
"So, Grigori is all ears."
"I come to you with a problem that I think will intrigue you." Janson sketched out what had happened, the $16 million that had been deposited in his Cayman Islands account without his knowledge, yet validated by electronic signatures that should have been accessible to him alone. A clever strike. Yet could it also be a clue? Was there a chance that someone had left digital fingerprints that might be uncovered? As Janson spoke, their lunch arrived, and Berman appeared to be wholly occupied by his food. His occasional interjections were culinary in nature. The risotto was the world's greatest, and the treacle tart simply the best. You try it, you see. Yet Janson could see Berman's mind whirring. Finally, the money man put down his fork.
"What Grigori know about money laundering?"
Then he grinned.
"What Grigori not know about money laundering? What I know could fill British library. You Americans think you know. Nothing is what you know. Americans live in big house, but termites eat at foundations. As we say in Moscow, situation desperate, but not serious. You know how much dirty money moves in and out of America every year? Maybe 300 billion, bigger than GDP of most countries. All bank wire transactions, yes? Where you hide a grain of sand so nobody find? On bitch. Cash goes in, cash comes out. Who can say where and when? Who stops them? Your government? Your Treasury Department? Treasury Department has Financial Crimes Enforcement Network in strip mall in Virginia suburb."
Berman's mouth sensuously closed around a spoonful of treacle tart.
"You know, last week I was in Canary Wharf Tower, 50 stories high, tallest building in London. So I'm there visiting Russian friend Ludmila, you'd like her. And we're some 40 floors up, and I'm looking out window, and suddenly, guess what I see floating through air? Butterfly. What butterfly doing 40 stories high, middle of city? No flowers. Nothing for butterfly to do up here in sky. All the same. Butterfly. Must always look for butterfly. In the middle of nothing, thing that does not belong. I bring you to my humble home, da? Have fancy IBM machine there. RS-6000 SP supercomputer. We find butterfly."
Danny Callahan was one of 3 men who were usually assigned to chauffeur Sanford Hildreth, the deputy director of the National Security Agency. Their instructions were emphatic and explicit. Guard your passenger with your life. The black stretch limousines in which these passengers were driven were armored, the side flanks reinforced with steel plates, the darkened glass capable of withstanding a .45 caliber bullet at point-blank range, the tires designed to be reinflating and resealing. But the capabilities of the driver, not the car, were paramount in ensuring the passenger's safety. Now, in his earpiece, Callahan heard the voice of the dispatcher. Capricorn descending. Hildreth was on his way. Callahan drove the car to the exit on the left side of the National Security Agency in Fort Meade, Maryland, and waited until Hildreth came into view. Then he got out and stood beside the car. Hildreth nodded. "Danny?" "Dr. Hildreth?" Now Callahan held the rear door open for him, then shut it with an efficient thunk. 15 minutes after leaving the NSA, he saw the flashing red lights of a police squad car in his rearview mirror. What the hell? Sure, he was 10 miles over the speed limit, but you'd expect the traffic cops to notice the government license plates and fall back. Some newbie with an attitude? Callahan would take pleasure in putting him in his place. He pulled over to the paved shoulder. The squad car pulled over immediately behind him. As the policeman appeared by his door, Callahan powered down his window. "You know how fast you were going?" Callahan displayed 2 laminated plastic cards. "Check 'em out, officer. You really don't want to be here."
"Oh, sorry, man. I had no idea."
"Take a careful look at the plates next time. You see the prefix SXT, it means High Security Federal Transport."
"Okay. No hard feelings?"
The officer extended a hand through the window. Callahan sighed, but reached out to shake the cop's hand. He felt a sudden prick.
"Shit!"
All at once, he felt strangely weak. The man reached through the window and unlocked, then opened the door. Callahan was outraged. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. He wanted to swat the man away, but when he tried to move his arm, nothing happened. He could not move. "Easy, boy," the cop, who was not a cop, said. He leaned into the car, lifting Callahan up and over to the passenger seat. Callahan stared impassively as the man settled beside him in the driver's seat. The intercom light flashed blue, and a voice squawked through a small speaker. "Danny? What the hell's going on?" The man pressed the driver override buttons so that the rear doors were locked and could be reactivated only by him. Then he shifted into drive.
"I bet you're wondering the same thing," the man said.
"It's called a nectine, a neuromuscular blocker. It's a strange sensation, isn't it? You're fully conscious, but you can't move. Your diaphragm goes up and down, your heart pumps away, but your voluntary muscles are out of commission. Plus which, the way it's metabolized, it's damn hard to identify in forensics unless you already know what to look for." The man pressed the window controls, lowering both rear windows part way. Another squawk came from the intercom, and the man switched the sound off. What the hell was going on? They approached Arlington Memorial Bridge, which was almost empty of traffic, and the driver suddenly floored the accelerator. The powerful engine surged, and the car leaped forward diagonally, smashing over the bridge railing, sailing through the air, and into the river. The impact with the water was greater than Callahan had expected, and he found himself slammed forward against the straining belts. He felt one of his ribs break. As the car sank rapidly into the turbid depths of the Potomac, the driver released his own belts and rolled his window down. He released Callahan's belts, dragged him over to the driver's seat, then wriggled through the open window, shooting toward the surface. Neither he nor Hildreth would have any such options. Callahan because he was paralyzed, and Hildreth because he was locked in the passenger's compartment. The driver had lowered the rear windows just enough to speed the inflow of water. Hildreth's ultra-secure conveyance had turned into a crypt. The car was settling to the riverbed. The water seeped into Callahan's nose and mouth and lungs, and blossoming within him was a powerful sensation, perhaps the most powerful sensation the human body can know, that of asphyxiation. He was drowning. He was cold and wet and breathless and terrified, and consciousness itself was beginning to flicker, to narrow to a few essential thoughts. Everybody has to die, but nobody should die like this. And at last, why? As he arrived with his small convoy at the training camp in northern Sudan, Ahmad Tabari, the Caliph, felt a glimmering of relief. It had been a long journey from Anura, and felt like one. Welcomed by smooth-faced boys and gray-bearded eminences alike, he felt the powerful brotherhood of his fellow believers. The desiccated soil was so different from the vibrant tropical vegetation of his native land, yet his brethren of the desert had a pitch of vigilance, zealotry, and devotion that came less naturally to many of his own Kagama followers. Barren land, perhaps, but it bloomed with the righteousness of the Holy One. The first order of business was to allow his hosts to impress him with their University of Terror. Here, while the government in Khartoum turned a blind eye, the members of this secret brotherhood could learn the ways of the new kind of war. In bunkers carved into the rock were computers that stored the plans of electric generator plants, petroleum refineries, airports, railroads, military installations in scores of countries. Every day, they searched the web for more of the open secrets that the West so carelessly made available. Here, in the model of an American city, you could study urban warfare. Here, too, you could learn the patient arts of surveillance, methods of assassination, 100 ways to make explosives from materials available in every American hardware store. Later, within a tent, they sat on low cushions on the cloth-covered ground and drank tea from simple clay cups. The conversation shied away from specifics. All knew the Caliph's situation, his astonishing recent gains, and the fact that they were now under ceaseless assault by the coordinated forces of the Republic of Anura. There had been reversals, humbling ones. There would continue to be, unless additional assistance could be provided. The Kagama's repeated attempts to enlist the ongoing support of the go-between had failed, utterly and mysteriously. That was why the Kagama leader was here. Finally, they heard the approaching sound of a military helicopter. It was the visitor they had been waiting for, the man they called Al-Mustashar, the advisor. Colonel Ibrahim Maghur's connection with the insurrectionists was clandestine. He was, after all, a senior member of Libyan intelligence, and Tripoli had officially renounced its direct links to terrorism. At the same time, many powerful members of the regime sympathized with their brethren in the struggle against Western imperialism and did their best to provide discreet assistance. Ibrahim Maghur, Al-Mustashar, the advisor, was one such man. He had provided valuable information from Libyan intelligence, caches of ordnance, and small arms. Ibrahim Maghur was a true believer. Now the colonel strode from the helicopter, emerging from a small artificial dust storm, and bowed before the leadership of the Islamic Jihad. His eyes met those of Ahmad Tabari, and he bowed again before extending a hand.
"It is truly an honor to meet you."
Tabari replied,
"The Prophet smiles upon us both that we too should be introduced. Your military successes are truly brilliant. History is made by great men, and you are a great man, a caliph indeed. The Prophet has been generous with his gifts. I can assure you that your setbacks will prove only temporary. There is much I will be able to help you with, as will certain of our allies within the Islamic Republic of Mansur. Soon your cause will be coming along swimmingly. And in what will it swim? Blood. The blood of the infidel."
Birthwick House, Grigori Berman's humble home, was in fact a grand 3-story red-brick Georgian mansion abutting Regent's Park. It was surrounded by a 10-foot-high black wrought-iron fence. There were video cameras and a small gatehouse with a guard who waved Berman's raspberry-colored Bentley through with a respectful nod. The spacious reception hall was painted coral and was crowded with antique reproductions. There were side chairs, highboys, and chess tables in the manner of Sheridan and Chippendale, but they were glossy with thick shellac and given an odd orange cast by antiquing stain. A pair of large hunting scenes in gilt frames looked at first glance like distinguished 18th-century canvases. Up close, they looked as if they came from a department store. Berman gestured around the hall.
"You like?"
"I'm speechless."
"Look like movie set, da?"
"Da." Berman delightedly clapped his hands.
"Is movie set. Grigori arrive at Merchant Ivory production last day shooting. Write check to unit production manager, buy everything. Haul off to home. Now live in Merchant Ivory set."
A contented chuckle. The explanation made sense. Everything was off, exaggerated, because it was designed only to film well with the proper lights, lenses, and filters.
"Have butler too. Me, poor Muscovite, spend childhood in line at government department store GUM. Have butler."
The man he referred to was standing quietly at the end of the foyer. He was barrel-chested and strapping, with a full beard and thinning, neatly combed-back hair.
"This is Mr. Giles French, the gentleman's gentleman. Mr. French take care of all your needs."
"That's really his name?"
"Nah, real name Tony Thwaite. Who cares? I not like real name. Give him name from best American television program."
The bewhiskered manservant gave a solemn nod.
"At your service."
Berman beamed.
"Tell me, really, what you think?"
"It's unspeakable."
"Beyond words, you think? You're not just saying that? Sweet pea, for that I shall introduce you to Ludmilla. She show you international travel without leaving bed."
He led Janson down a curved flight of stairs to a carpeted room that contained several computer workstations. Berman sat down at a keyboard and started to activate a series of firewall penetration programs. He studied the results for a few minutes, and then turned to Janson.
"Grigori not encouraged. You want Grigori to do what others can't do? Must supply Grigori with numbers others don't have. You have public key and private key sequences to account, da?"
Reluctantly, Janson supplied him with the 2 sequences for his bank account. The public key sequence was a code that the bank transmitted upon receipt of information. It was known to both the bank and the account holder. The private key was known only to the account holder. This separate, ultra-secure digital pathway protected both the customer and the bank. Within 10 seconds after he typed in the public key sequence, Berman's screen filled with jumbled digits.
Numbers meaningless. Now we must do pattern recognition. Find butterfly.
For the next 5 minutes, Berman studied sequences of confirmation codes with an intensity that shut out everything else. At last, he read a series of digits out loud.
Butterfly here. 5467-001-0087.
The numbers mean nothing to me.
Same numbers mean everything to me. It's from ING, International Netherlands Group Bank. Your fairy godmother uses an Amsterdam bank.
Can you narrow it down even further?
This very boring.
He turned back to his workstation. Meanwhile, via his PDA, Janson established a direct connection with his Swiss bank. 15 minutes later, Berman, sweating with concentration, turned around.
All done.
He saw the device in Janson's hand.
You change private key now?
Janson pressed a button and did precisely that. His account was once again secure from outsiders. At least, most outsiders, he thought. Talk to me, Grigori. What have we found out? Berman smiled.
It's a great joke.
How do you mean?
Man who pay you to kill Peter Novak is Peter Novak.
What? Grigori, are you telling me that at a time when Peter Novak was locked away in a dungeon in Anura, he authorized a transfer of $16 million into a blind account I controlled?
Could be pre-authorization.
This is crazy. Could somebody else have laid their hands on the Novak account? Got control of it somehow? The Russian shrugged.
Origination code just tell me ownership of account. Could be many specifications as to access. This I cannot tell you from here.
This makes no sense.
Makes dollars. If somebody puts $16 million in Grigori account, Grigori not insist on dental examination of gift horse.
He held out his hands.
I wish I could tell you more. Now come, I show you rest of house.
Berman first led him to the kitchen, where the casement windows looked onto a beautifully tended rose garden. Beyond it stretched the 2,400 acres of Regent's Park. Suddenly, there was a tinkle of glass, and Berman gave a sharp expulsion of breath. A moment later, he slumped to the floor. On the upper left quadrant of his shirt front was a puncture wound, rimmed with red. Jesus Christ! Time slowed. Janson looked down at Berman, stunned and motionless on the gray-tiled kitchen floor, and then out of the window. Outside, there was no sign of any disturbance whatever. He heard the approaching footsteps of the butler, obviously roused by his exclamation. On arrival, the butler immediately pulled Berman's body along the floor, out of range of the window. He, too, scanned the view outside, holding a P7 sentry pistol in a hand as he did so. An exchange of glances with Janson revealed his bafflement. Berman was making rasping, wet noises as breath forced its way through his injured airway.
Motherfucker!
The fingers of his right hand trembled as the Russian probed his wound. He was fishing for the bullet. Gasping for breath, he yanked a crumpled mass of brass and lead from his chest. "Look," Janson said to the butler, "I know this has to be a shock to you, but I'm going to need you to stay calm and collected, Mr. Thwaite. And I've had 15 years in the SAS. This isn't a perimeter breach, we both know that. We're looking at something else." "SAS, huh? Mr. Berman may be crazy, but he's not a fool. A man like that's got enemies. We've prepared for the usual exigencies, but that shot came out of the clear blue. I can't explain it." How had it happened? Janson's mind emptied, and then filled with curves and angles, a shifting geometrical schema. Point of penetration, elevation, depth of bullet penetration into Berman's body, 2 inches. It had to have been a long-distance shot. Estimate, 1,200 yards, 2/3 of a mile. Janson's mind filled with the skyline of the area, the roofs of Hanover Terrace, the round dome of the central London mosque, and the minaret, the tall, slender tower with the small balcony, used by the muezzin to summon the faithful to prayer. It was likely unguarded. A professional would have had no problem gaining entry. If Janson's rough calculations were correct, one had. How many men were even capable of such a shot? And who was the target? The butler had assumed it was Berman, a natural assumption and a dangerous one. The bullet that hit the Russian was 15 inches from Janson's head. 15 inches. An uncontrollable variance at 2/3 of a mile. Whether it was a hit or a near miss, the shot's accuracy was incredible. But the sensible assumption had to be that Janson was the target. He could hear the siren of the ambulance Thwaite had summoned, and now he felt a tug on his trouser leg. Berman, feebly trying to get his attention.
Janson!
His fleshy face had taken on a veal-like pallor. A thin rivulet of blood seeped from the corner of his lips. Air was sucking through his chest wound.
Get son of whore who did this. Da?
Da. Janson had to get away before the ambulance and police arrived. He raced through a rear exit, and a few minutes later, he had vaulted over the wrought iron fence and was jogging into the eastern bulge of Regent's Park. It was the only place to which he dared retreat. A sniper on the minaret could easily target anyone emerging from the other exits of Birthwick House. The perch would not afford a sight line to most areas of the park itself. Besides, Janson knew this area. When he was at Cambridge, he'd often strolled through the great verdant expanse, exploring the forests and boating lake and waterways. To him, it had always felt like a refuge, this vast campus of trees and grass. Would it now be a killing field? Was he dealing with a single sniper? It seemed unlikely. And if other snipers were in the area, where were they? And who were they? The intrusion of menace into this pastoral redoubt struck Janson as itself an obscenity. He slowed down and looked at the great willow tree in front of him, its branches drooping into the boating lake. A tree like that might be a century old. As Janson approached it, the thick trunk suddenly revealed a rude patch of white. A soft tapping noise, lead hitting bark. A shot that had missed him again by a matter of inches. He craned his neck around as he ran, but could see nothing. The only sound he had heard was that of the projectile slamming into the tree. There was no sound of a rifle's detonation. But even with a silenced rifle, a supersonic round produced a noise as it emerged from the muzzle, like the crack of a whip. The fact that he had not heard it suggested something else. It was another long-distance shot. Where was safety? It was impossible to say. Dirt kicked up a couple of feet from him, another near miss. Keep moving! Confronted with unseen pursuers, it was the one thing he could do to make himself a more difficult target. But movement itself was not sufficient. He had to keep his speed and lateral motion irregular. The last two shots came from the southwest, where he could see nothing but a few hundred yards away a stand of oak trees. He started running, his gaze roaming around him. The very normalcy was what was so eerie. The park was not crowded, but it was far from vacant. Yet the others around him were in their own world. He was in his. They shared a terrain, blithely unaware that anything was amiss. That was the genius of the operation. The sniping was virtually soundless. The tiny explosions of bark or turf or water were fleeting and inconspicuous. Regent's Park had been converted into a killing field, with nobody the wiser. Except, of course, the prospective victim. He had the sole advantage of action over reaction. He alone knew his next move. They would have to respond to what he did. He put on a sudden burst of speed and plunged through a crowd of pedestrians toward York Bridge. He ran along the banks of the boating lake. An enormous flock of pigeons took flight as he pounded through their midst. One of them, just a few yards ahead, suddenly dropped like a stone, landing near his feet. The smudge of red on its breast told him that it had caught a bullet. The bandstand beckoned. It would shelter him from the snipers. But as he reached it, a small burst of wooden splinters erupted at waist level as another shot flicked off the rail of the wooden bridge and into the water. He'd made a mistake when he'd charged toward York Bridge. The two shots they'd just taken were proof of it. It meant, from the vantage of his assailants, that the movement had changed his distance but not his angle, which was harder to correct for. He made his way around two sides of the tennis courts. Ahead of him was an octagonal gazebo. He ran jaggedly, bobbing and weaving, to its shadow. He could walk behind it for a bit, because it would serve as a barrier between him and the tree stand where the team of marksmen was based. Then, an explosion of turf, a yard from his left foot. He had been guilty of wishful thinking, assuming that the snipers had restricted themselves to the tall trees behind the boating lake. He surveyed the horizon with a sinking feeling. Farther away, much farther away, about 3/4 of a mile, the steel lattice of a 20-story construction crane. Christ! It would be possible, just for a top-of-the-league marksman. He scurried to the gazebo, but knew that it was only a very temporary place of refuge. The more time he spent there, the better coordinated and more effective the sniper fire would be once he tried to leave. They could wait him out. Not that they needed to. They would be able to radio backup, summon a stroller. A stroller in a tweed jacket with an ordinary silenced pistol would be able to pick him off, conceal the weapon, and resume his walk with nobody alerted. Think! He had to act. He was tired of being used for target practice, damn it! He would not die cowering behind a gazebo, waiting to be picked off from the air or the ground. The hunted would become the hunter. The quarry would turn predator, or die in the attempt. Fact. These were marksmen of extraordinary expertise, but all the shots were long-range ones. Question. Why was the team stationed at such a remove? Answer. Because they, or their controllers, were risk-averse. Because they were afraid of him. It was true, it had to be. They must have been commanded to avoid close contact at all costs. Subject deemed unpredictable and dangerous at close quarters. He would be destroyed at long distance. So then, he would have to embrace his enemy, move toward his attackers. Janson rolled on the ground until he was underneath the structure. The trellis work of the base would make him more difficult to sight. It would buy him a little time, which was what he most needed right now. He scanned the trees, their irregular branches and leafy canopies. Which was the tallest and the densest? His eyes searched the leaves, twigs, branches, and he saw movement. The hairs on his neck raised. A breeze was scurrying through the trees, but the branch that moved was too thick to have been affected by the passing gust. It moved. Why? Because an animal had shifted its weight on it? A scampering squirrel? Or a person? Or because it was not a branch at all? Could it be that it was a rifle, covered in arboreal camouflage decals, to which small twigs had been attached? Yes. 500 yards away, a man was peering through a scope to send him to his death. I'm coming for you, Janson thought. You won't see me when I get there, but I'll get there. The park was emptying out. A team of soccer players were making their way home from the playing fields, and he joined them briefly, knowing that he would be hard to pick out among the dense crowd of tall, athletic men. The lake thinned into a stream, and as the men crossed the wooden bridge, he rolled off into the water. Had the marksmen seen him? There was a good chance that they had not. He swam through the murky, turbid water, staying near the bottom. If his misdirection succeeded, the sniper scopes would still be trained on the crowd of athletes. High-powered scopes had a narrow field of vision. It would be impossible to keep an eye on the rest of the terrain and follow the crowd. Now he crossed the water to the south bank, pulled himself up the concrete basin wall, and dashed over to a copse of beech trees. He had studied the formation of trees from a distance and had determined the tallest one. He sprinted forward. If his instincts were correct, he was directly below the tree where at least one of the snipers had positioned himself. He heaved himself up the trunk as quietly as he could. When he reached 10 feet, what he saw astonished him. Not only was the sniper rifle brilliantly camouflaged, but the entire apron of branches on which the sniper reposed was fake. It was an artificial construction attached to the trunk by means of metal rigging, an arrangement of steel wire rope, rings, and bolts, all spray-painted olive drab. It was the kind of equipment that no individual had access to, and only a very few agencies. Consular operations was one. He reached for the rigging, and with a sudden yank, he released the central eye bolt. The steel cable slithered free. He heard a muffled curse as the whole sniper's nest dropped through the tree, breaking branches as it tumbled to the ground. He could make out the green-clad body of the sniper beneath him, a slender man, momentarily stunned by the fall. Janson lowered himself to the ground, landing with his legs spread over the sniper. He wrenched the rifle from the marksman's hands. Damn! Janson found himself holding a 40-inch rifle, a modified M40A1, which was a bolt-action sniper rifle handmade at Quantico by specially trained armorers of the Marine Corps Marksmanship Unit. The tables are turned, Janson said. He reached down and knotted the sniper's collar around his neck, ripping off the radio communicator. He was still prone. Janson noticed his short, spiky brown hair, his slender legs and arms. He patted the sniper down, removing a small .32 caliber Beretta Tomcat pistol from his waistband. Get your stinking hands off me! The sniper rolled over, looking at Janson with pure venom. "Christ, you're... what?" The sniper was lithe-bodied, agile, and a woman. Like a wild animal, she lunged at him, trying to retrieve the Beretta. Janson deftly stepped back and pulled back the slide lock with his thumb. "You're overmatched, Janson. No embassy lard asses this time. See, this time they cared enough to send the very best." He smiled. "Let me make you a very reasonable proposition. You deal, or I kill you." "Think you're looking at number 47? In your dreams, old man." "What are you talking about?" "You've done 46 people up to now, right? I'm talking sanctioned infield killings." Janson's face went cold. The number was accurate, but it was also a count that few people knew. "First things first. Who are you?" "What do you think?" "No games." Janson pressed the muzzle of her M40A1 hard into her diaphragm. She coughed. "Konzobs." "Then you're a member of its sniper Lambda team." The woman nodded. "And Lambda always gets its man." She was telling the truth, and it meant one thing. A beyond salvage order had gone out, a directive to kill. "Okay, sport. I need to know the location of the others, and don't bullshit me." With a few quick movements, he stripped her M40A1 of its magazine and threw the rifle high into the tree where it lodged, once more a branch among branches to the casual viewer. Then he leveled the Beretta at her head. She glared at him for a few long moments. "There's one other guy," she started. Janson looked at her appraisingly. She was an antagonist, but with luck she could be turned into an asset, someone he could use as a shield and as a source of information. She was also a glib and effortless liar. With his gun hand, he reached over and cuffed her hard on the side of the head. "Let's not begin this relationship with lies, sweetheart. There've got to be at least 3 others spread out in the vicinity, not to mention whoever's on the construction crane, plus at least 2 others using tree cover." "If you say so." "I admire your discretion, but if you're not any use to me alive, I really can't afford to keep you around." He cocked the Beretta. Okay, I'll deal." The concession came too quickly. "Forget it, baby. There's no trust." He flipped back the safety once more and placed his finger on the trigger. "Ready for your close-up?" "No, wait. I'll tell you what you want to know. If I'm lying, you'll find out and you can kill me then." "My game, my rules. You give me the location of the nearest sniper, we approach. If you're wrong, you die. If the sniper repositioned himself without notifying the team, too bad. You die. If you give me away, you die. Remember, I know the systems, the protocols, and the procedures. I probably wrote half of them." She stood up shakily. "All right, man. Your game, your rules. First thing you gotta know is, we're all working as singletons. We're all doing our own range finding." "Got anyone stationed by Park Road?" A beat. She knew he knew. "Ehrenholt's on the minaret." "And who's enfilading to your left?" "Marksman B is 300 yards northwest, on top of that low brick and concrete bunker with the telecom equipment. The height's not optimal, but if you had tried to leave via the Jubilee Gate, you'd be a dead man. There are men on foot on Baker Street, Gloucester Street, and York Terrace Way. Strollers with Glocks. 2 sharpshooters have a complete view of Regent's Canal, and there's a man on the roof of Regent's College." What she said made sense. It was how he would have designed the operation. He grabbed her wrist. "You're coming with me." He strode down the greenway, dragging her along with him. Her footsteps were noisy, deliberately so. "Walk soundlessly, or I'll start to think you're not cooperating." Immediately, her footfalls grew careful and silent. As they neared the boundary of Regent's Park, approaching the bunker, Janson placed a finger on his lips. Not a sound. The Beretta remained loosely gripped in his hand. Atop the structure, the marksman was in prone position, a picture of complete concentration, peering through the scope. "Victor!" the woman called out suddenly. The gunman jerked at the sound, swiveled his rifle around, and squeezed off a shot wildly. Janson leaped to one side, lifting the woman with him. Then he somersaulted toward the bunker, seized the gun by the barrel, and jerked it out of the marksman's grasp. As the man hurriedly reached for his sidearm, Janson swung the scoped rifle like a bat, connecting with the man's head. He slumped forward, unconscious. The woman propelled herself with all her coiled force toward Janson's gun hand. She wanted the Beretta. Janson dodged her outstretched arms, sweeping a foot toward her right knee, destabilizing her footing. She toppled backward, but his leg sweep had wrong-footed him, and he ended up falling on top of her. He could feel the heat of her sweaty body beneath him, feel her muscles tense as she squirmed and thrashed. With his powerful thighs, he pinned her legs down, then hammered his elbows outward and pinned her arms to the ground. Her face, inches from his, was contorted in rage and, so it seemed, disgust with herself for having allowed him to best her. "You really want to kill me, don't you?" "Shit, no, this is just foreplay as far as I'm concerned." "So what did they tell you about me?" She inhaled and exhaled heavily for a few moments, catching her breath. "You're a rogue, somebody who murdered for money, lowest kind of dirtbag there is. You double-crossed everything and everybody you could, sold out the agency, sold out your country. Good agents are dead because of you." "That right? They say why I went bad?" "You snapped, or maybe you were always a piece of shit. Don't matter. Every day you live is a day when our lives are in danger." "That's what they told you?" "It's the truth." "A sharp cookie like you believe everything they tell you?" "No shame in it. I did once." Her eyes narrowed to slits. "You got another story? I'm listening. Can't do anything else." "Try this on. I was set up. I served in consular operations for over 2 decades. Look, you seem to know something about me. Ask yourself if what they've told you about me really fits the picture." "If you didn't do what they say you did, give me something to show you're telling me the truth." For the first time, she spoke without hostility. He inhaled deeply, his chest expanding next to hers. Again, an odd, unwanted intimacy. He felt her relax beneath him. "Okay, get off of me. I ain't going to run. I'm just going to listen." He made sure her body was completely slack, and then rolled off her in a quick movement. He stowed the Beretta in his front waistband. The woman rose to her feet, then smiled coolly. "Is that a gun in your pocket, or—" "It's a gun in my pocket. Let me tell you something. I was once like you, a weapon, aimed and discharged by someone else. I thought I made my own decisions. The truth was otherwise. I was a weapon in the hands of another." "Okay, but then after all the stuff you've done, why? Why would they target you?" "You think I haven't been asking myself that?" "You were a legend in consular operations, especially among the younger people. You've got no idea how demoralizing it was when they told us you'd turned traitor. They'd never do that on a whim." "On a whim? No, that's not how it works. Most people lie to save themselves, or better themselves anyway. That's not the kind of lie that worries me. The kind of lie that worries me is the noble lie, the lie spread for higher purposes, the sacrifice of small men for larger ends, the liars who lie in the interest of the greater good, or what they decree to be that greater good." "Whoa, you're losing me. If somebody's scapegoating you, they've got to have a good reason." "What they believe to be a good reason that might strike others of us as an administrative convenience." "Look, you're right now that you say it. Something about the story doesn't make sense. Either you weren't as good as you were supposed to have been, or you're not as bad as they're saying you are." "Okay. Marksman C you'll find in the really tall tree near Primrose Hill Gate." As he turned to search the foliage, Angus Fielding's words echoed in his head. "Are you so confident about your own government?" What if Khan's ops, perhaps working with an agent in place on Novak's staff, had been responsible for the assassination? But why was Novak seen as such a threat? This, Janson knew, was the crucial piece of the puzzle. His thoughts came to a halt as a crushing blow landed on the side of his head. He reeled backward, stunned. It was the woman, a ridged steel rod in her hand, the kind used in reinforced concrete. She had wrenched it from the stack of construction materials behind the bunker a few feet away. Another clout, this one just above his ear, the bar bouncing off with the sickening thud of metal against bone. "They warned us about your lies." Damn it! At a time when he should have been fully vigilant, he had allowed her to lull him with her pretense of sympathy. In fact, she had merely been biding her time, awaiting an opportunity, and playing him for a fool. Sprawled on the ground, he could hear the blood pounding in his head like a steam engine. He reached for the Beretta, but it was too late. She was racing away from him at top speed. The impact of the rebar had caused a mild concussion at the least. It would take him a few minutes to struggle back to his feet, and by then she would be gone. An enemy, an asset, gone. He had to move now. The collapse of the sniper network must have already been detected. Others would proceed into the area. His vision swimming, his head pounding, he crashed through an obstacle course of cone-shaped U's until he made his way to Hanover Gate. A black cab was standing at the curb. He dived into the back seat, pushed a 100-pound note through the glass partition to the driver and said, "Go, now!" A moment later, they were racing away from the killing zone. Kazuo Onishi glanced across the smoky singles bar. She was looking at him. He wasn't imagining it. She was stunning. Long blonde hair, a pert nose, a mischievous smile. And now the woman was walking toward him, daintily holding a cosmopolitan. She sat in the empty chair next to him, placed her cocktail next to his beer mug, then signaled a waitress for refills. "Okay, I don't usually do this, but I was waiting for my ex-boyfriend, and I swear the bartender here starts hitting on me. I mean, what's up with that?" "I can't imagine. So where's the boyfriend?" "Ex. Just got a call on my cell phone, said a sudden emergency at work came up. So whatever. I think the only way he's going to stop calling me is for him to get a new girlfriend." She smiled a dazzling smile. "Or for me to get a new boyfriend." Onishi smiled back, reaching in his pocket for a pack of Camels. She made a face. "Please, we can do better than that slot machine shit. You ever try a Balkan Sobrani? Now that's a real cigarette." "A what?" She opened her handbag and pulled out a metal tin. It contained a row of black, unfiltered cigarettes with gold tips. She handed him one. A lighter materialized in her hand. The beautiful blonde's eyes lingered on his face as the thick smoke filled his lungs. He coughed. "Strong." "It's what cigarettes used to be like." He took another drag. "It's a little harsh." "Not harsh. Rich." Onishi was beginning to feel more than a little dizzy. He felt himself flushing and started to sweat. "Oh, my poor dear, look at you. You seem like you could use some fresh air. Come on, let's go for a walk together." Outdoors, in the cooler air, the dizzy feeling persisted. "You don't seem so steady on your feet, you know. Let's go for a drive." Her voice sounded as if it were coming from miles away, and something inside him was saying, "Maybe this isn't a good idea, Kaz." But he found he could do nothing but say yes. He climbed in her car. "I'm going to show you the time of your life, Kazuo." Her hands brushed his crotch as she reached over to lock his door. A thought flashed. I never told her my name. It was followed by another thought. Something is very wrong with me. "No, don't bring him in," the lieutenant commander had told Janson. Faintly in his headphones, Janson could hear choral music. "Take them to Candle Bog." Candle Bog was what the Americans had named a clearing in the jungle 4 clicks north of the main army encampment. Alan Demarest was waiting for them when they arrived 2 hours later. His executive officer, Tom Buick, was at his side. Janson saw that the prisoners were thirsty. Because their arms were bound, he held his canteen to their lips, dividing its contents between the two. The prisoners slurped the water down gratefully. "Good work, Janson," Demarest said. "Humane treatment of prisoners of war, just like the Geneva Convention says. If only the enemy followed our lead, sir." Demarest chuckled. "You're funny, schoolboy." He turned to his XO. "Tom, could you do the honors?" Buick's tawny face looked as if it were carved of wood, with crude gashes for eyes and mouth. His nose was small, narrow, almost sharp. His movements were swift and efficient. He withdrew a large knife and sawed through the restraints that kept the prisoners' arms to their sides. Then he fashioned a sling of nylon cord, tightly knotted it around the prisoners' wrists and ankles, and snaked it around the central beams of the hooch. They were splayed, spread-eagled, their limbs extended outward by the taut rope, utterly defenseless. Janson's stomach furled. "Sir?" "Don't speak. Just watch and learn. It's the old rule. See one, do one, teach one." Now Demarest approached the prisoner who rested on the ground nearest him. He ran a caressing hand over the young man's cheeks and said, "Tormen Baum, I like you." The two men seemed bewildered. "Do you speak English?" The first one spoke. "Yes." Demarest rewarded him with a smile. "I thought you did. I like you. You people inspire me, because you really care. That matters to me. You have your ideals and you're going to fight until the bitter end. How many Ngoy Mai have you killed, do you think? How many Americans?" The second man burst out, "We no kill." "No, because you're farmers, right?" "We farm." "You're not VC at all, are you? Just honest, ordinary, hard-working fishermen, right?" "Don't." "Right." "Or did you say you were farmers?" The two looked confused. "No VC," the first man said. Demarest indicated his bound companion. "He's not your army comrade?" "Just friend." "He likes you. You help each other. You people have suffered a lot, haven't you?" "Much suffering." Demarest nodded and turned to his XO. "Buick, it's downright uncivil to leave these poor young men on the ground." Buick grinned. Rotating a wooden stick twice, he winched the rope tighter. The tension of the rope lifted the prisoners off the ground. The weight of their bodies was supported by their tightly bound wrists and ankles. "Zenloy," Demarest said gently. "Sorry about that." They were in agony, their limbs hyperextended, their arms straining at their sockets. The torsion of the position made breathing extraordinarily difficult, requiring a tremendous exertion to arch their chests and extend their diaphragms. Janson flushed. "Sir, may I have a word with you alone, sir?" "No. Son, what you're watching may take some getting used to, but I will not have you interfering with the exercise of executive discretion." "You're torturing them." Demarest shook his head disgustedly. "You think that's torture?" He pressed the play button on his portable tape cassette. Choral music spilled from small, tinny speakers. He stood over the second prisoner. "Look into my eyes." Demarest pulled a small knife from a waist holster and made a small slice in the man's belly. The skin and the fascia beneath immediately sheared, pulled apart by the tension of the ropes. The man screamed. "Now that's torture. What would you like me to say? That it hurts me as much as it hurts them?" He returned to the screaming man beneath him. "Do you think you'll be a hero to your people by resisting me? Not a chance. If you're heroic, I can ensure that nobody ever learns of it. Your bravery will be wasted. You see, I'm a very bad man. You think Americans are soft. You think you can wait us out. But you think these things because you've never come across Alan Demarest. Of all Satan's forms of trickery and deceit, the very greatest was persuading man he did not exist. Look into my eyes, my fisherman friend, because I exist. A fisherman like you. A fisherman of men's souls." Alan Demarest was mad. No, it was worse than that. He was all too sane, too in control of his actions. At the same time, he was wholly devoid of conscience. He was a monster, a brilliant, charismatic monster. He turned back to Janson. "We'll give him every chance to talk, and if he doesn't, he'll die the most painful death we can contrive." Demarest looked at Janson's stricken face. "But don't worry, his companion will be kept alive. You see, it's important to leave somebody to spread the news among the VC. This is what you get when you fuck with Ngoy Mai." Prinsengracht, perhaps the most gracious of the old canal streets of Old Amsterdam, was built in the early 17th century. The street front facades had at first glance all the regularity of accordion-folded paper dolls. But when one looked more closely, one saw all the ways each tall, narrow brick house had been painstakingly differentiated from its neighbors. Because the staircases within were narrow and steep, most of the houses had projecting ledges that allowed furniture to be brought to higher floors by means of hoists. Janson strode down the street, attired in a light zippered jacket and sturdy brogues, like so many of his fellow pedestrians. His eyes regularly scanned his surroundings. Was he being followed? So far, there was no sign of it. His destination was Prinsengracht 1123, the magnificent mansion that housed Peter Novak's Liberty Foundation. He walked past his destination, not wishing to be seen lingering anywhere near the edifice. He was not heartened by what he saw. There were no points of egress that were protected from public view. Then how could he gain surreptitious access? Demarest's words of counsel, echoing from another age, came to him now. Can't see a way out? Take the time to see things differently. See the 2 white swans instead of the 1 black one. See the slice of pie instead of the pie with the slice missing. Master the gestalt. It will make you free. He closed his eyes for a few seconds. He had to think as they had. A stealthy entrance was what they were anticipating, what they would be well protected from. He would not arrive stealthily then. He would arrive as conspicuously as possible. This operation called not for discretion, but for brazenness. A small article he had seen in that morning's newspaper came to mind. It was not, on the face of it, a remarkable story. The newly appointed Czech foreign minister was visiting Amsterdam to meet with leading figures of its financial community to discuss Dutch-Czech cooperative ventures. Another inconsequential trip by someone whose job it was to make such trips, hoping to raise the level of foreign investment in a country that was pining for it. Holland was rich. The Czech Republic was not. It would, one could safely hazard, solve no problems for the Czech Republic. but it just might solve a problem for Janson. He would need an ally. He would need Barry Cooper. A former college radical and pothead, almost certainly still a pothead, Janson thought, now a street artist. For many years, Cooper had lived on a houseboat in Amsterdam, where he had retreated to escape attempted murder and conspiracy charges in the U.S. resulting from a university laboratory bombing. Cooper's reputation as being an American radical had gained him entree to some of the more violent terrorist gangs and cells operating in Western Europe. But Cooper had no stomach for their modus operandi, and turned from them. Janson had once used Cooper to provide intelligence on those gangs. In return, Janson had persuaded the State Department to desist in its attempts to seek Cooper's extradition. Cooper owed Janson his freedom. It was time to collect. At the corner of 18th and M Streets in Washington, D.C., a large man with a maroon tie flagged a taxicab. "Take me to Cleveland Park." The address the man gave the driver turned out to be an out-of-business supermarket, boarded up and bleak. "Are you sure this is it?" "Yeah. Drive into the parking lot and around the back. I've got to pick up something." "No problem, sir." The cab eased around the building and came to a stop. As it did, in a lightning-fast motion, the passenger lowered a garrote over the driver's head and pulled it tight. The driver's eyes widened, his tongue lolled out. In 10 seconds, he was dead. The passenger dragged the limp body of the driver out of the car and put it in the trunk. His cell phone purred from deep in his breast pocket. It would be an update on the location of the subject. He glanced at his watch. He had little time remaining. His subject had less. The voice in his earpiece gave him the precise coordinates of his subject, and as the passenger-turned-driver maneuvered the taxicab toward DuPont Circle, he was given regular updates as to her movements. The crowd in front of the department store was sparse. The subject was wearing a navy peacoat, a gold silk neckerchief knotted loosely around her throat. It was the only thing he was conscious of, the figure of the black woman growing larger and larger as he gunned the motor of the cab and then, abruptly, swung the steering wheel to the right. As the cab lurched onto the sidewalk and the front bumper struck her at 50 miles per hour, her upper body smashed onto the hood of the cab. Only when he braked did she fly forward, vaulting through the air into an intersection where a Dodge van, despite its squealing brakes, left tire tracks on her broken body. The cab was recovered later that day, abandoned in an alley in southwest Washington. The local youth treated the cab as just another found object. Before the car was recovered, it had been stripped of its hubcaps, its license plate, and its radio. Only the body in its trunk was left undisturbed. There was little that would draw anyone's eye to the small Canal Bank house, or Voorhuis, across the street from the Liberty Foundation headquarters. The owners were in Corfu. Taking up residency in their absence was Ratko Pavic. Seated by the small square window in a darkened room, Ratko had an excellent view of the mansion opposite, and 2 parabolic microphones conveyed conversations from its front-facing antechambers with reasonable clarity. It had been a tedious morning. Administrators and staff arrived between 8:30 and 9:30. The scheduled visitors made their scheduled visits: civil servants, government ministers, UN officials. One of Ratko's team, Simic, was stationed on the roof of the Voorhuis, 3 stories directly overhead. None had glimpsed any sign of Paul Janson. It was not surprising. A daytime infiltration made little sense, although the agent was known to do the unexpected simply because it was unexpected. It was tedious work that required complete concealment, but it was what suited him best, since he became a marked man. The jagged, glossy scar that ran from his right eye to his chin made his visage too memorable for any job that demanded visibility. To keep himself amused, Ratko regularly zoomed his scope in on the petite receptionist, watched the redhead's haunches move as she bent over, and he felt a warmth in his belly and groin. He remembered the Bosnian women with whom he and his fellow soldiers disported a few years back. Remembered faces convulsed with hatred. Remembered how similar the expression was to sexual transport, as he pounded himself into them. Ratko did not need a scope to see the black Mercedes-Benz limousine make its stately way down Stad Hoederskade and onto Leidestraat, stopping at the Liberty Foundation headquarters. The uniformed driver of the stretch limo walked around to the rear and held open the door. A dark-suited man with horn-rimmed glasses and a felt-brimmed hat got out. Then the uniformed man pressed the buzzer beside the front door. 10 seconds later, the redhead opened it. The uniformed man spoke. "Madame, the Foreign Minister of the Czech Republic, Jan Kubelik." The foreign minister spoke a few words of Czech to his driver and made a gesture of dismissal. The uniformed man stepped away, back toward the limousine. "You look almost as if you were not expecting me," the man in the elegant navy suit told the receptionist. "Of course not, Minister Kubelik. We are most pleased by your arrival." Ratko smiled, remembering the small panic that had swept through the Foundation's support staff when they received the phone call 30 minutes earlier, telling them that the recently appointed foreign minister would be keeping his appointment with the executive director. A series of flustered underlings compared notes, for the appointment had gone unrecorded. Nobody wanted to admit to having made a scheduling error, and yet someone must have done so. Now Ratko watched the receptionist lead the minister inside to a fancy antechamber, where vision and sound alike grew indistinct. The Serb turned up the electronic light amplification of his scope and switched the microphone to a mode that would sharpen the input from the parabolic microphones. "Our executive director will be with you shortly." "You're very kind. This is a beautiful estate. Do you mind terribly if I take a look around?" "Sir, we would be honored." Then a man walking very slowly in front of the house caught Ratko's attention. Would Janson be so bold? The man, seemingly a tourist, stood against the low railing beside the canal. Slowly he took out a map. Ratko directed his scope toward him. The angle was not ideal, but as he took in the tourist's slight build and short hair, he saw how mistaken he had been. No matter how cleverly Janson disguised himself, he could never pass for a 20-something woman. Janson's eyes swept over the beautifully appointed antechamber. So far so good, he thought to himself. Cooper had acquitted himself well. His movements were stiff and official, his expressions those of the dedicated assistant of a very important man. Janson was relying upon the assumption that nobody would have any idea what the Czech foreign minister looked like. The man had been in the job for a mere 2 weeks, after all, and the country was not high on the Foundation's list of trouble spots. No disguise was the best disguise. A bit of grease in his hair, a pair of spectacles, an appropriately diplomatic suit, and a manner that was by turns amiable and imperious. Janson peered at the red-haired receptionist over his round, horn-rimmed glasses. "And Peter Novak, he is here as well?" "Oh, no, sir. He spends most of his time on the road, flying from place to place. Sometimes we don't see him for many weeks at a time, but his wife, Susanna, is in today." Janson nodded. Novak was insistent about keeping his family from the public gaze, evidently afraid of kidnapping. He was not a Hollywood star, and his family was not fair game. That had been the message for years, and by and large the press agreed to abide by those rules. Janson pointed toward another room, to the left of the main hallways. "And what's over there?" "Mr. Novak's office, where you would be meeting him if he were in town." Now Janson reached into his pocket and, fingering the side buttons of his cell phone, dialed one of the numbers he had pre-programmed into it. This number went to the receptionist's direct line. "Would you excuse me?" she said, hearing her phone ring. "Certainly." As she hastened to her telephone, he scanned the papers that lay neatly stacked on Novak's desk and credenza. They were from the usual assortment of great and good institutions. One item of correspondence caused a memory to clang distantly, hazily. The letterhead, Unitech Limited. The company name meant something to him. But what? "Minister Kubelik?" A woman's voice. "Yes." Janson looked up to see a tall, blonde woman smiling at him. "I'm Susanna Novak. I'd like to welcome you here on his behalf. Our executive director is still in a meeting with Holland's ambassador to the United Nations. It won't be long at all." The woman was beautiful in the Grace Kelly mode, at once voluptuous and patrician. Her frosted lipstick suited her, as did her figure-hugging chartreuse suit. This was not a woman in mourning. She could not have known. Yet how could that be? Janson strode up to her and bowed slightly. Something about her was familiar, hauntingly so. The blue-green Côte d'Azur eyes, those long, elegant fingers. "You're American?" "I'm from a lot of places. Like Peter." "And how is the great man?" "Always the same. Thank you for asking, Dr. Kubelik." Her gaze was almost playful, verging on the flirtatious. "Come, I'll take you upstairs to the conference room." The second floor was less palatial, more intimate. The conference room faced the canal, and the late morning sun slanted through a multi-paned picture window. "Dr. Tilson will join you soon. I'm sure you'll have a most successful meeting." Then she smiled and was gone, closing the door behind her. Left to himself, Janson walked over to the window, looking at the busy canal below him. Suddenly, a feeling of cold ran down his spine. Why? Something in his field of vision. What? Oh, Jesus! Behind the bell-shaped gable of the house opposite there was the shadow of a man crouched upon the roof tiles. A familiar error. The sun changes position, and shadows appear where there had been no shadows, betraying the hidden observer, or sniper. His eyes now scrutinized the eaves and attic windows of the house for anomalies. There, a small section of a large window had been cleaned by someone who wanted to be able to see out of it more clearly. The hoist beam in front of him. Something was odd about it. It was no hoist beam. It was the barrel of a rifle. One of the window panes suddenly exploded, and he heard the harsh splitting of wood as a bullet buried itself into the parquet floor. Another pane exploded, and then another, shooting splinters of glass through the air. He sank to the floor and rolled toward the door. Gunshots without shots, from a silenced rifle. He should have been used to it by now. Then a loud gun blast came from outdoors, an odd counterpoint to the silenced firing. Other sounds ensued, the screeching of tires, the noise of a car door opening and closing, and from elsewhere in the mansion, panicked screams. Madness! Again, a quiet fusillade was loosed as bullets buried themselves in the walls, ceilings, floors. What made sense of the assault? The contrast in weaponry and approach? 2 teams were attacking, 2 teams that were not coordinated. Mrs. Novak must have reported him. Yes, she had been on to him the whole time, hence the mischievous look. She was one of them. The only place of refuge from the fusillade was deep in the mansion, in one of the inner chambers. Yet surely they were counting on him seeking it out, which meant that this refuge was the most dangerous place he could be. He called Barry Cooper on his cell phone.
Jesus, Paul, what the hell's going on? It's like the Battle of Midway out here.
Can you make visual on anyone?
There's a couple of them in military drab. They look mean.
Listen, Barry, the limo has bulletproof windows. Stay inside it. You'll be safest there. But be ready to haul ass at my signal. Janson bolted for the door and raced down the stairs to the first floor. When he reached the landing, he saw one of the Foundation's security guards lying dead, shot through the head. Janson retrieved the man's Glock pistol. He had to get out of the house, and he could not use the doors. He charged up the stairs to the 3rd floor, where he found himself looking at a closed door. He tried the handle. Locked. He kicked it open and found himself in a private office. A credenza stacked with cardboard mailers from the ultra-secure, ultra-expensive express delivery service Caslon Couriers. A desk, and on the desk more correspondence from Unitech Limited. He scanned a few pages quickly. Their content was seemingly unexceptional. Unitech. Yes, it meant something. But he had no time to think now. Now, survival was his only goal. He charged up the 2 remaining flights of stairs and clambered up a crude wooden ladder that led to the loft beneath the roof. There had to be an opening to a part of the roof that would be hidden by the gables. It was his only chance. A minute later, he found it and arrived, stumbling, on the steep roof. He clung to the nearby chimney as if it were a great tree offering protection in the jungle. He scanned the adjoining rooftops, looking for his executioners. Being at roof level would take him out of range of most of their fixed positions, but not all. Perched on a higher rooftop, diagonally opposite to his right, he could make out the deadly brunette from Regent's Park. There she had narrowly missed him from an enormous distance. Now, she was 100 feet away. He turned his head and saw that there was another rifleman on the adjoining roof to his left. The rifleman had heard his feet scrambling on the slate roof and was now swiveling his weapon toward him. The brunette raised her scope to roof level. He was pinned between 2 sharpshooters with only a handgun for protection. He saw the woman squinting through her scope, saw the utter blackness of the rifle's borehole. He was staring at his own death. It was a shot she could not miss. He forced himself to focus on the countenance of his executioner. What he saw was a play of confusion on her face as she swiveled her rifle a few degrees to the left and squeezed off a shot. The rifleman on the next roof arced his back and tumbled off the roof like a falling gargoyle. What the hell was going on? The woman had him in her sights. She had him. Why didn't she take the shot? The noisy chatter of a nearby automatic weapon immediately followed, aimed not at him, but at her. Was somebody rescuing him? Saving him from the Regent's Park executioner? There were 2 teams. One a sniper team from consular operations, and the other? An odd assortment of weaponry. Irregulars, hirelings. In whose employ? Angus Fielding had mentioned Novak had made shadowy enemies among corrupt Eastern European oligarchs. Were these men a private militia? He was their target, but so was the team from Consops. How could that be? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If the old saw was true in this case, he was far from friendless. But was it true? A man with an automatic weapon, a Russian-made AK-74, now stood above the parapet, trying to get a better angle on the woman sniper. "Hey!" Janson called out to him. The man grinned at Janson and turned toward him, with his gun set at full fire. As a raking blast hit the roof, Janson dove into a roll, hurtling down the tiled incline. Finally, his body slammed against the balustrade. The impact was jarring, debilitating. He heard shouts from there and there. He poked his pistol between the ornamental sandstone balusters and squeezed off 2 quick shots. The man with the AK-74 staggered backward, making an odd gurgling sound. One of the bullets had pierced his throat. As he slumped to the tiles, his weapon fell with him. Janson stood atop the balustrade and leaped the short distance to the adjoining house. He needed that crude, chattering, powerful submachine gun. A bullet twanged through the air just inches from his head, and he threw himself down on the tiled peak, a few feet away from the man he had just shot dead. He wrested the submachine gun free from the man's body. Without shifting his position, he craned his head around to situate himself. What he saw was far from encouraging. The deadly brunette was still in position. She would be alert to any movement, and he could not reposition himself without exposure. A bullet thwacked into the chimney beside him. Janson turned to see who was responsible. One roof over, standing with an M40 braced against his shoulder, was Stephen Holmes, a former colleague of his from consular operations. Janson moved carefully, sheltering himself from the riflewoman by keeping himself low and behind the projecting brick gable while he snaked himself up the incline of the slate roof. He lifted the muzzle of the AK-74 over the roofline. He relied on memory, on a fleeting mental image, as he directed a burst of fire toward the long barrel of the rifle. An answering clang, the sound of metal-jacketed bullets striking a gun barrel, told him he'd succeeded. Now he raised his head over the roofline and saw that he'd destroyed Holmes's M40. The man was now defenseless, and when his eyes met Janson's, it was with the resigned look of someone convinced he was about to die. Janson shook his head disgustedly. Holmes was not his enemy. He craned around and looked at the brunette diagonally opposite. She had seen what had happened, knew that her colleague was out of commission, and that she would have to assume responsibility for a larger field. She was no longer in shooting position, and was staring at Holmes with a look filled with uncertainty. A moment later, an attic door behind her burst open, and a giant of a man loomed suddenly over her. He smashed a rifle butt down on her head, and she slumped to the parapet, unconscious. Now the giant seized her bolt-action rifle, aimed, and squeezed off a shot. The strangled cry from the adjoining roof told him he hit his target, Stephen Holmes. Janson turned. The bullet had blown off Holmes's jaw. A final breath was expelled, half cough, half scream. Then Holmes toppled off his roof perch and tumbled down the tiled roof until he slammed into the parapet, dead. All that Janson knew was that the giant was no savior. He sprayed a long fusillade toward the hulking man, emptying the weapon, then, using stone ornaments as handholds, clambered down the side of the mansion, which was safely out of range. He hit the paved surface of the shadowed alley and studied the street scene in front of him. The giant was fast, his agility astonishing for someone of his size. Already he was charging out the front door of the building, dragging the unconscious brunette with him like a sack. The man had a hideous, puckered scar running down his cheek. A second man raced over, and Janson heard them talking. The language was unfamiliar, but not entirely so. A small, powerful sedan roared up to them, and the 2 men leaped into the back seat. Police sirens screamed in the distance. They were leaving the scene because the police were beginning to arrive. Other gunmen piled into an SUV and drove off as well. Battered, bloodied, Janson staggered to the side street where Barry Cooper, sweating and wide-eyed, remained in the driver's seat of the armored limo. "You need to go to a hospital," Cooper said. For a moment Janson was silent. Concentrating intensely, he returned to the words he had heard. Korte Prinsengracht, Centraal Station, Westerdok, Oosterdok. "Get me to Centraal Station," Janson said. "Pedal to the metal." Cooper nodded and set off. "Any idea who those guys were?" "Serbian irregulars. They're mostly mercenaries these days, but I don't know whose." Separating Korte Prinsengracht from the Westerdok, where largely abandoned warehouses stood, was the man-made island on which the Centraal Station was built. But that was not where the giant and his friends were headed. They were heading for the vast abandoned maintenance buildings to the south of the station. "Keep going straight." "I thought you said Centraal Station." "There's a maintenance building to the right, 500 yards away, overlooking the wharves of Oosterdok. Floor it." The limo bounded down the broken pavement of the derelict yards where, years ago, the business of the wharves had been conducted. A gated cyclone fence loomed before them. Cooper stopped the car, and Janson got out. The fence was old, the links frosted with oxide, but the knob set into a large rectangular metal plate, was obviously new. From a distance, he heard shouts. Janson pulled a picklock from his pocket, and in moments had the gate open. He waved Cooper through, and gestured for him to park the car about 100 yards away, behind a rusting, abandoned train car, and stay there. Janson raced over to the side of a huge steel shed, and, flattening himself against it, edged swiftly towards the shouts he had heard. Through a partially open door, he peered into the vast, dimly lit interior, and what he saw sickened him. The woman from consular operations was roped to a cement pillar with a thick hawser, her clothes crudely torn off her. "This shit is getting old, fast," she growled. But the fear beneath the bravado was all too evident. Before her, the giant with the glossy, puckered scar loomed. He belted her with his hand, and her head snapped back against the concrete. He pulled out a knife and sliced off her undergarments. "Don't you touch me, you son of a bitch!" The giant laughed as he loosened his belt.
What are you going to do about it?
"I wouldn't get Radko mad if I were you," said his companion, who held a long, thin blade. "He prefers him alive, but he's not that particular." Radko slapped her again, and then the slaps became rhythmic. The aim was not interrogation. It was, in fact, part of a sexual ritual. As the killer's trousers dropped heavily to the floor, his organ was silhouetted in a gloom. Then Janson froze, as he heard a soft voice from behind him.
Drop the gun.
He whirled to find himself face to face with a slender man who had gold-rimmed glasses perched high on an aquiline nose. He wore khaki trousers and a white shirt, and he pressed a revolver against Janson's forehead. It was a setup. Janson let his pistol fall. A piercing scream rent the air with a quaver that signified profound terror or rage. The man smiled grimly. "The American bitch sings. Radko likes to fuck them before he kills them. The screams turn him on. What is in store for you, I'm afraid, will be far less enjoyable. He'll be finished shortly. And so will she. And so, if you are fortunate, will you." "Why? For Christ's sakes, why?" "Such an American question, that. But we will be the ones asking questions, and if you do not answer them to our satisfaction, you will suffer an excruciatingly painful death. And if I do what you ask, your death will be merciful and swift." "Oh, I'm sorry, were you hoping for more choices? You Americans always want things that aren't on the menu, don't you? I offer you only one choice, Mr. Janson. Death with agony, or death without." As the woman released another ear-piercing scream, Janson contorted his face into a look of terror and began to tremble. "Please, I'll do anything." A gratified, sadistic smile came to the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. Janson let his shaking knees buckle, and he dropped down 2 feet, remaining perfectly erect as he bent his knees. At the same time, his right hand shot straight up, grabbing the wrist of the man's outstretched hand. The man's smile faded as Janson pulled his arm down in a powerful wristlock, wrenching it toward his elbow and twisting it, tearing ligaments, then dislocating the arm from its socket. For the brunette's sake, Janson had to finish this quickly. He slammed the man to the ground, landing on his throat with his right knee, using all his weight to crush the man's larynx. He grabbed the man by the hair and slammed his head against the ground until his body was limp. When Janson reared up, he had his assailant's revolver in one hand, his Glock in the other, and squeezed off 2 shots, one at a rough-hewn man rushing toward him with an automatic pistol, a second at a bearded man several feet behind him with a submachine gun. Both slumped to the ground. Janson strode toward Radko, only to be stopped by the raking fire of an AKS-74, pocking the concrete floor in a storm of sparks and micro-explosions. It came from the catwalk high above. Janson stepped around a supporting pillar, found his target, and fired with both weapons. The man collapsed and crashed to the floor. By now, Radko had hiked up his trousers and was turning to face him, pistol in hand. Janson squeezed off a shot at Radko's companion, who hovered with a knife near the trussed woman.
Franji! Shit!
the man called out. The bullet smashed his shoulder, and he let the knife drop. He sank to the ground, moaning. Janson saw the woman snake a foot out toward the knife and bring it close to her. Then she wedged it between her two heels and, her legs shaking with the effort, gradually raised it off the ground. "Drop the gun, Ratko."
"I fuck your mother,"
the giant Serb spat and fired. It was a standoff between the two of them, two men with nothing to lose but their lives. Janson did not dare shoot blindly for risk of hitting the brunette. He moved sideways until he could see his target clearly. Ratko had his back to the woman, who was not as helpless as he imagined. With her one free arm, she had reached down and grabbed the hilt of the knife, managing to raise it to mid-thigh level. Now she raised it high and plunged it into the giant's back. Shock wiped out the menacing expression on his hideously scarred face. Janson had one more bullet left in his Glock. He must not miss. He squeezed off his sole remaining shot, aiming for the man's heart.
"I fuck your mother,"
the Serb rumbled, and then pitched forward, dead. As Janson approached the woman, he looked at the bodies of the three assailants sprawled on the warehouse floor, and realized he knew them. Ratko and the man who had surprised him were unfamiliar faces, but these men he knew. He had worked with them many years ago in consular operations, and had disliked them even then. They were coarse men, for whom brute force was not a last resort but a first, for whom cynicism was the product not of a disappointed idealism, but of naked avarice and rapacity. And now that he was closer to Ratko's fallen aide, he could put a name to his face. Simon Cherney, another Konzop operative who he'd met in El Salvador during the mid-'80s. Cherney lay moaning, pressing his left hand to his right shoulder, trying to stem the flow of blood from his shattered clavicle. Janson picked up the pistol Ratko had dropped. He would not kill Cherney. At least, not yet. Janson felt a surge of fury and revulsion as he took in the woman's tattered clothes, bruised flesh. He withdrew the knife from the Serb's back and sliced through the hawser, freeing her. She slid to the floor, her back resting against the pillar, and curled herself up into a sitting fetal position. He disappeared for a moment, returning with the white shirt and khaki trousers from the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. "Take them. Put 'em on." As the woman dressed herself, he turned back to Cherney. Grabbing him by the hair, he pulled him to a sitting position. "Talk to me, Simon. You still with consular operations?" Cherney laughed bitterly. "Goddamn overgrown Eagle Scouts. That's all they were. Should have been selling cookies door to door for all the difference they made, any of them. But you're making a difference now? Tell me something, Janson. How the fuck do you live with yourself, you goddamn traitor? Somebody once tried to help you, a true blue hero, and how did you repay him? You pushed him in front of a firing squad. That should have been you at Mesa Grande, you son of a bitch." Janson pressed the flat of the man's knife against his cheek. "You twisted bastard. You part of some Da Nang revenge squad? You got to be joking. Then who are you working for? Who are you working for, Janson? You don't even know. You've been programmed like a goddamn laptop. They've messed with your head so bad you don't know which end is up, and you never will. One more time. Who are you working for?" "The same person you are. Everybody works for him now. It's just that some of us know it. You think you've got the upper hand? You don't. Try me. You fool. He's got the whole U.S. government under his thumb. He's calling the shots now. You're just too ignorant to see it. What the hell are you trying to say? You know what they called you. The machine. But the thing about machines is, they do what they're programmed to do. You're like one of those Japanese soldiers in the Philippine caves who doesn't know the war's over and they've lost. It's over, okay? You've lost." Janson bent down and pressed the point of the combat knife to Cherney's face, drawing a jagged line under his left cheek. "Who do you work for?" Cherney closed his eyes, and a look of resolve settled itself on his face. In a sudden movement, his bloodied hand reached for the hilt of the knife and, with one powerful twist, wrested control of it. Janson pulled back away from the blade's range, never anticipating the man's next move. Carving deeply, Cherney slashed the blade across his own neck, severing veins and arteries. Blood geysered up half a foot, then ebbed as the shock stilled his heart. Death had been deemed preferable to whatever Cherney knew was in store for him if he were compromised. That suggested a truly fearsome discipline among these marauders, a leadership that ruled in no small part through terror. As he turned back to the woman, He saw that her face was wet with tears and numb with shock. "There's a U.S. Consulate General at Museum Pline 19. I have a friend with a car waiting outside. He'll get you there, and they'll take care of you." "I don't understand. You rescued me. You came for me. What the hell would you do that for?" "I didn't come for you. I came for them." "Don't lie to me. If you wanted to interrogate one of them, you could have taken one alive and left. You didn't. You didn't because they'd have killed me if you did." "Get yourself to the consulate. File an after-action report. You know the regs." She rubbed the tears from her face desperately, frantically. "And how come you didn't take out Steve Holmes? I saw what happened. You should have taken him out. But all you did was disarm him. Why? God damn it, Janson, I almost killed you 3 times. The least you owe me is an explanation." "Report back to work. Go back to your job." "I can't. Don't you understand? My job is to kill you. I can't do that now. I can't do my job." Slowly, she struggled to her feet, holding on to the pillar for support. "Listen to me. I met this American in Regent's Park who told me some lunatic story that maybe us Conzop folks had got caught up in some big manipulation, that the bad guy we were supposed to take down wasn't really the bad guy. I ignored that, because if it were true, up was down and down was up. If you can't trust the people who give you your orders, what's the point of anything? Now I'm thinking if I ever want to learn what's going on in the world, the only one who can tell me what time it is the guy I'm looking at." "What do you want from me?" "I need to know what's going on. I gotta get somewhere safe." "Safe? Then stay the hell away from me. It's not safe where I am. Do you want me to take you to a hospital?" "They'd get me there. They'd find me, for sure they would." Janson knew she was right. Her gait was unsteady, but she took a step toward him. "I can help. I know stuff. I know plans, faces. I know who's been dispatched to come after you. Look, if you get away, I'll never know the truth. I need to know what's true. I need to know what isn't." Janson knew that to take her with him was self-evident madness. But maybe there was some sense in the madness. When the light on the ultra-secure line in his Defense Intelligence Agency office started flashing, Douglas Albright picked up immediately. It was Clayton Ackerley from the CIA's Directorate of Operations. "Jesus! Oh, Jesus, they're taking us out!" Clayton cried.
"What are you talking about?"
"You don't know?"
"About Charlotte? Yes, it's awful. A terrible accident, a terrible blow."
"You don't know?"
"What?"
"Sandy Hildreth. They fished up his limo from the bottom of the Potomac."
"Could it be an accident? Some sort of horrible, horrible coincidence?"
"Sure, that's what they've got it down as. Driver was speeding, the car skidded off the bridge. Like with Charlotte Ainsley. Some cab driver loses control of his car, does a hit and run. And now there's Kaz Onishi."
"What?"
"They found his body this morning. There was PCP in his blood and a lot of other shit besides. Officially, he'd OD'd outside a crack house. We see this all the time, is what one of the city cops said."
"Kaz? That's crazy."
"Of course it's crazy, but that's how they did it. These 3 key members of our program have been killed within 24 hours.
"Christ, it's true. They're picking us off one by one.
So who's next?" "I've been on the phone with everybody. They're all trying not to panic. Fact is, we all just joined the endangered species list."
"But it doesn't make any sense, Clayton. Nobody knows who we are. Nothing connects us. Nothing except the most tightly guarded secret in the United States government."
"He knows. And he isn't just cutting his strings. He's killing everybody who ever pulled them." The sun filtered through the mulberry trees and tall pines, which spread their boughs protectively over the outwardly simple but inwardly luxurious cottage. Janson had just returned from a stroll to the tiny village down the mountain and carried groceries and an armload of newspapers and magazines. He put them in the kitchen and walked upstairs to the bedroom where the woman was sleeping. Her fever was subsiding. The drive to Lombardy had taken all night and some of the next morning. She was conscious for little of it. Now, as he watched her sleep, she tossed and turned, sometimes whimpered, in the grip of powerful and disturbing dreams. He draped a cloth drenched in cold water upon her forehead. After a few moments, she coughed and opened her eyes. He poured water into a glass from the jug at her bedside, and she drank it steadily. "Where?" "We're in a cottage belonging to a friend of mine in Lombardy. very isolated, very private.
How long?
3 days. Her eyes closed again. Why had he taken her in? There was no doubt that the woman could potentially prove useful to him, but she could also prove fatal. His decision had been largely a matter of emotion, the kind of emotion that could cost someone his life. Later, he held another compress to her forehead, and after a while she stirred again. I guess you don't remember much since Amsterdam. That's typical of the kind of contusions and concussions you've suffered. Nothing helps but time. He handed her a glass of water, and she drank it greedily.
Feel like shit.
I've seen worse.
They lied, Janson. They lied. The bastards set me up.
No, I think I was the one being set up.
Comes to the same thing. When it's your own team does it to you, there's only one word for it. Betrayal. They set me up to kill you. But I don't feel guilty somehow. Mostly I just feel so pissed off. And so damn ashamed. And I'm starting to wonder about everything I think I know. What's real, what isn't? Do you have any idea what that's like?
Yes.
You look at me like I'm some kind of wounded animal.
Maybe we both are. And there's nothing more dangerous. Janson was downstairs, in the room that the house's owner, Alistair Swift, used as a study. Before him was a stack of hundreds of articles about Peter Novak that he had downloaded from online databases. He pored over them obsessively, hunting for a key, a clue, something, anything, that would tell him why the great man had been killed. He was looking for a rhyme, a detail that would be meaningless to most people, yet would resonate with something that his subconscious mind had stowed away. We know more than we know, as Demarest liked to say. Our mind stores the facts that we cannot consciously retrieve. Would there be a fleeting allusion to an embittered business rival? To some buried animus in the financial or international community? To a conflict involving his forebears? He could not know the kind of thing he was looking for, and to imagine that he did would only blind him to the thing he must see. Novak's enemies were his enemies, were they not? If that were so, what else might they have in common? Occasionally, he underlined a detail, though what was striking was how little the details varied. There were countless renditions of Peter Novak's financial exploits, his childhood in war-torn Hungary, his humanitarian passions, testimonials from elder statesmen about his role in rebuilding civil society and promoting conflict resolution were woven through every profile. Even Novak's small, homey eccentricities, like his unvarying daily breakfast of kasha, cycled from one piece to another. In a widely repeated quote, Peter Novak had explained his reticence with the press. Dealing with a journalist is like dancing with a Doberman. You never know if it's going to lick your face or rip your throat out. Such quotes recurred with only minor variations, as if struck from boilerplate. Hours later, he heard quiet footsteps, bare feet on terracotta tile. The woman, wearing a terry cotton robe, had finally emerged from the bedroom. Pretty swank place. Who is this friend of yours who owns this place anyway? A Montreal businessman. Friend is an exaggeration. If it really belonged to a friend, I wouldn't go near it. The risk would be too great. Alistair Swift is someone I once did a few favors for. He spends a few weeks here in July, otherwise it's pretty much vacant. There's a lot of high-tech communication equipment here. A satellite dish, high-bandwidth internet connection, everything a modern businessman might need. Everything but a pot of joe. There's coffee in the kitchen. Why don't you make us a pot? Trust me, that's a real bad idea. I don't cook and I don't make coffee. I'd say it was out of feminist principle. Truth is, I don't know how. No big whoop. Something to do with my mom dying when I was a little girl. Wouldn't that turn you into a cook? You didn't know my dad. He didn't like me messing around in the kitchen. Like it was disrespecting my mom's memory or something. Taught me how to microwave a hungry man dinner, though. On the other hand, I am crazy good with a rifle, field tactics, surveillance, you name it. So if you had a mind to, you probably could put me to good use. Instead, you're acting like you got nothing in your head but boogers and a peanut shell. Janson burst out laughing. That's something my dad used to say. But I meant what I told you. Don't sell me short. I can come in real handy. I don't even know who you are. His eyes came to rest on her strong, regular features, her high cheekbones and full lips. She extended a hand. The name's Jessica Kincaid. Call me Jessie. I'm 29. Make us some joe, why don't you, and we'll sit down and talk proper. A pot of coffee made its way into mugs and into their bellies, accompanied by fried eggs and toast. Janson learned that Jessie grew up in Red Creek, Kentucky, a hamlet nestled in the Cumberland Mountains, where her father owned the town's only gas station. He always wanted a boy, and half the time he kind of forgot I wasn't one. Took me hunting with him first time when I wasn't any more'n 5 or 6. Thought I should be able to play sports, fix cars, and take down a duck with a bullet, not a cartridge full of shot. Little Annie Oakley. She grinned. Shit, that's what the boys in high school called me. Guess I had a tendency to scare 'em off. I hope you don't take offense if I say you're not standard issue Conzops. I wasn't standard issue Red Creek either. I was 16 when I finished high school. Next day I lift a thick handful from the gas station cash register, get on a bus and head for Lexington. Go straight to the FBI office there. Sweet-talk the secretary at the front desk into giving me an application form. Now, I'm just a gawky teenager, all skin and bones. But when this young Fed happens by, I'm batting my eyes at him like crazy. He's like, somebody got you in for questioning? I'm like, why don't you take me in for some questioning? 'Cause you hire me. It'll be the best decision you ever made. Well, I was young, didn't even know you had to have a college degree to be an agent. And I tell him I can pretty much hit whatever I aim at, and as a lark, he takes me to the shooting range they got in the basement. Don't tell me. You hit in the X-ring. Shit. 4 shots, 4 bullseyes. They kept punching up new targets, I kept hitting them. They went long distance, gave me a rifle. I showed them what I could do. So the sharpshooter got the job. I got a position as a trainee. Had to get a college equivalency certificate in the meantime. Wasn't all that hard. And Quantico was a piece of cake. I could skedaddle up a rope faster than almost anybody in my class. I apply for a job at the Bureau's National Security Division, and they take me. A few years later, I'm on a special assignment, and I catch the eye of some consular operations spooks, and that's that. So why do I think you're leaving something out? She smiled shyly. Well, when I went through Conzops training, everyone in my class had to prepare a history paper on something or somebody. Ah, yes, the spy bio paper. Who'd you pick? A legendary field officer by the name of Paul Janson. Did a whole analysis of his techniques and tactics. You're kidding. You're an impressive guy, what can I say? That's why they chose me for the hit. Because you were someone who'd know my moves better than anybody. The idea of staking out Grigory Berman's place, that was mine. I was sure we'd catch up with you in Amsterdam, too. A lot of people were guessing you'd be lighting out for the U.S. of A. Not me. But truth is, I had a hard time getting a fix on you. How do you mean? Hard to say what makes you tick. Hard to square what I seen with what I heard. For damn sure you ain't no choir boy. There are some pretty brutal stories about the stuff you got up to in Vietnam. They make it sound like you had a hand in some real sick shit. People make things up, okay? She looked at him oddly. Okay. Okay, man, I believe you. I mean, you're the only person who would know for sure, right? To change the subject, Janson said, Question. You ever heard of a company called Unitech Limited? Well, sure. It's one of ours. Supposed to be an independent corporate entity, but it's used as a front by consular operations. Somebody from Unitech is corresponding with the executive director of the Liberty Foundation, offering to provide logistical support for its education programs in Eastern Europe. Why? You got me. Let's imagine that somebody, some group, wanted the opportunity to get close to Peter Novak, to learn about his whereabouts. Somebody? You're saying consular operations took him down? Arranged for it to happen, more precisely. Orchestrated the circumstances at a remove. But why? Don't make a lick of sense. Few things did. She gestured toward the various stacks of printouts. What you been reading all this time? Janson explained. You really think there could be something valuable buried in the public record? Don't be fooled by the mystique of intelligence gathering. Half of the stuff you find in foreign situation reports filed by agents in place they get from reading the local papers. Tell me about it. But you only got 2 eyes. Give me some of those. I'll go through them. Can't hurt. They read together until he felt the weight of exhaustion starting to press down upon him. He stood up and stretched. I'm going to hit the sack. Gets chilly at night. Sure you don't need a hot water bottle or something? Her tone suggested she was joking. Her eyes indicated she might not be. Thanks, but I think I'd better pass. Yeah. Well, I'll just stay up a little while longer. Keep slogging away. Good girl, he said, and dragged himself up. He was so tired. He would go to sleep easily, but he would not sleep well. In the jungle was a base. In the base was an office. In the office was a desk. At the desk was a man. His commanding officer, the man who had taught him nearly everything he knew. The man he was facing down. "What did you want to see me about, son?" "I'm going to file a report, sir." "Of course, SOP following an operation." "No, sir. A report about you, detailing misconduct in Re Article 53 relating to the treatment of prisoners of war." "Oh, that. You think I was a little rough on Victor Charlie?" "Sir? You can't think why, can you?" "Well, go ahead. I got a lot on my mind right now. You see, while you're filling out your forms, I've got to figure out how to save the lives of 6 men who have been captured. 6 men who are, or were, under your command." "What are you talking about, sir?" "Members of your team have been captured in the vicinity of Lon Duc Than. They were on special assignment, a joint reconnaissance with the Marine Special Forces." "Permission to speak freely, sir." "Permission denied. You do what the hell you want. But your team has been captured here, and you're the person best positioned to lead a force to get them free. Oh, you think I was unfeeling, inhumane toward those Victor Charlies in the boonies. But damn it, I've lost too many men to leaks between Arvin reps and their VC cousins. What happened to you in Knockalow? An ambush? A setup? Goddamn right it was. Now, you got a pair of balls on you, soldier, or did you lose 'em playing football for Michigan? We're in counterintelligence, Janson, and I'm not going to let my men be horse-fucked by the VC couriers who have turned our operations into a goddamn Hanoi wire service. I couldn't give a shit what forms you end up filing, but if you're a soldier, if you're a man, you'll rescue your men first, then pursue whatever disciplinary proceedings your little bureaucratic heart desires." "Well?" "Awaiting grid coordinates, sir." Demarest handed Janson a sheet of blue paper, dense with neatly typed operation specifications. "We got a Huey gassed and gussied. They'll be ready to go in 15. Voices. No, a voice. A quiet voice that did not wish to be overheard. Janson opened his eyes, the darkness of the bedroom softened by the glow of the Lombard moon. He got up and found his jacket, felt the pockets for his cellular phone. It was missing. He put on a bathrobe, took the pistol from under his pillow, and crept downstairs, toward Jessie's voice. The lights were on in the study. She was standing in there, facing a wall, with his cell phone pressed to her ear. He felt a wrenching feeling in his gut. It was as he had feared. She was speaking to a colleague from consular operations in Washington. He edged nearer the room. "So the status is still beyond salvage? Sanction on sighting?" She was verifying that the kill orders were still in effect. A shudder ran down his spine. He had no choice but to do what he should have done much earlier. It was kill or be killed. The woman was a professional assassin. He had no choice but to eliminate her. He moved the pistol to his right hand, following her pacing figure with its muzzle. The sudden certainty of what he had to do filled him with loathing, self-disgust. Yet there was no other way. "What do the cables say? The latest signals intelligence? Don't tell me you guys are working blind." Janson coolly regarded the slightly built woman, the roundness of her hips and breasts offset by the tightly muscular frame. In her way, she was quite beautiful. "Are the boys in position, or are they just sitting on their asses? Jesus, there is no excuse for this. This makes us all look bad. Where is he? Hell, Monaco, man. There's no doubt in my mind. You know Novak's got a house there. Janson didn't say it in so many words, but I heard him making a joke about playing some baccarat. You do the math." She was lying to them. She was lying for him. Janson felt flooded with relief. She had been asked for his location, and she had lied to protect him. She had just chosen sides. "No, don't tell anybody I called in. This was a private chat, all right? Just me and you, Pookie. No, you can take all the credit, and that'll be fine with me. Tell him tell him I'm in a coma somewhere." A few moments later, she clicked off, turned around, and was startled to see Janson in the doorway. "Who's Pookie?" "Damn you! You been spying on me?" "Came down for some milk." "Bullshit. Pookie is a fat-ass desk jockey at State, Bureau of Research and Intelligence. Sweet guy, though. I think he likes me. He told me a number of very interesting things." She looked down at a piece of paper in her hand, on which Janson had written the names of Cherney and the other former Konzop's agents. "So what does your boyfriend tell you about their status? Retired or active?" "Boyfriend? If you ever saw him, you wouldn't be jealous, trust me. Okay, here's the thing. They're not active." "Retired, then?" "Not retired, either. They've all been dead for the better part of a decade." "Dead?" "Remember the Kadal explosion in Oman?" Kadal had been the location of a U.S. Marines installation in Oman, and a station for American intelligence gathering. In the mid-90s, terrorists set off a blast that cost the lives of 43 American soldiers. A dozen analysts with the State Department had perished as well. "One of those unsolved tragedies," Janson said. "Well, all those guys you mentioned died in the blast." Janson furrowed his brow. The terrorist incident in Oman must have been a cover. It enabled an entire contingent of consular operations agents to conveniently disappear, only to reappear in the employ of another power. But what power? Who were they working for? What kind of secret would motivate a man like Cherney to slash his own throat? "But what's really strange is what Pookie told me about Puma." "Puma?" "Shop name for Peter Novak. And before you ask, you're Falcon. They don't think Puma's dead. Story is that you took money to arrange his death, but you failed." "I saw him die." "God, I wish it were otherwise. I'm afraid your contact is either putting you on or more likely just hasn't got a clue." "He mentioned there was a news segment with Novak on CNN today. We got CNN here?" She wandered over to the big screen TV and switched on the news channel. She located a blank videotape, popped it in the VCR, and hit record. It was a 3-minute segment about an Indian woman who ran a clinic in Calcutta for her countrymen with AIDS. A homegrown Mother Teresa, someone called her. And, the occasion for the segment, the ceremony yesterday honoring the woman's efforts. A distinguished-looking man presenting her with a special humanitarian award. The late, great Peter Novak. There had to be an easy explanation. There had to be. They watched the segment again, frame by frame. "Stop there," Jessie said at one point. She pointed toward a copy of The Economist on a table where Novak was interviewed after the ceremony. It was the same issue Janson had purchased earlier that day. So the tape had to have been made after the catastrophe in Anura. Yet if Peter Novak were alive, who had died in Anura? And if Peter Novak was dead, who were they watching? A twin? An imposter? Had Novak been murdered and replaced with a double? Now Jessie said, "Paul, I only ask one thing of you. Do not lie to me. I've heard too many lies. Hell, I've told too many. As for what happened in Anura, I got your word for it, nobody else's. So what am I supposed to believe? Who am I supposed to believe?" "I know what I saw." She jerked her head at the TV screen. "That makes two of us." She got up and began intently, silently, pacing. Finally she said, "All right, you son of a bitch, you saw what you saw. This is nuts. Okay, Paul, but if we're going to figure out what's going on, we have to get out of here. How long do you think it's going to take Konzops to find us? Sooner or later, some sighting, some tip, something's going to lead them here." She was right. He recalled Fielding's words. "It's in Hungary still that you'll find his greatest admirers and his most impassioned foes." And Martha Lang's observation, "For better or worse, Hungary made him who he is, and Peter is not one to forget his debts." It made him who he is. And who was that? "You look like a man who's just made up his mind." Janson nodded. "So where are we off to?" "We?" "If you let me, I'ma tag along with you. If you don't, I'ma do my damnedest to tail you." He hesitated but a moment. Hungary, where it all began. The truth was, he needed the backup. What would await them was beyond knowing. If she was half as deadly working with him as she had been working against him, she'd prove a formidable weapon indeed. He had many phone calls to make before he slept. The path had to be prepared. Where it would lead, of course, was impossible to say. Yet what choice was there? Whatever the risks, it was the only way they could ever penetrate the mystery that was Peter Novak. It was 3 decades ago, and it was now. Always the sounds, the buzzing of mosquitoes and other insects, the mortar fire, more distant and muffled now, for the trail had led them many miles away from the official combat zones. Janson checked his compass once again. The 6 men in his team moved in 3 pairs, each spaced a good ways apart. Only he traveled alone. "McGuire," he radioed quietly. He never heard the response. What he heard instead was automatic rifle fire, the staccato bursts of comm-block carbines. Then he heard the screaming of his men and the barking commands of an enemy patrol party. Then he felt a blow to the back of his head. And then he felt nothing at all. As consciousness returned, he tried to sit up and failed, then realized he was tied to a chair. He wore only his t-shirt and underpants. Insects hovered around the small cuts and abrasions that covered his exposed flesh. His head swam, and his focus wavered. A black-clad soldier brought him rice gruel and spooned it into his parched mouth. Absurdly, he felt grateful. A bit of the rice gruel caught in his throat, and he realized it was a beetle that had fallen into the pasty substance. A half-smile flickered on the face of the soldier who fed him. The indignity of feeding a Yank made up for by the indignity of what he was feeding him. But Janson was past caring. "Xin loi," the soldier said. One of the few Vietnamese idioms Janson knew. Sorry about that. Xin loi. It was the war in a nutshell. Sorry we destroyed the village in order to save it. Sorry we napalmed your family. Sorry we tortured those POWs. Sorry about that. A phrase for every occasion. Where was he? Some sort of Montagnard hut. Now a large-boned man with steel-framed glasses approached him. "Where others?" "Members of your death squad? Dead. Only you safe." Then the noise of metal sliding against metal. A 2-inch thick bar was inserted through the heavy irons around his ankles. Next, the unseen torturer tied a rope around the bar and looped it over Janson's shoulders and pulled his head down between his knees even while his arms remained bound to the arms of the chair. The torque on his shoulders was agony. Janson passed out, and when he regained consciousness, it was light outside. Morning? Afternoon? He was only half conscious when his bonds were loosened and bamboo gruel was poured into his mouth. His underpants had been cut off him now, and a rusty metal bucket was placed on the ground beneath the stool. Then the loop was tightened again, the loop that bound his shoulders to the ankle irons, that forced his head between his knees, that threatened to tear his arms from his shoulders. He repeated a mantra to himself. Clear like water, cool like ice. From the inner recesses of his mind, the words of Emerson, the Demarest so often quoted, returned to him. Whilst he sits on the cushions of advantages, he goes to sleep. When he is pushed, tormented, defeated, he has a chance to learn something. Another day passed, and another, and another. His innards cramped powerfully. The fly-ridden gruel had given him dysentery. One morning, or afternoon, he heard a voice in English. His bonds were loosened, and he could now sit up straight once more. "Is that better now? It soon will be, I pray." An interrogator, a small man with quick, intelligent eyes. An educated man. "We know you are not imperialist aggressor. You are dupe of imperialist aggressors. But you disrespect us when you treat us like dupes. Can you understand this? You see, we are actually very similar in a way. Both of us are intelligence officers. My name is Phan Nguyen, and I think that really we are privileged to know each other. Your name is?" "Private Kevin Jones, U.S. Infantry." Nguyen boxed Janson on his right ear, leaving it bruised and ringing. "Lieutenant Junior Grade Paul Janson, do not undo all the good work you have done." "How do you know my name?" "You told us. You told us everything. Have you forgotten in your delirium?" "I think so. I think so. This happens often." Janson locked eyes with Nguyen, and both men saw that the other had lied. Janson had revealed nothing, until now. For Nguyen could tell from his reaction, not of fear or perplexity, but of rage, that his identification was correct. "We are practically colleagues, you and I. Is that the word? Colleague? I think so. I think so." Phan Nguyen, as it emerged, often said those words, "I think so." They distinguished questions that did not require voiced assent from those that did. "Now we will speak candidly to each other, as colleagues do. Just for now, I'm not going to press you for answers. I want you to ask yourself the questions. I want you to ask yourself how it was that you were captured. We knew just where to find you. That must have puzzled you, no? What you faced wasn't the response of surprised men, was it? So you know what I say is so. You say you did not divulge the details of your identity to me. But if not you, who? How is it that we were able to intercept your team and capture a senior officer of the legendary American Counterintelligence Division of the legendary Navy SEALs? How? How indeed? There was only one answer. Demarest. Lieutenant Commander Alan Demarest had funneled the information to the NVA or its VC allies. He was too careful a man for the leak to have been inadvertent at this point. Demarest had wanted Janson out of the way. He had needed him out of the way. And so he had taken care of the matter as only he could. The whole mission had been a goddamn snare, a subterfuge from the master of subterfuge. Well, Lieutenant Janson, we know so much about your operations that to hold back would be pointless. Yes, I think so. You must get used to the fact that you will never return to the United States of America. Soon I will tell you about Vietnamese history. You will come to understand us, and the futility of your government's efforts to suppress the rightful national aspirations of the Vietnamese people. You have many lessons to learn, and you will be well taught. But there is much you must tell us as well. Perhaps we can start with something easy and work up to the more advanced subjects. We shall talk about you, about your parents, about your childhood, about America's abundant popular culture. Janson did not answer until he heard the sound of metal sliding on metal as the thick steel bar was inserted between his leg irons again. No! No! And Janson began to speak. He spoke about what was shown on television and at the movie theaters. Phan Nguyen was particularly interested in what counted as a happy ending and what endings were permissible. Janson spoke about his childhood in Connecticut, about his father's life as an insurance executive. And he led a good American life, your father? He thought so. He made a good living, owned a nice home, nice car, could buy the things he wanted to buy. And this is what gives meaning to your life? The questioning went on and on. Nguyen refused to call himself an interrogator. He was, he said, a teacher. Each day Janson was permitted more and more mobility. He could walk around a small bamboo hut, although always under watchful guard. Then one day, after a discussion of American sports, Janson was given a document to sign. It stated that he had been given good medical care and had been kindly treated by the National Liberation Front, whom the document heralded as freedom fighters devoted to peace and democracy. It called for the withdrawal of the U.S. from imperialist wars of aggression. When he declined to sign the document, he was beaten into unconsciousness. And when he regained it, he found himself inside a sturdy bamboo cage, 6 feet tall and 4 feet in diameter. He could not stand up straight. He could not sit down. A pail of brackish water, strewn with ox hair and dead insects, was placed near his feet. He was a bird in a cage, waiting only to be fed. It would be, he somehow knew, a very long wait. "Xin lỗi," the guard taunted. Sorry about that. Molnar, the town that history erased. Molnar, where it all began. It now looked like their last hope of unraveling the web of deceit that ensnared Peter Novak's origins. The village of Molnar had been in northwest Hungary, near the Tisa River. 60 miles to the north was the Slovak Republic. 60 miles to the east was Ukraine and, just beneath it, Romania. The mountains funneled the river. They also funneled whatever armies wished to proceed from the Eastern Front to the Magyar heartland. The countryside was deceptively beautiful, filled with emerald-like foothills, yet the landscape was also scarred, in ways that were visible and in ways that were not. Now they rolled over a small bridge across the Tisa, a bridge that had once connected two halves of the village of Molnar. "It's unbelievable," Jessie said. "It's gone. Like somebody waved a magic wand." Peter Novak was 7 years old in 1944, the year when, on a cold winter's day, a Red Army artillery unit swept down the mountains surrounding the village and were ambushed by the Wehrmacht on the road along the Tisa River. Many Soviet soldiers died. The Red Army believed that the villagers of Molnar had known of the ambush. A lesson had to be taught to the rural Hungarians in the area, a penalty paid in blood. The village was torched, its inhabitants slaughtered. They pulled up in front of a roadside tavern. On the porch, a thin old man sat in a canvas chair. His large head was fringed with white hair, scarcely more than wisps, and his eyes were a cloudy blue. Jessie gave him her most dazzling smile. "Excuse me, sir, but may we ask you a couple of questions?" He returned her smile. "Yes, I like Americans." Jessie knelt down beside him. His smile grew wider. Such proximity to a beautiful woman was to be savored. She took his forearm and squeezed it gently. "And Americans like you. At least this one does." He drew in a deep breath, inhaling her perfume. "My dear, you smell like the tokaj of the emperors." "I'm sure you say that to all the girls." "Certainly pretty ones." "I bet you knew some pretty girls from Molnar once upon a time." He shook his head. "I grew up farther up the Tisha. I moved here only in the 50s. Already no more Molnar. Just rocks and stones and trees." "Well, things used to be a whole lot different, I know that. Didn't there used to be some baron in these parts, some old Magyar nobleman?" He gestured vaguely. "Count Ferenc Novak's lands used to stretch up that mountainside." "Now that must have been a sight. A castle and everything?" "Once." "Gosh, I wonder if there'd be anybody alive who might have known the Count." "Well, there's the old woman, Grandma Gita Bakeshi. Can speak English, too. They say she learned as a girl when she worked in the castle. Lives in an old farmhouse, the second left and then another left, up around the bend." "Can we tell her you sent us?" "Better not. I don't want her cross at me. She doesn't like strangers much." Situated halfway up a gently sloping hill, the centuries-old two-story brick farmhouse looked like thousands of others that dotted the countryside. But this farmhouse was the very picture of neglect. The roof had been replaced with sheets of rusting corrugated steel. Trees and vines grew wild around the house. Shutters were encrusted with peeling paint. Proceeding on foot from the road, they made their way along what had once been a cowpath, now almost impassable with overgrown brambles. As they approached the entrance, Janson heard an eerie, low growl, and then a throaty bark. Through a narrow window in the door, he saw the white figure springing impatiently. It was a kuvash, an ancient Hungarian breed, used as a guard dog. Gita Bakeshi's animal was 3 feet tall and 120 pounds, Janson estimated. At the moment, it seemed to be pure hostile energy. "Mrs. Bakeshi?" Janson called out. "Go away!" "That's a kuvash, isn't it? What a handsome animal. There's nothing like them, is there?" "That handsome animal would like nothing so much as to clamp its jaws around your throat." Jessie said, "It's just that we've traveled a long, long way. From America? My grandfather came from Molnar. People say you're the one person who might be able to tell us something about the place." There was a long pause, silent save for the rasping growl of the enraged guard dog. "What was your family name?" "Kish." "You lie. You lie. Strangers come with lies. You should be ashamed of yourself. There was no Kish family in Molnar. Now go." They heard the sound of a shotgun cartridge being chambered. "Oh, shit," Jessie whispered. "What now?" Janson shrugged. When all else fails? The truth. Grandma Gita, can you tell us about Count Janos Ferenci Novak? Ahmad Tabari was impressed by the rapidity with which the intelligence chief worked. It was now their third meeting, and already Maghur had started to work his magic. We work in phases, the Libyan told the Caliph. A shipment of small arms is even now on its way toward your men at the port of Napura in Kenna. I assume it will arrive without difficulty. God willing. But if so, one steps back to step forward. Even the Prophet's struggles did not always go smoothly. Otherwise, they would not have been struggles. Ibrahim Maghur nodded. After a while, the Caliph said, When we first met, you told me that history was made by great men. It would follow that history can also be unmade by great men. Men of power and prominence who seek to outmaneuver righteous resistance through preachments of peace, who will do whatever they can to suppress the violence that ultimate justice requires. Maghur nodded slowly. I understand whom you speak of. He is indeed a true enemy of revolution. Alas, our attempts to strike at him have so far been futile. I cannot forget that he was once my prisoner. The jewel in his crown had been stolen by a thief in the night. Until then, nothing had marred Tabari's aura of inexorable triumph and serene confidence. But since then, nothing had gone smoothly. A movement like his depended upon the sense that ultimate success was inevitable. The event had shaken that air of inevitability. The serpent must be hunted and killed before progress can resume. I understand. And you will provide support? My position in my government is such that I must operate through many veils. Tripoli cannot be connected to your activities. There are others, however, whose hospitality can be turned to your advantage. You refer to the Islamic Republic of Mansur. Mansur had originated as a secessionist movement within Yemen, spearheaded by a charismatic mullah. Mansur was a desperately poor country with few material exports, yet it was a prolific exporter of radical Islam and revolutionary fervor. Ibrahim Maghur smiled. You will accompany me to Khartoum, where I have arranged special air transport for you. You will be received in the Mansurian capital, and will find them a welcoming people indeed. And they will help me find the serpent? Maghur shook his head. I will help you find the serpent. Your Mansur hosts will merely provide you with the official identity and mobility you will need. In short, Mansur will be the stalking horse upon which you will ride. Gita Bakeshi shared the decrepitude of her lodgings. Her eyes were sunken, hard, and glittering. Her high cheeks were gaunt and hollow, her mouth a cruel slash. It was the face of a survivor. I understand that you once worked for Count Ferenci Novak. He was our Count. You could not live in Molnar and not know the Count. The land you worked was his land, or once had been. He traced his ancestry back to one of the 7 tribes that formed the Hungarian nation in the year 1000. Were you around when... She nodded. All the houses were set on fire. The people were rousted from their beds, their fields, their breakfast tables, rounded up and forced at gunpoint to walk along the iced-over waters of the Tisha until the ice broke, and they fell in. Whole families, walking hand in hand. Then, a minute later, drowning, freezing in the icy waters. I was in the castle at the time, and it was being shelled. I thought the walls would collapse in on us. Much of it was destroyed, but in the cellars we were safe. A day later, the army had moved on, and I wandered back to my village and... nothing. Charred ruins, black embers. In the river, so many bodies were floating like an ice floe, and among them, naked, bloated, were the bodies of my parents. When you see what human beings can do to each other, it makes you ashamed to be alive. The 2 Americans were silent for a while. How did you find yourself in the castle?
Like my grandparents and my great-grandparents, my parents worked the land. They were peasants, but they had hopes for me. They thought if I worked as a servant at the castle, I would learn a thing or two. Perhaps the Count would take me with him to Budapest. I joined the household staff.
And what about the scampering of little feet?
They had only one child, Peter.
When was he born?
His naming day was the first Saturday in October 1937. Such a beautiful boy, so handsome and so clever. Blessed that child was. He could have been anything. His parents were so devoted to him.
Gitta's eyes fluttered, and she closed them hard, trying to halt the pictures in her mind.
The fevers were terrible. He was like a kettle, tossing in bed and retching. It was a cholera epidemic, you know. So hot to the touch, and then so cold. I was one of those who attended him on his sickbed. I can never forget that morning, finding his cold body, his cheeks like wax. He was just 5 years old. Could anything be sadder? Dead, before he truly had a chance to live.
A heaving sensation of utter disorientation overcame Janson. Peter Novak had died as a child? Peter Novak, the man who never was. Jessie unzipped her knapsack, took out a picture book on Peter Novak, and opened it to a color close-up. She showed it to Gitta Bakeshi. This fellow's name is Peter Novak. Could it be the same person?
Peter, Novak, both common names in our country. Of course, this is not Ferenczi Novak's son. He died in 1942. Besides, this man's eyes are brown. Little Peter's were blue. Blue like his mother's.
In a state of shock, the two began the long walk back to their car, a mile up the hill. Paul, what if there was another child, another kid nobody knew about, who took on his brother's name? A hidden twin, maybe? The old woman seemed certain that he was their only one. Not an easy thing to hide from the household staff. Yesterday we were wondering whether some imposter had taken on Peter Novak's identity. Now it's looking more like Peter Novak took on someone else's identity. A dead kid? A wiped-out village? Identity theft. Beautifully executed. It's genius when you think about it. You choose a village that was liquidated, so there's practically nobody around who'd remember a thing about his childhood. All the records, certificates of birth and death, destroyed when the place was torched. Making himself an aristocrat's son was a good move. It helps deal with a lot of questions that might have arisen about his origins. Nobody has to wonder how he could be so well educated and worldly without an institutional record of his schooling. Exactly. Everything fits. Real tight. Too tight. The next thing you know, he's a big-time currency trader. A man with no past. Oh, he's got a past, all right. It's just a past that nobody knows. It was a 2-hour drive to Saraspatak, and it was a silent drive until Jessica quietly asked, "So what's Mesa Grande?" Mesa Grande, Janson repeated, and his mind filled with images. Mesa Grande, the high-security military prison installation in Central California, snow-capped mountains dwarfing the low beige brick buildings. The dark blue outfit on the prisoner, the white cloth circle velcroed to the center of his chest, the chair with a pan beneath it to catch blood, the pile of sandbags behind to absorb the volley and prevent ricochets. Demarest had faced a wall 20 feet away, with firing ports for the 6 members of the squad. He had insisted on execution by firing squad, and his preference had been accommodated. Janson took a deep breath. Mesa Grande is where a bad man met a bad end. A bad end and a defiant one, for on Demarest's face there had been defiance and a wrathful indignation until his head was hooded, the volley was loosed, and the white cloth circle turned bright red with his blood. Arriving in Saraspatak, they checked into a small hotel, and on the coffee table spread out the stack of Peter Novak images Janson had downloaded from the internet. One of them was from the CNN website, footage of the Calcutta ceremony. "Okay," Jessie said. "So is there any chance whatever, that the Peter Novak we saw on CNN
is the same Peter Novak you met? Is it conceivable that he somehow wasn't on the aircraft? Janson shook his head slowly. I simply don't see how. Unimaginable doesn't mean impossible. There must be a way to prove that it's the same man. She had bought a ruler and a jeweler's loupe to study the maps she'd purchased of the Molnar region. Now she began applying them to the images. I know what you think you saw, but it ought to be possible to prove to you that we're dealing with the very same person. Plastic surgery can do only so much. 10 minutes later, she interrupted a long, unbroken silence. Christ on a raft. She turned to look at him, and her face was pale. There's something really weird going on here. Depending on the photograph, the guy seems to be very slightly different heights, and he's got slightly different forearm spans, and the ratio of index finger length to forefinger length isn't constant. She continued to look for and find tiny physical variances. She shook her head bleakly. The question is, who is this man? I think the question is, who are these men? Okay, try this on. Let's say you wanted to take everything this guy has. You kill him and you take his place because you've somehow made yourself look almost identical to him. And to make sure you can get away with it, you go on some public outings pretending to be the guy, kind of like a dress rehearsal. When you've got no good explanations, the bad ones start looking better and better. Okay, I can't get to Peter Novak or whoever's calling himself that. Who else do we know who might know? Maybe not the people trying to stop you, but whoever's giving the orders. Exactly. And I've got a strong suspicion I know who that is. Derek Collins, Director of Consular Operations. Jesse, Lambda team doesn't get dispatched without his direct approval. I think it's time I paid the man a visit. Listen to me. You need to keep a good, safe distance from that man. If Collins wants you dead, don't count on leaving his company alive. I know the guy. I know what I'm doing. So do I. You're putting your head in the lion's mouth. Don't you know how crazy that is? I've got no choice. When do we leave? There's no we. What I've got to do next, I've got to do alone. It's not a risk you need to take. It's not a risk you need to take. You're going into the lion's den without so much as a chair and a whip. Trust me, it'll be a walk in the park. I need you to stay on the Liberty Foundation offices in Amsterdam. We can't ignore the possibility that something or somebody might turn up there. I'll be okay. Jessie got up and disappeared into the bathroom. Janson heard the shower run for a long time. When she returned, a terry-cloth bathrobe was wrapped around her slim yet softly curving body. She came and stood near him. So you're leaving me in the morning. I wonder what the odds of my ever seeing you again are. Come on, Jessie, don't think like that. Maybe we better seize the day. Or the night. I got real good eyes, you know that. But I don't need a sniper scope to see what's in front of my face. And what's that? I see the way you look at me. I don't know what you mean. I make you uncomfortable. I don't think so. You survived 18 months of torture and interrogation from the Viet Cong, but you flinch when I come too close, and your eyes widen, and your face flushes, and your heart starts to race. She took his hand and pressed it to her throat. Same with me. Can you feel it? I remember something you once wrote about interagency cooperation between nations. To work together as allies, it's important that any unresolved tensions be addressed through a free and open exchange. There was laughter in her eyes, and then something softer, something like heat. Just close your eyes and think of your country. She slipped her bathrobe off her shoulders. Her breasts were perfectly shaped, the nipples swollen with tension. Her gaze was unwavering. I'm ready to accept your diplomatic mission. There's an ordinance in the reg book prohibiting fraternization. You call this fraternization? Come on. Everybody knows what a great deep penetration agent you are. He became aware of a delicate fragrance that emanated from her body. Her lips were soft and swollen and moist, and they moved across his face to his mouth, inviting his into hers. Her fingers gently stroked his cheeks, jawline, ears. He could feel her breasts pressed against his chest, and her legs thrust against his, matching his strength with hers. She pulled him to her with a savage intensity. Make love to me. I need to feel what you feel. I need to feel it now.
At the air terminal in Oradea, in western Romania, a DHL cargo plane was preparing for a direct flight to Dulles. The aircraft inspector, in his blue and yellow uniform, accompanied the pilot to the craft. The airplane was thoroughly checked out, the cargo area last. The ground crew left the plane, and the pilot received clearance for takeoff. The man in the yellow and blue uniform remained within the craft. Only when the plane reached cruising altitude did Janson remove his inspector's jacket and settle in for the ride. The pilot switched on the automatic avionics and turned to his old friend. It had been 2 decades since Paul Janson had met Nick Milescu, then a fighter pilot in the American Special Forces. Janson had not offered to explain the need for this ruse, and Milescu had not asked. It was a privilege to do Janson a favor, any favor. Neither of them had noticed the broad-faced man in the food services truck idling under one of the loading ramps. Nor did they hear him speak into a cell phone as the cargo plane angled into the sky. Visual identification confirmed. Flight plans filed and validated. Destination verified. You want to bunk out? There's a lounger right behind us. Sounds like a good idea. Go ahead, no storms ahead of us. Nothing should disturb your dreams. The pilot could not know how wrong he was. Janson dreamed of the Viet Cong guard who thought the American captive might already be dead. He was slumped on the ground. Flies clustered around his nose and mouth. The guard unlocked the cage and prodded the prisoner with a shoe hard. No response. How shocked and terrified the guard looked as the prisoner suddenly flung his legs around his waist, then yanked his pistol from his holster and slammed the butt of it against his head. As the guard fell limp, Janson crept into the jungle. He figured he could get a 15-minute head start before the alarm was raised and the dogs were loosed. 1 foot in front of the other. He knew the distance from the VC camp eastward to the sea was no more than 25 clicks. He had to get to the coast. If he could get to the South China Sea, he could find his way back to safety. He could get home. Pookie had told Jesse that Derek Collins was at his vacation home on Phipps Island, on the shore of Chesapeake Bay, which is why Janson now found himself on small winding roads that took him through some of the most tranquil territory on the eastern shore. He drove through Phipps Island proper, on toward Collins's bayside cottage. The tires of his sedan kicked up dust from the surface of the pale gray road. Now he pulled his car into a growth of willows. He would traverse the remaining mile on foot. He walked to the shoreline, a jagged tan strip of rocks and sand. He could just make out the silhouette of an intricate tracery upon the water. He realized that flat security nets had been stretched from the coastline some distance outward, held afloat by small buoys. Doubtless, the nets were studded with sensors. An amphibious landing would have been nearly impossible without serving notice of the intrusion. He heard the sound of heavy boots on the planked walkway just 20 feet away, where the land formed a crown near the top of the beach. A young man in a National Guard uniform approached him. Janson continued to trudge quietly along the wet sand of the shore. "Hey, you!" the young guardsman called as he walked up to Janson. "You see the signs? You can't be here. No fishing, no shell scavenging, no nothing." Janson turned to face him, stooping his shoulders slightly, willing himself to appear older and feebler. "Young man, me and my family been living here when you were still eating your white bread. Shoreline here is public property. You think you're going to tell me I can't go where the law says I can? You got a whole nother think coming at you. Fact remains, this is a restricted area, and there's about a dozen signs saying so. My orders say, I'll have you know, my ancestors were here when the Union troops were in Salisbury, and—" Janson sprang at him, clamping his right hand around his mouth, his left around the back of his neck. They fell together, the sound of the impact muffled by the sand. Even before they hit, Janson had grabbed the man's holstered M9 Beretta pistol. He jabbed the M9 into the young man's trachea. "You have new orders. A sound out of you, and you're dead, Greenhorn." With swift movements, Janson tore the young guardsman's uniform tunic into narrow strips and used them to bind and gag the man. He left him hidden amid a thick growth of cordgrass. When the beach disappeared, Janson walked farther up the grass. He was almost at Collins's cottage. He paused a moment, looking out at the beauty of Chesapeake Bay. "My wife Janice used to love that spot." The familiar voice came without warning, and Janson whirled around to see Derek Collins, a man he had always seen in 3-button suits of navy or charcoal worsted. was now wearing khakis, a madras shirt, and moccasins. He looked out at the slowly darkening bay.
She'd set her easel up right there where you're standing, get her watercolors out, and try to capture the light. That's what she always said she was doing, trying to capture the light. She had polycythemia, a bone marrow disease, made her body produce too many blood cells. A few years after we were married, she'd start to feel itchy after she took a warm bath, and that turned out to be the first sign of it. Toward the end, she spent most of her time here. I'd drive down, and there she'd be, sitting at the easel, trying to get her watercolors to make that sunset.
Now he turned to Janson.
"Why don't you come inside?"
"Aren't you going to frisk me? See what weapons I might have on me?"
Collins laughed. "Janson, you are a weapon. Besides, you forget how well I know you. I'm looking at somebody who has folded his arms beneath a jacket, and that bulge a foot below his shoulder is quite likely a pistol aimed at me. I'm guessing you took it off Ambrose. Nice kid, but not the sharpest knife in the drawer."
Together, they traipsed over a boardwalk of silvery weathered cedar and into Collins's house. It was a classic small seaside cottage. "You got a federal facilities designation for your weekend house?"
"It's a secure Class A4 facility. After the John Deutsch debacle, nobody wants to be caught taking office work home, putting classified files on an unguarded bedroom PC. For me, the solution was to turn this home into an off-site office."
"Hence the nets and the National Guardsmen. You stay here alone?" He wandered into his kitchen, Janson close behind.
"Yes, I've come to prefer it that way. I get more thinking done."
Janson sat on a high round stool at the black granite kitchen counter. Collins set a mug of coffee in front of him. His movements were calculatedly non-threatening. A mug of scalding fluid could be a weapon, so he was careful to slide the mug slowly across the counter. He did not want Janson even to consider the possibility it might be flung into his face and take countermeasures. He poured himself a cup, sat on another stool beside Janson, and said,
"So tell me, Paul, which side are you on?"
"Which side are you on?"
"I've never changed."
"You tried to kill me." Collins tilted his head.
"Well, yes and no."
"Glad you're so mellow about it. I wouldn't want you to feel you owe me an explanation about Peter Novak, about me, about why you want me dead."
"See, that was a mistake, the Lambda Team dispatch, and we feel terrible about the whole Beyond Salvage Directive. But whatever other hostiles you may have encountered, they weren't ours.
So I guess everything's squared away."
"Look, I didn't institute the order, I just didn't countermand it. Everybody in operations thought you'd gone rogue, taken a $16 million bribe, all that. I mean, the evidence was plain as day for a while. I thought so too."
"Then you learned better."
Collins nodded. "You're not going to be able to look at this objectively because we're talking about your own survival here. But my job is all about priorities, and where you've got priorities, you're going to have sacrifices to make."
"Sacrifices to make? I was that goddamn sacrifice. Do you think I killed Peter Novak?"
"I know you didn't."
"Let me ask you a simple question. Is Peter Novak dead?" Collins sighed.
"Well, again, yes and no."
"God damn it, I want answers."
"Ask away."
"I've studied dozens of photographic images of Peter Novak. There are subtle variances. Ratio of index finger length to forefinger length, forearm length, and so on, and...
Your conclusion? These aren't pictures of one man."
"I went to his birthplace. There was a Peter Novak who was born to Janos and Ilana Ferenci Novak in 1937. He died 5 years later."
"Excellent work, Janson."
"Tell me I'm not crazy. I saw a man die."
"That's so."
"And not just any man. Peter Novak, a living legend."
"You said it. A living legend."
Janson felt his stomach drop. A living legend. A creation of intelligence professionals. Peter Novak was an agency legend. Collins slid off the stool and stood up.
"There's something I want to show you."
He walked to his office, a large room facing the bay, packed with books, magazines, articles. A high-end Sun Microsystems workstation was connected to racked tiers of servers.
"You might say that's Peter Novak. That and a few hundred interoperable Omicron-level security computer systems elsewhere. Peter Novak is really a composite of bytes and bits and digital transfer signatures. He isn't a person. He's a project, a legend. And for a long time, the most successful ever."
It was madness. A madness that made a terrible kind of sense. Go on.
It was a brilliant idea. The number of people who knew about it was tiny, had to be. Obviously, my predecessor Daniel Congdon had a lot to do with it. So did Doug Albright at DIA and Abbott.
Albright I've heard of. Abbott?
The guy who devised the whole Kane gambit back in the late 70s trying to smoke out Carlos. Same kind of strategic thinking went into Mobius. Asymmetrical conflicts pit states against individual actors. Mismatched, but not the way you'd imagine. Think of an elephant and a mosquito. If that mosquito carries encephalitis, you could have one dead elephant, and there's really not much Jumbo can do about it. Abbott's great insight was that you really couldn't mobilize anything as unwieldy as a state against baddies of this sort. You had to counter with a matching stratagem, create individual actors who had a fair level of autonomy.
You said Mobius?
The Mobius program. It began as a small group at the State Department, but it had to be interagency if it was going to get off the ground, so the DIA became involved, the CIA, the Oval Office liaison to the NSC. And somehow they hit on this scenario. What if they assembled a small, secret team of analysts and experts to create a notional foreign billionaire? And then they start to think about what they can do with him, and it becomes irresistible. They can do good things. They can advance American interests in a way that America can't. They can make the world a better place, which is how the Mobius program was born.
Mobius, Janson said. As in a loop where the inside is the outside.
In this case, the outsider is an insider. This mogul becomes an independent figure in the world, no ties whatever to the United States. Our adversaries can be his allies. He can leverage situations we wouldn't be able to go near. First, though, you've got to create a he from the ground up. For his birthplace, the programmers choose a tiny Hungarian village that was completely liquidated in the 40s.
Precisely because all the records were destroyed, nearly all the villagers killed.
Molnar was a gift. I mean, it was terrible, the massacres and all, but it was perfect for the program's purposes, especially when you added to that the short, unhappy career of Count Ferengi Novak. Made perfect sense that our boy was going to have a sketchy early childhood, all his peers are dead, and his father's terrified that his enemies are going to take his child from him, so he has him privately tutored.
There'd have to be an employment record, but that would have been easy. You restrict his career to a few front organizations that you can control.
Sure. Anybody makes inquiries. There's always somebody, maybe retired, to say, "Oh yes, I remember young Peter. A brilliant financial analyst. A bit of an agoraphobe, but with that traumatic background, how can you blame him?" And like that.
And the spectacular rise?
There was a brilliant team of experts tasked to the Mobius program. We, caught a number of breaks. And voila, you've got a man in charge of an empire of his own, a man who could manipulate global events as we never could ourselves.
Manipulate? Meaning what?
The Liberty Foundation. The entire conflict resolution agenda, the humanitarian aid, directed democracy, all of it. Look, the World Bank is a lender of last resort. This guy's a lender of first resort, which ensured that he would have enormous influence with governments the world over. Peter Novak, your roving ambassador for peace and stability.
Oil on troubled waters.
Expensive oil, make no mistake. But Novak could mediate, resolve conflicts that we could never openly go near. He's been able to deal effectively and confidentially with regimes that consider us the great Satan. He's been a one-man foreign policy. And what made him so goddamn effective is precisely the fact that he appears to have no connection to us.
But who was Peter Novak?
3 agents were assigned to the part. To begin with, they were all very close to one another in build and height. And then surgery made them damn near identical. We had to have replicas in place. We couldn't afford to have our guy hit by a bus or drop dead from a stroke. 3 seemed like good odds.
Janson was about to reply when something out the window caught his eye. A small fishing boat, too close to shore. Much too close. And the thick staff that extended from the flapping tarpaulin on the deck was not a fishing pole. Yes, Collins's bungalow was on a narrow 2-mile-long spit of land, yet the sense of security conveyed by the isolation was an illusion that was shattered by the first artillery round that exploded in Collins's living room. The shell smashed through the window and hurled into the opposite wall, spraying the room with splinters of wood and plaster and glass. The blast was so intense that it registered on the ears less as sound than as pain. As black smoke began to billow, Janson understood the fluke that had saved them. A howitzer shell spun more than 300 times a second, and the result of its force and spin was that the shell had burrowed far into the cottage's soft pine and plaster construction before it exploded. Only this had spared them a deadly blast of jagged shrapnel. Janson raced to the attached garage. It was their only hope. Inside sat a yellow late-model Corvette. Collins's face was smudged with soot, and he was obviously winded from having followed Janson's sprint.
"It's my Z6. I've got the keys right here."
He held them out, and Janson grabbed them and jumped into the driver's seat. Collins pressed the garage door opener and leapt into the passenger seat as Janson revved the motor and shot out of the garage down the narrow roadway.
"I'm thinking this wasn't such a smart move, Paul. We're now totally exposed."
"The flat nets, they extend out all the way around the tip of the island, right?"
"About half a mile out, yes."
"Use your head. Those nets would entangle any boat that tried to cut across them. So if the gunboat wants to gain a new line of fire on us, it's got a very wide apex to sail around. It isn't going to have enough time. Meanwhile, we keep the house between us and it for protection and concealment."
"Okay. There's a pocket marina just ahead on the right. We get there, we're out of sight. Plus, we can take a motorboat to the mainland if we need to. See that little path?"
Janson roared past it.
"God damn it, Janson, that marina was our best chance."
"Best chance to get blown to bits. You imagine they won't have thought of it? They'll already have lobbed a time-delayed explosive device there. Think like they do."
"God damn it, Paul, I know this place. I live here and—"
A loud explosion from behind them drowned out the rest of his words. The marina had been blown up. Janson barreled down the narrow road. It seemed as if he were floating in the bay, as the spit narrowed to little more than 60 feet across, some beach, some low vegetation, and the road half covered in drifting sand. Then he noticed the roar of his motor seemed to be growing louder. It was not the sound of his motor. Janson turned to his right and saw the hovercraft, a military model. It was skimming along the surface of the bay, a powerful fan keeping it aloft a couple of feet above the surface of the water, and the flat nets. It was unstoppable. Unlike a boat, the craft could move almost as easily over dry surfaces as over wet ones, and the powerful engine enabled it to keep pace with the Corvette. It was a more dangerous foe than the gunboat, and now it was gaining on them. The sound of the fan was deafening. From the side, the hovercraft had some resemblance to a yacht, with a small forward windowed cabin. Mounted at the other end was a powerful upright fan. Heavy-duty anti-plow skirts were mounted to the fore of the craft. Janson floored the accelerator, only to realize sickeningly that the hovercraft was not merely keeping pace. It was passing them, and perched just below and to the left of the rear fan encasement, someone wearing ear protectors was fumbling with what looked like an M60 machine gun. Janson aimed his M9 with one hand and emptied the magazine, yet the relative motion of the car and his target made accuracy impossible, and now he had no more ammunition. The M60 produced a low, grunting noise, and Janson remembered why it was known as the Pig when he was in Vietnam. He hunched down as low as he could in his seat, and the car's body jarred as a spray of bullets sledgehammered the Corvette. There was a momentary pause. A jammed bandolier? An overheated barrel? The pilot of the hovercraft shifted direction. The craft eased back, even with the racing Corvette, moved up onto the beach, and then to the cambered road itself. It was just a few yards away, and the powerful sucking propellers seemed to loom over the tiny sports car. He heard another noise, a whooshing, bass-heavy thrum. An auxiliary Rotex engine and propulsion fan had been activated. Janson watched as the blousing PVC flaps puffed out and the entire craft rose higher. Higher still. The roar of the Rotex engine blended with the howl of the blasting air as a small sandstorm materialized behind them. The hovercraft itself was partly obscured in the swirling sand, and yet from behind the fore windshield he made out the goggled face of a powerfully built man. The man was smiling. Now the hovercraft jumped another foot into the air. As the anti-plow skirt struck the car's rear fender, Janson realized it was trying to climb over them. Collins was doubled forward in his seat, his hands over his ears. The hovercraft bounced and tipped again as the churning blades whipped air into a punishing substance, like water from a water cannon. In the rearview mirror, Janson caught a glimpse of the spinning auxiliary propulsion blades mounted on the craft's underside. If the strafing from the M60 was not sufficient, the assassins could easily lower the powerful blades of the undermounted propeller over them, like a gigantic lawnmower, destroying the car and decapitating its inhabitants. As the hovercraft bucked against the rear of the Corvette, Janson swung the steering wheel abruptly to the left and the car veered off the paved surface, its wheels spinning into the sand and scrub. The hovercraft zoomed past, then came to a halt in midair and reversed course. It was a brilliant maneuver. The machine gunner now had a direct line of fire at driver and passenger alike. Even as Janson watched the man seat a fresh link belt of ammunition into the M60, he heard the sound of another craft, a speedboat, crazily veering toward the shore.
Oh, Christ, no!
In the speedboat, a figure, arranged in prone firing position with a rifle, aimed at them. The speedboat had to be traveling at upward of 100 miles per hour. It skimmed along the water, leaving behind a slashing contrail of spume. The small boat became rapidly larger, a mesmeric spectacle of death. 2 miles from the cottage, the flat netting was no longer in place. Nothing protected them from the onrushing gunmen. Janson turned the wheels of the Corvette back onto the road. What if he tried to ram the hovercraft? The odds were slim that he could reach the craft before the M60 had perforated the engine, Collins, and him. Crouching below the fan, the machine gunner grinned. The link belt was seated. Only seconds remained until... Suddenly, the man pitched forward, slack, his forehead dropping like a dead weight against the gun. Dead. There was an echoing sound, like a cork popping, and then another, and the hovercraft's engines began powering down as the vehicle came to rest half on the road, half on the shoulder. As the craft fell to earth, Janson saw that the pilot, too, was sprawled, limp, on the windshield. 2 shots, 2 kills. A voice called across the waters of Chesapeake Bay as the engine of the speedboat sputtered to a halt. "Paul, are you all right?" Jessica Kincaid. Janson got out of the car and raced to the shore. He saw Jessie in the boat only 10 yards away. It was the closest she could bring the speedboat without grounding it. "Jessie! Tell me I did great. 2 headshots from a speeding boat, that's one for the goddamn record books." Derek Collins approached. He was winded, and his sweaty face was coated with a layer of sand and silt. Janson faced his adversary. "Your idea of fun?"
What?
"Were those 2 your henchmen as well? Or is this another one of those I had nothing to do with it moments?"
God damn it, I had nothing to do with it. How could you think otherwise? They almost killed me, for Christ's sake. They wanted both of us dead.
He was probably speaking the truth. But then who was behind this latest attempt? Maybe so. But do you know who the attackers were? Collins looked away. God damn it, Collins, if you've got something to say it now.
I've already said it. I told you about the Mobius program, the biggest, most dangerous secret in the entire US of A, and there's a lot more I'm not authorized to tell you myself. Bullshit. No. There's a lot you need to know. You've got to come with me to Washington to meet with the Mobius team. We need you to get with the program, okay?
Janson looked at Collins, then out toward the water, saw Jessie Kincaid in the idling craft, her short hair ruffled by the gentle breeze. And all at once, his heart felt as if it might burst. Abruptly, he bolted down the beach without looking back, propelling himself to Jessie's boat with powerful crawl strokes. As he climbed aboard the boat, Jessie reached for him, took his hand in hers. "Funny, I thought you were in Amsterdam." "Let's just say its charms ran thin." He put his arms around her, feeling the warmth of her body. "Okay, my questions can wait. You've probably got some of your own." "I'll start with one. Are we partners?" He pressed her close to him. "Yeah, we're partners." In the heart of Midtown Manhattan, the bag lady stooped over the Bryant Park trash can. Her clothes were torn and filthy. At her wrists and ankles, grime-gray thermal underwear showed beneath fraying, soiled denim. Her shoes were sneakers, the rubber soles beginning to split, the laces broken and tied together again. Yet Jessica Kincaid's eyes were not, in fact, on the refuse. They returned regularly to the small mirror that she had propped against the trash can, that allowed her to monitor those arriving at and departing from the Liberty Foundation offices across the street. After days of a fruitless watch, Janson's confederate, Cornelius Eves, had called last night excitedly. Marta Lang had finally made an appearance. A Lincoln town car with darkened windows had dropped her off at 8 in the morning. It was nearly 6 when the elegant white-haired woman appeared, striding through the lobby. As she stepped into the back seat of the Lincoln town car and purred off toward Fifth Avenue, Jessica memorized the license plate. Quietly, She radioed Cornelius Eves, whose vehicle, a yellow taxicab with its off-duty lights on, had been idling nearby. Diving into the back seat of Eves' cab, Jessica yanked off her bag lady clothing and changed into ordinary street clothes. She scrubbed the grime off her face with moist towelettes and fluffed her hair. 10 minutes later, they had an address. 1060 Fifth Avenue was a handsome pre-war apartment building, its limestone facade grown pearl gray from the city air. A discreet green awning stood before its entrance. "Let's have a better look, Corn. Take me around the block. Slowly." Not far away, a Caslon courier, a straight-laced black man in his late 20s, was sitting at a small table at the Starbucks on 39th and Broadway. "You don't understand. I could lose my job for that." Caslon was an extremely expensive, ultra-secure courier service to which individuals and corporations entrusted highly sensitive documents. But the gray-haired man who had joined him there was politely insistent. He was, he explained, a senior officer of the Liberty Foundation. His wife was a staff member of the Manhattan office. Yes, the approach was all very irregular, but he had reason to believe she was receiving packages from a romantic suitor. "And I'm not even sure who the damn guy is," he said. The courier grew visibly uncomfortable until Janson began to peel off $100 bills. After 20 of them, the courier's eyes began to warm. The gray-haired man said, "I'm on the road about 60% of the time. I can understand how her attention might wander, but I can't fight off somebody I don't know. I see she's got these little gifts and she says she bought them herself, but I know better. These are the kinds of things a man buys a woman. We need to clear the air, my wife and I. Look, I can't believe I'm even doing what I'm doing. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not asking you to divert anything. I'm not asking you to do anything wrong. All I'm asking is to see copies of the invoice slips. Just see them. And if I learn something, if it's the guy I think it is, nobody will ever know how. But I'm begging you, you've got to give Marta and me a chance, and this is the only way." The courier nodded briskly. "I'm going to get behind on my rounds if I don't get a move on. How about you meet me at the atrium of the Sony building, 55th and Madison, in 4 hours? You're doing the right thing, my friend." At the Sony atrium, hours later, Janson was finally able to page through the invoices. There were dozens of packages that arrived from cities corresponding to the major Liberty Foundation branch offices. Yet there were also a handful of packages that were sent to Marta Lang from a location that corresponded to nothing at all. Why was Caslon Couriers making regular pickups from a small town in the Blue Ridge Mountains? "Yes," he told the courier mournfully. "It's just as I thought. She told me they'd broken it off, and maybe they did for a while. But now it's on again." Paul Janson extended a hand, his palm lined with another sheath of large denomination bills, and the courier grasped it warmly. "My sympathies, man." A little additional research in the New York Public Library was suggestive. Millington, Virginia, in the Blue Ridge Mountains, turned out to be the nearest town to a vast pastoral estate that was built by John Vincent Astor on Smith Mountain in the 1890s. At some point in the 50s, ownership passed into the hands of Maurice Hempel, a secretive South African diamond magnate, since deceased. And now? Who owned it now? Only one conclusion suggested itself. A man the world knew as Peter Novak. A certainty? Far from it. Yet there was surely some validity to the inferences that brought the remote spot to his attention. Control required communication. If this last surviving Novak was still in command of his empire, he would have to be in communication with his top deputies, people like Marta Lang. Janson's plan called for breaching the channels of communication. By tracing the subtle twitchings of the web, he might find the spider. Following the maps he'd printed out from the library's database, Janson drove up the winding mountain path known as Clangerton Road outside Millington, and soon found the turnoff to the Smith Mountain estate. He continued a short distance past the small lane, pulling the car off the road into a natural cave of greenery. He walked into the woods, a spongy bed of mulched pine needles and twigs beneath his feet, and doubled back toward the small lane he had driven past. He followed the lane into the forest, and it wasn't long before he unexpectedly came upon an airstrip. It was disturbingly well maintained. The bramble and bushes had been clipped back recently, and a long oval strip of grass was neatly trimmed. It was empty, except for an SUV with a tarpaulin over it. The strip was admirably hidden by the dense growth of trees surrounding it. Still, Those trees could serve Janson, protecting him as he set up a one-man observation post. He nestled himself in the middle of an old pine tree and waited. And waited. He was convinced that there would be a flight today. A command and control structure could not rely solely upon electronic transfers of information. Packages, couriers, people would all have to come in and out. Yet what if he were wrong? He was not wrong. At first, it was like the drone of an insect, but when it grew steadily louder, he knew that a plane was circling and slowing overhead for a landing. The plane was a twin-engine Cessna. When it came to a stop, the pilot, dressed in a white uniform, emerged from the cockpit and folded down the hinged aluminum stairs. The sun glared off the shiny fuselage, obscuring Janson's vision. All he could make out was that a passenger was quickly ushered off the plane and brought to the SUV. The assistant yanked the tarpaulin from the vehicle, revealing a Range Rover. He held open the rear door for the passenger. Moments later, the 4x4 sped off. Damn it! Janson strained to see who the passenger was, yet the glare of the sun and the car's darkened interior defeated his every attempt. Who was it? Peter Novak? One of his lieutenants? And then the car disappeared. Where? It was as if it had vanished into thin air. Janson peered through his binoculars until he saw a lane, just wide enough to allow passage of the vehicle, was carved into the woods at an oblique angle. The surrounding stand of trees rendered it invisible from most points. Now the Cessna's engines revved up, and the small plane turned around, taxied, and took flight. As it did so, Janson set off toward the drive. It was about 8 feet wide, recently paved, and was overhung by branches that were about 6 feet off the ground, rendering the road invisible from overhead. It would be an on-foot reconnaissance mission then. Janson's task was to follow the drive without walking on the drive. He stayed parallel to it, 10 yards away, lest he activate any surveillance or alarm equipment. It was a long walk and a strenuous one. After 20 minutes, his muscles started to protest the strain, but he never let his pace slacken. Heat blanketed his upper body and neck like a rash. He ignored it, keeping his attention focused on his next step. One foot in front of the other. That was the only way forward. Soon, his movements became automatic, and his thoughts drifted. One foot in front of the other. The skeletal American bowed his head as he surrendered to his new captors. He had not made it to the shore of the South China Sea. Not yet. Word of the POW's escape had made it into the surrounding countryside, and the villagers who had found him knew just who he was and where he was to be returned. He had fought his way through the thick jungle for 2 full days, straining the very fiber of his existence. And for what? So near and yet so far. Janson began to succumb to a vortex of despair. No. Not after all he had endured. Not while Demarest still lived. He would not cede him that victory. 2 VCs were marching Janson at gunpoint along a muddy path, one in front of him, one behind him, taking no chances. Villagers had gawked at him, perhaps wondering how someone so wasted, so gaunt, could still move. He wondered that himself. 1 foot in front of the other. His slow pace lulling his guards, until Janson turned around and cocked his hip to the right without turning his right shoulder, which would have alerted the guard to what was about to happen. An explosive lunge punch with the fingers of his hand tensed and straight, his thumb tucked down and close to his palm. The spear hand crushed the guard's throat, whipping his head back. Then Janson directed a powerful rear snap kick toward the second guard's groin. As the front guard doubled over, Janson followed with an arcing round kick, whipping into the side of his exposed head. He grabbed the AK-47 that had been held by the VC behind him and used it as a cudgel, beating the still sprawled soldier until he lay limp. Zin Loy, he grunted. Sorry about that. He scrambled off again into the jungle. He would struggle on until he reached the shore. He had a submachine gun now. He would persevere one foot in front of the other, and whoever tried to stop him, he would kill. For his enemies, there would be no mercy, only death. And he would not be sorry about that. An hour passed before Janson climbed up the last rocky ledge and saw the Smith Mountain estate. The sight of it took his breath away. It was on a plateau, perhaps 1,000 acres of Kentucky bluegrass, as emerald as golf course turf. He got out his binoculars again. The shimmering mansion was magnificent. It was, however, the perimeter defenses that inspired Janson's awe. As if the natural impediments surrounding the site were not sufficient, a high-tech obstacle course made the house resistant to any form of intrusion. Straight ahead of him was a 9-foot chain-link fence, and no ordinary one. Janson could see the cunning array of pressure detectors built into the fence. Tensioned wire threaded its way through the chain links, connecting to a series of boxes, a taut wire intrusion detection system reinforced with vibration detectors. Fences equipped with vibration detectors alone could often be penetrated with a pair of nippers and a little patience. The taut wire system made that approach impossible. Beyond the chain-link barricade, he saw a series of 4-foot-high poles with nothing between them. A closer look revealed them for what they were. Each received and transmitted a microwave flux. In simpler systems, it was possible to clamp a rod on top of a pole and simply climb over it, dodging the invisible beams. Unfortunately, these were staggered, with overlapping beams that protected the stanchions themselves. There was simply no physical way to avoid the microwave flux. And in the grassy fairway beyond the stanchions, Janson scanned the grounds until he identified the small box near the graveled driveway with the logo of TriStar Security on it. There, beneath the ground, was the most formidable obstacle of all, a buried cable pressure sensor. It could not be bypassed. It could not be reached. Infiltration was surely impossible. Logic told him as much. A wave of resignation and despair overcame him. So near, and yet so far. It was almost dusk by the time he found his way back to his car. He drove back toward Millington. With the little time he had left, he had to make a number of stops, a number of acquisitions. At a roadside flea market, he bought an electric egg beater, though all he wanted was the solenoid motor. A strip mall Radio Shack sufficed for a cheap cell phone. At the Millington grocery store, he bought a large round container of butter cookies, though all he wanted was the steel can. Next was the hardware store on Main Street, where he bought glue, a roll of electrical tape, a pair of heavy-duty scissors, and a heavy-duty locking extensible curtain rod. His final stop was just outside town, at a seedy garage towing service on Route 58, where he'd bought gas. Jed Sipperley's Auto Repair, read a garish roadside sign. As soon as Janson got out of his car and made his way toward the small office, as it had before, a large dog lunged repeatedly at a cyclone fence that surrounded a dozen junkyard cars parked behind the service station. The animal was a mongrel with a short, blunt snout and a muddy black and tan coat, whose ancestors seemed to include a pit bull, a Doberman, and possibly a Mastiff. When Janson was there earlier, Jed Sipperley had said, "Don't you mind, Butch. You excuse me a moment?" And Jed had turned from the gas pump and walked a few feet to where a small Raggedy Ann cloth doll lay in the driveway. He tossed it over the fence. The mammoth dog bounded over to it and began to cradle it between huge paws. With a few laps of his floppy pink tongue, he cleaned the dust from the rag doll's button and yarn features. Jed returned to his customer with an apologetic shrug. "Look at him. Dog's so attached to that doll it ain't wholesome. I guess everybody's got a somebody. Real good guard dog, except he won't bark. I tell you, you give me $20 for your gas, throw in another $5, and you can have the damn dog, too. Or maybe I should pay you to take him off my hands." Now Janson intended to take Jed up on his offer. He opened the door to the office, and Jed looked up at him in surprise. "Howdy. What can I do for you this time, mister?" Janson took $5 out of his billfold. "For the dog." "Come again?" "You said I could have the dog for a $5. Here it is." Sipperley laughed. Then he saw that Janson was serious. An avaricious look crept over his fleshy features. "Well, joking aside, I'm really very fond of that dog. He's an excellent guard dog." "Except he doesn't bark." "Well, sure, but he's really a great dog. I don't know if I could part with him. I'm kind of a sentimental guy." 50. 100. 75. Jed Sipperly grinned. Sold. And you better take that mangy puppet along with it. The only way you'll ever get the beast in the car. The mammoth dog sniffed Janson a few times before losing interest, and indeed got into the vehicle only when Janson tossed the Raggedy Ann into the back seat. Thank you kindly. And by the way, can you tell me where I can pick up a radar detector? Jed's grin widened. Mister, you asked the right guy. It was early evening before Janson finished assembling his equipment and loading it into a knapsack. By the time he set out, he and the dog had to walk by moonglow. Sheer tension made the hike seem to go faster this time. Just outside the estate's perimeter fence, Janson removed the dog's collar. Then he scooped up a few handfuls of soil and smeared it around the dog's head and into his already muddy coat. The transformation was not subtle. The collarless dog now looked feral, a particularly large version of the mountain dogs that occasionally roamed the slopes. Janson flung the Raggedy Ann doll over the chain-link fence, then stepped back into the dense stand of trees. The huge dog lunged against the fence, fell back and sprang forward again, crashing against the vibration sensors and the taut wire system. With an electronic chirp, both systems registered the presence of an intruder, and a row of blue diodes lit up, marking out the segment of the fence. Janson heard the motorized pivot of a closed-circuit video camera mounted on a high pole within the grounds. It was swiveling toward the disturbance. A cluster of lights blinked on, directing a blinding halogen blaze toward Butch. Time from initial trigger to camera response, 4 seconds. Impressive. Meanwhile, the bewildered canine leaped onto the fence, his front paws grabbing hold of the wire links. Nothing mattered to him but his rag doll. Janson watched the camera's lens elongate. Having pinpointed the intruder, its operators could remotely zoom in and make a determination. That determination did not take long. The halogen light was switched off. The camera swiveled away from the fence, and the blue diodes of the section went black. Janson heard the springy, clattering noise of the dog lunging once more against the fence. This time, no diodes illuminated. The segment was deactivated, the siege of false alarms forestalled. Janson knew what conclusions had been reached at the guard station inside. The creature was chasing a squirrel or a groundhog. Its enthusiasm would soon pass. Now, as Butch crouched for another lunge at the fence, Janson threw his knapsack over it and started to run toward the barrier himself. When he was just a few yards away, he sprang up into the air. Grabbing the fence with both hands, he swiftly propelled himself toward the top. Briefly maneuvering upside down, he torqued his body over the fence and, with a flip twist, righted himself on the way down, tumbling to the grass. The rag doll was beside him when he landed. Janson tossed it back over the fence. Butch gently picked it up with his mouth and crept away somewhere behind the tree line. A few moments later, he again heard the motorized sound of the camera, and again the halogen floodlights blazed. He flattened himself on the ground. But he was not the camera's target. It was aimed once more at the segment of fence he had already surmounted. The guards were double-checking the integrity of the barricade before reactivating the segment. 4 seconds later, the blazing light was extinguished, and the darkness returned. Blinking blue diodes indicated that the vibration sensors were back online. Now Janson made his way toward the stanchions. He unzipped his knapsack and removed the radar detector, a high-end Phantom II. It was both a detector and a jammer, aiming to make a motorist's car invisible to police radar. It detected the signal and bounced it back toward the radar gun. Janson had installed an additional capacitor, thus shifting its radio frequency spectrum to the microwave bandwidth. Now he used duct tape to fasten the device near the end of the long telescoping steel rod. The microwave stanchions were only 100 feet apart, but being so closely spaced, their coverage pattern would therefore be tighter and more focused, no wider than 7 feet. Holding the steel rod, he moved the Phantom II toward and into the spot where he estimated the coverage pattern would be narrowest. The system would instantly detect the appearance of an object, but it would also determine that the waveform patterns did not correspond to that of any human intrusion. The system would remain quiet and undisturbed, Janson hoped. Would the radar scrambler confuse the signal receivers, preventing them from registering his presence? He held the Phantom II steadily in place, moving himself down the pole hand over hand, keeping it aloft without shifting its position. Then he rotated the rod and continued to back away from the microwave barrier. and he was through. He was through. He was a safe distance on the other side, which was not a safe place to be at all. As Janson walked toward the mansion, he looked at the dimly illuminated LCD display of his voltmeter. No activity. He traveled another 10 feet. The digits began to climb. He took another step, and they surged. He was approaching the subterranean pressure sensors. Though the voltmeter indicated that the buried cable itself was still a ways off, he knew that TriStar's buried cable sensors created a detection field that was more than 6 feet wide. The rate of increase in the voltmeter's display suggested that he was nearing the active field. Unlike a microwave system, it could not be spoofed. The buried cables were inaccessible, and the TriStar system had redundant tamper protection, so any interruption of its circuits would be detected and prompt an alarm response. There was only one way through it, and that was over it. Janson locked the telescoping rod in its fully extended position. He walked some ways back toward the microwave poles. Then, keeping the rod extended in his hands, he raced toward the buried sensor cables. He plunged the end of the pole in the ground, just above where he believed the cable to be buried. Now! He swung his right knee up and forward and jumped, swinging upward with his hips. The volumetric detector would have been alerted only to the thin pole twitching in the ground, nothing even approaching the volume or flux disturbance patterns consistent with a human being. He tumbled to the ground and lay silent. Was he far enough away from the pressure sensors? He would know at any moment. If he hadn't cleared their field, floodlights would blaze, a camera would pivot, a team of heavily armed guards would rush to the site. With bated breath, he waited. Nothing. All 3 perimeter security systems were now behind him. He stood and looked up at the mansion that loomed before him. Its windows were dark, except for a dim glow of what might be standard nighttime illumination. Were its inhabitants in the back rooms? It seemed too early for anyone to be asleep. He crept to an entrance on the left side of the building. Mounted in the stone, near the dark, ornately carved door, was an electrostatic touchscreen of the kind used by ATMs. If the right numbers were pressed, the entrance alarm would be deactivated. As he had feared, the alarm pad employed a scrambled video display. The numerals were displayed in a random order, never in the same sequence twice. The door was alarmed. If the alarm system did not detect that it had been opened, however, it would not go off. With the help of a penlight, Janson scanned the door until he saw the tiny screws on the topmost section, evidence of a contact switch. Within the doorframe, the contacts of a switch were kept together. The circuit was kept closed by a magnet recessed in the top of the door. As long as the door was shut, the magnet would keep a plunger within the doorframe depressed, completing the electric circuit within the switch unit. Janson withdrew a powerful magnet from his knapsack and, using a fast-drying adhesive, fastened it to the doorframe. Then he went to work on the door lock. More bad news. There was no keyhole. The door was opened by means of a magnetic card. Could the door simply be forced? No. You had to ask a door like that to open. You couldn't force it to. Certainly, his magnetic picklock was not an impressive-looking piece of equipment, having been jury-rigged with electrical tape and epoxy. He had removed the core of the solenoid and replaced it with a steel rod. At the other end of the rod, he had attached a thin rectangle of steel, which he had cut from the tin of butter cookies. The electronic part, a random noise generator, was a simple circuit of transistors he had extracted from the cell phone. Once he connected a pair of AA batteries to the apparatus, a magnetic field was created. It was designed to pulse at the sensors until they were activated. Janson inserted the metal rectangle in the slot and waited. Slow seconds ticked by. Then suddenly he heard the click of the lock's solenoid being activated. The door's bolts and latches were swiftly retracted. He opened the door, stepped inside, and quietly closed the door behind him. In the gloom, he proceeded down a long hall until he saw a crack of light seeping beneath a paneled door to his left. An office? A conference room? Every animal instinct he had was signaling frantically. Something was wrong. Yet he could not turn back now. He removed his pistol from a belly-band holster and, holding it before him, opened the door and stepped inside. He was in a magnificent drawing room. The room was spacious and ornate, paneled and plastered in the 17th century English style. A crystal chandelier, burnished mahogany walls, and oak floors gleamed, and in the middle of it, 8 men and women were seated, facing him. Janson felt the blood drain from his face. They had been waiting for him. "What the heck took you so long, Mr. Janson? Collins told me you'd make it here by 8 o'clock. It's practically half past." The speaker was Charles W. Burquist, Jr., the President of the United States. The President, the Director of Consular Operations, the Secretary of State, the U.S. Treasury Department's Undersecretary for International Affairs, the Chairman of the National Intelligence Council, the Deputy Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. There were also a few colorless but nervous-looking technicians. Janson felt flash-frozen by the shock. It couldn't be, and yet it was. Derek Collins said, "Have a seat, Paul. Make yourself at home. Apologies for the programmed misdirection." Programmed misdirection? The courier. He was on your payroll. Collins nodded. "As soon as he reported your contact, we knew we had a golden opportunity. It was the only way I could bring you in." Bring me in? And it was the best way to show these other good people that you still have what it takes. Hot damn, that was one impressive infiltration. And before you get all hurt and sulky, you better understand that the people in this room are pretty much the only ones left who know the truth about Mobius. For better or worse, you're now a member of this select group, which means we've got an Uncle Sam wants you situation here. God damn you, Collins! He reholstered his pistol and put his hands on his hips. The President cleared his throat. "Mr. Janson, we really are depending on you. Now, I want you to understand something. You're inside a top-secret, ultra-secure federal facility. No tape, no log, no nothing. We're at a place where we can all open our kimonos, and that's exactly what we're going to do. This meeting never happened. I'm not here, you're not here. But whether we are or not, it's dead urgent that you get briefed on the situation with the Mobius program. I've already been briefed. The world's greatest philanthropist and humanitarian, the Peacemaker, is a goddamn fiction brought to you by your friends in Washington. He's a wholesale creation of, what, a task force of planners? I'm afraid there's a lot more going on than you know, offered the Secretary of State. And given that it's the most explosive secret in the history of the Republic, you'll understand if we've been a little skittish. I'll give you the log line, the President said. Our creature has become, well, not our creature anymore. We've lost control of the asset. Janson lowered himself into a nearby armchair. The tension in the room was palpable. To quote one of my predecessors, the President said, "We made him a god when we didn't own the heavens." He glanced at Douglas Albright from the Defense Intelligence Agency. "Doug, why don't you start?" "I gather that you've already had the origins of the program explained to you, so you know that we had 3 extremely dedicated agents who were trained to play the role of Peter Novak. The redundancy was necessary." Right. What about the wife, though?" "Another American agent. She went under the knife, too, in case she ever encountered anyone who might have known her from the old days." "Remember Nell Pearson?" Collins said quietly. Janson was thunderstruck. No wonder there was something about Novak's wife that seemed eerily familiar. Those long, elegant fingers. And the eyes. His torrid electric affair with Nell Pearson was brief but memorable. Like him, his fellow Consops agent was single, young, and restless. They had been working undercover in Belfast, assigned to play husband and wife. It didn't take much for them to add an element of reality to the imposture. "All right, but what do you mean you've lost control?" The Treasury Department's Undersecretary for International Affairs said, "Start with the operational challenge. How do you secure the vast funding necessary to sustain the illusion of a world-class tycoon philanthropist? Needless to say, the Mobius program couldn't simply divert funds from a closely monitored U.S. intelligence budget. Seed money could be provided, but nothing more. So the program drew upon our intelligence capabilities to create its own fund. We put to use our take from signals intercepts." Jesus Christ, you're talking about Echelon. Echelon was an intelligence-gathering system comprising a fleet of satellites devoted to signals interception. Every international phone call, every form of telecommunications that involved a satellite conduit could be sampled, intercepted, by the orbiting spy fleet. Its mammoth download was fed into an assortment of collections and analysis facilities, all controlled by the National Security Agency. The NSA had repeatedly denied rumors that it used the signal intercepts for purposes other than national security. Yet here was the shocking admission that even the most conspiracy-minded skeptics didn't know the half of it. The Treasury Undersecretary nodded somberly. Echelon enabled us to gain sensitive, highly secret intelligence about central bank decisions around the world. Was Malaysia going to prop up the ringgit? Had 10 Downing Street decided to let sterling take a tumble? How much would it be worth to know, even just a few days before? Our creation was armed with that inside information because the choicest fruits of our intelligence were placed at his disposal. It was child's play. Through him, we placed a few massive, highly leveraged currency bets. In rapid order, 20 million became 20 billion, and then much, much more. Here was a legendary financier, and nobody had to know that his brilliant intuition and instincts were in fact the result of the abuse of a U.S. government surveillance program. Fair enough, President Berquist said. Fair enough. The Mobius program created a highly visible billionaire. Yet we hadn't counted on the human factor, on the possibility that access and control to all that wealth and power might prove too great a lure to at least one of our agents. Don't you people ever learn? The history of American intelligence is littered with ingenious plans that leave the world worse off. Now we're talking about the human factor as if there just hadn't been room for it on your goddamn spreadsheets? So who is this human factor? Collins said, a man who had no choice but to do what we asked. In fact, someone you know. Alan Demarest. A chill ran through Janson's veins. It was a lie. Alan Demarest was dead, executed by the state. Janson's knowledge of that ultimate requital was the only thing that made his memories endurable. When Janson returned stateside, he filed the lengthy reports that resulted in Demarest's arraignment. A secret military tribunal had been convened. A decision had been made at the highest levels. The national morale was deemed too vulnerable to permit the public airing of Demarest's activities, but justice would be served all the same. Janson's extensive sworn depositions had made the case open and shut. Demarest had been found guilty, sentenced to death, and executed by a military firing squad. And Janson had watched. A man who had no choice, Collins repeated. He was a brilliant, brilliant man. His mind an extraordinary instrument. He also had decided flaws. So be it. We needed somebody with his capabilities, and his absolute loyalty to this country had never been questioned, even if his methods were. Janson slowly shook his head. No, it's impossible. Collins shrugged. Blanks, squibs, basic stagecraft. We showed you what you thought you needed to see. I'm sorry that you were lied to for all these years. You believed Demarest should have been court-martialed and executed for the things he did, and so you were told that he was. Showed that he was. Your thirst for justice was understandable, but you weren't looking at the big picture. Material like that doesn't come along very often, not in our line of work. So a decision was made. Ultimately, it was a simple issue of human resources. You were lied to because that was the only way we could hold on to you. You were pretty spectacular material yourself. The only way you'd be able to put it behind you was to be confident that Demarest had suffered the ultimate punishment. So you were better off, and we were better off, too, because it meant that you could go on and do what God made you to do. Totally win-win. Demarest was presented with two options. He could face a tribunal and the mountainous evidence that you had provided, and probably judicial execution, or he could essentially give his life to us. He would exist at the discretion of his controllers. He'd accept whatever tasks he was given, because he had no choice. Damn you! He saw it all now. Demarest had been the first Peter Novak. The others would be matched to the frame of his body. He had been the first because of his gifts as a linguist, an actor, a brilliantly resourceful operative. Demarest was the best they had. Had the thought even arisen that there might be risks in giving this responsibility to someone so utterly devoid of conscience? To a sociopath? Collins continued. Let me get to the point. Demarest has been able to seize control of all the assets that were created for the Mobius program. He's changed all the banking codes and foiled the security measures we'd taken to prevent just such an eventuality. Janson shook his head, sickened by what he was hearing. So, translation? The mammoth empire of the Liberty Foundation, the financial leverage, all of it, has passed into the control of one dangerously unstable individual. Translation? You're not running him. He's running you. And the United States can't expose him, said the Secretary of State. Not without exposing itself. Just when did you figure out this was happening? A few days ago, Collins said. Look, we had some of our best minds on this thing. Don't imagine we didn't think of everything, because we did. The controls were formidable, supposedly insurmountable. Only recently did he gain the wherewithal to circumvent them. And Anura? His masterstroke, said the chairman of the National Intelligence Council. We were all victims of an elaborate ploy. When we heard our man was imprisoned there, we panicked and acted precisely as Demarest knew we would. We entrusted him with the second set of codes, the ones that would normally have been under the control of the man the guerrillas were about to execute. It seemed necessary as a stopgap. What we didn't realize was that Demarest had arranged the hostage-taking. Evidently, he used a lieutenant of his named Buick as the cutout, a cutout the Caliph knew only as the go-between. We also failed to realize that he was responsible for the death of the third agent a year earlier. We thought our marionette strings were unbreakable. We know better now. Now that it's too late, Janson said. Question. Why did Demarest bring me into it? Collins spoke first. Do you have to ask? The man loathes you, blames you for taking away his career, his freedom, turning him into a government he thought he'd served with incredible devotion. He didn't just want to see you dead. He wanted you to be accused, humiliated, killed by your own government. What goes around comes around. You want to say I told you so? President Berquist said. You're entitled. But you've got to understand where this thing stands right now. Not only has Demarest eliminated his understudies, but he's moved into a second, far more deadly phase. What's that?
The puppet is killing off the puppet masters, said Doug Albright. He's erasing the Mobius program.
And exactly who is the cast of characters?
You're looking at him.
Janson stared around the room. There had to have been somebody from the NSA.
Killed.
Who designed the basic systems architecture?
A real wizard from the CIA. Killed.
And the... Oh, Jesus.
Yes, said Albright. Charlotte Ainsley, National Security Advisor, and Clayton Ackerley from the CIA's Directorate of Operations. Officially, he's a suicide. Found in his car with the engine running and the garage door closed. Oh, Demarest doesn't like loose ends. He's making a list. He's checking it twice. At this point, most of the people who know the truth about Peter Novak have been eliminated.
Everyone but the men and women in this room, Collins said. Janson nodded. A global cataclysm loomed, but so did a far more immediate threat to the assembled. As long as Alan Demarest remained in charge of the Novak Empire, everyone in this room would be in fear for his life. Christ, Derek, you knew what kind of man Demarest was.
We had every reason to think we could control him.
Now he has every reason to think he can control you. It's become apparent that Demarest has been planning his coup d'etat for years, the Secretary of State said. As the recent killings have revealed, Demarest has assembled a private militia, recruited dozens of his former colleagues to use as his personal enforcers and protectors. These are operatives who know the codes and procedures of our most advanced field strategies. And the corrupt moguls of the former communist states, the ones who pretend to be opposed to him, are actually in league with the guy. They've made their own centurions available to him. You called it a coup d'etat, Janson said, a term usually reserved for toppling and supplanting a head of state. In its own way, the Liberty Foundation is as powerful as any state, the Secretary replied. It may soon become more so. The fact is, the President said, Demarest has absolute proof of everything we did. He can blackmail us into doing whatever he demands. I mean, Jesus. If the world ever found out that the U.S. had been surreptitiously manipulating global events, not to mention using Echelon to bet against the currencies of other countries, it would be an absolutely devastating blow. Congress would go berserk. You'd get Khomeini-style revolutions all over the Third World. We'd lose every ally we have, would instantly become a pariah among nations. NATO itself would fall apart. So long Pax Americana, muttered Janson. It was true. An era of relative peace and prosperity would give way to one bereft of both. And what of the Liberty Foundation offices throughout the developing world and Eastern Europe, exposed now as an undercover American intelligence operation? Many cooperating governments would simply not survive the humiliation. Others, to maintain credibility among their citizens, would suspend all relations with the United States and designate the former ally as an adversary. American-owned businesses would be seized, their assets frozen. World trade would be dealt a devastating blow. Among both official political parties and broader resistance movements, the revelations would provide a rallying cry against the American imperium. The semi-unified entity that was Europe would finally coalesce around a new shared enemy, with a united Europe squaring off against the United States. Who could defend it? Who would think to? Here was a country that had betrayed its closest and staunchest allies, a country that had secretly manipulated the levers of government across the planet, a country that would now incur the unmitigated wrath of billions. The president spoke again. He's now sent us a message demanding that we turn control of Echelon over to him. For all we know, nuclear codes could be next. What did you tell him, Mr. President? I refused, damn it. I will not go down in history as the person who handed the United States over to a maniac. So, Collins said, now he's given us a deadline along with the ultimatum, and the clock is ticking. And you can't take him out? Oh, what a nifty idea. Get a bunch of angry brothers with a blowtorch and some pliers and get medieval on his ass. Now, why didn't we think of that? Wait a minute. We did. Janson, if we could find the son of a bitch, he'd be dead meat no matter how well protected he is, but we can't. He's become like the man who wasn't there. Which shouldn't be a surprise. At this point, Demarest has greater resources than we have. Plus, any person we bring in represents a risk, another potential blackmail threat. There's no way we can expand the number of people involved. Do you see? It's just us. What about people who genuinely oppose Peter Novak, the legendary humanitarian? Fact is, he's not without enemies. Isn't there some way to mobilize a fanatic, a faction? The truth is, we've tried just that. And? We've basically thrown up our hands because, as I say, it's been impossible to locate him. We can't find him. And the crazy Terror King can't find him either. Janson squinted. The Caliph. Jesus, the man lives for vengeance, lives and breathes it. And the fact that his celebrated hostage escaped had to have been a major humiliation to him, a loss of face, the kind that can lead to a loss of power. I could show you a foot-thick analytic report making exactly the same inference, Collins said. So far, we're on the same page. But how are you in a position to steer him at all? Every Westerner is satanic in his book. Collins said, It's a delicate business. There's somebody high up in Libyan military intelligence who works with us occasionally. Ibrahim Maghur. Officially, we want him dead. He's advised and helped funnel support to all sorts of terrorist organizations. Janson swallowed hard. And yet he's also an American asset. Christ. Makes a fellow proud to be a soldier. So this Libyan, our Libyan, has been directing the Caliph? Quite an irony if one of the deadliest terrorists on the planet turns out to have been triply manipulated. I know it sounds preposterous, but we were grasping at straws. Hell, we still are. I mean, if you can think of a way to use him, go for it. But the problem remains. We can't get Demarest in our sights, whereas he seems to have no problem getting us in his. Which means, President Berquist said, you're our best hope. The handsome West African, his silver hair neatly trimmed, looked pensively out the window of his 38th floor office and waited for his calls to be returned. Matthew Zinsu was the Secretary General of the United Nations, had been for 4 years, and what he was about to do would shock most of the people who knew him. Yet it was the only way to ensure the survival of everything he had devoted his life to. Helga, he said, I'm expecting a call back from Peter Novak. Please hold all other calls. Certainly, said the Secretary General's longtime assistant. Zinsu's office was positioned away from the bustle of Manhattan, Indeed, when he peered through the ghostly reflections on the glass, he saw straight across the East River to the desolate industrial wasteland that was West Queens, the barn-like brick factory of the Schwartz Chemical Company with its 4 immense smokestacks, evidently long unused. Hunter's Point, the nearest part of West Queens, where an ancient Pepsi-Cola neon sign still blazed, as it had since 1936, atop a now-closed bottling plant. The view was not beautiful, but there were times when Secretary General Zinsu found it oddly mesmerizing. An antique brass telescope was angled from an oak stand on the floor facing the window, but he rarely used it. The unaided eye sufficed to see what was to be seen. The sun had lowered farther in the horizon, giving the East River a rosy tinge. When the Secretary General's assistant notified him that Peter Novak was on the phone, he picked up at once. "Mon cher Mathieu," the voice said. After a few pleasantries, Mathieu Zinsu began to hint at what he had on his mind. The United Nations, the West African told the great man, was a magnificent freighter that was running out of fuel, which was to say, money. "In many respects, our resources are enormous. We have hundreds of thousands of soldiers seconded to us, proudly wearing the blue helmets. We have offices in every capital, staffed with teams of experts who enjoy ambassadorial status. We're privy to what goes on in these countries at every level. We know their military secrets, their development plans, their economic schemes. A partnership with the Liberty Foundation is simply a matter of common sense. UN officials operate freely in just about every country on the planet. We see the suffering of people victimized by the incompetence and greed of their leaders. Yet we cannot reshape their policies, their politics. Our rules and regulations, our bylaws and systems of oversight, they hamstring us into irrelevance. The successes of your Liberty Foundation have put the United Nations to shame, and meantime our ongoing financial crisis has crippled us in every way." "All this is true," said Peter Novak, "but it is not new." "No, it is not new. In 10 years, the UN will be as poverty-stricken as any of its wards, utterly ineffective. Or we can take action now before it is too late. I have just been elected to another 4-year term as Secretary General. I am uniquely in a position to make decisive, unilateral executive decisions, and I must do so to save this organization." "I've always thought your reputation for foresight was well earned," Novak said. "But so is your reputation for strategic ambiguity, mon cher. I wish I had a better sense of what you're proposing." "Simply put, there can be no salvation for us except through partnership with you. A special joint division between the Liberty Foundation and the UN can be established, devoted to economic development. It will be a powerful, invisible directorate within the United Nations. I can serve as the bridge between the two empires, yours and mine. UN appropriations would continue, but the Liberty Foundation would be able to make intimate use of the UN's extensive assets." "You intrigue me, Mathieu. But we both know the rules of bureaucratic inertia. You tell me you envy and admire the extraordinary effectiveness of the Liberty Foundation, and I thank you for the kind words. But there's a reason for our record, the fact that I have always retained absolute, top-to-bottom control of it." "I am deeply aware of that fact. And on this one issue, there can be no ambiguity. Ultimate control would be exercised by you, Peter." There was a long moment of silence, and Zinsu briefly wondered whether Novak's phone had gone dead. Then the man spoke again. "You are indeed a man of vision. It's always nice to meet another one." "It is a grave, an immense responsibility. Are you prepared for it?" Zinsu did not wait for an answer, but continued to speak with passion, eloquence, and urgency, elaborating on his vision. "We have so much to discuss, Peter. So much that can only be discussed face to face, just you and me together. I truly believe the world is depending on us." "Mathieu, it sounds like you're offering to sell me the United Nations." "I hope I didn't say that. It is a treasure beyond price. But yes, I think we understand each other." "And in the short term, my Liberty Foundation people would have ambassadorial rank? Diplomatic immunity?" Yes, the charter I'll draft will make that quite clear.
And what about you, mon cher Mathieu? You'll be serving out your second term, and then what? You have served your organization selflessly for so many years.
You're kind to say so. The personal element is an entirely subsidiary one. My real concerns are for the survival of this institution, but yes, I will be frank, the UN job does not exactly pay well. A job as, let us say, a director of a new Liberty Foundation institute would be the ideal way to continue my work for international peace. Forgive me for being so forward. The complexity of what I propose makes it imperative that we be absolutely straightforward with each other.
I believe I'm coming to a better understanding, and find it all very encouraging.
Then why don't we have dinner? Something très intime at my residence, the sooner the better.
Mon cher Mathieu, the man on the phone repeated. A warm glow suffused his voice, the glow of a man who had just been offered the United Nations. I'll get back to you. And the line went dead. The Secretary General hung up and turned to Paul Janson, who had been sitting in the corner of the darkening office. The operative looked at the master diplomat with frank admiration. Now we wait. Would he take the bait? It was a bold proposal, yet threaded through with truth. The financial straits of the UN were genuinely dire, and Mathieu Zinsou was nothing if not ambitious for his organization. He was also known to be a far-seeing man. In his 4 years at the helm of the UN, he had reshaped it more vigorously than any Secretary-General had ever imagined. Was this next step so unthinkable? There was another element that Janson calculated might lend plausibility to the scenario. Zinsou had for years been dogged by a reputation for benign, small-scale corruption. The accusations were groundless, yet curiously adhesive. The half-remembered hint of corruption would, ironically, make his proposition all the more persuasive. But what would seal it would be an elemental feature of human psychology. Demarest would want it to be true. Intense desire always had a subtle gravitational effect upon belief. We are more likely to credit what we wish to be so.
So, Mr. Janson, the snare has been set. Will our prey take the bait?
A question for you, Matthew. What do you give the man who has everything?
There is no such man.
Precisely. Demarest is motivated by power, and power is the one thing that nobody ever feels he has enough of.
In part because power creates its own subversion. It's one of the lessons of the so-called American century. To be mighty is to be mightier than others. Never underestimate the strength of resentment in world history. The strongest thing about the weak is their hatred of the strong. But I see where you are going. You believe this man is a megalomaniac, somebody who can never have enough power. And that's what you have baited the snare with. Power.
Yes.
One of my distinguished predecessors used to say, "Nothing is more dangerous than an idea when it is the only one you have."
I'm confident only that a bad plan is better than no plan. We are proceeding on as many fronts as possible. We may get a lucky break. We may get none. Allow me to quote one of my mentors. "Blessed are the flexible, for they will not be bent out of shape." Zinsou clapped his hands together.
I like it. A smart fellow told you that.
"The smartest man I ever knew," Janson replied grimly. "The man who now calls himself Peter Novak." Their destination was the 8th floor of 1060 Fifth Avenue, Marta Lang's building. A simple ruse of pretending to be Verizon employees sent to fix a faulty DSL line in one of the apartments had, with some persuasion, gotten Janson and Jessica past the doorman. Their company T-shirts, toolboxes, and belts full of equipment had completed the deception. Now they were in the 1910 vintage elevators, with their brass accordion doors, rising to Marta's apartment. The doors parted directly onto the foyer. Where was Marta Lang? Had she heard the elevator door opening and closing? Janson and Kincaid stepped quietly into the hallway and listened for a moment. A clink of china, but distant. To the left, at the end of the darkened hallway, a curving staircase led to the floor below. To the right,
was another doorway. It appeared that it led to a bedroom, or perhaps several. The main floor seemed to be the one beneath them. Lang had to be there. "Okay," Janson murmured. "Now we go by the book."
"Whose book?"
"Mine."
"Got it."
Another faint sound of china, a cup clinking against a saucer. Janson peered carefully down the staircase. There was nobody visible. Janson signaled to Jessie, "Remain behind." Then he swiftly descended the stairs, keeping his back against the curving wall. In his hands was a small pistol. Ahead of him, an enormous room with thick curtains drawn shut. To his left, another room, a sort of double parlor. The walls were of white-painted wood, intricately paneled, hung with paintings and engravings of no particular distinction. In a flash, Janson's mind reduced his surroundings to an arrangement of portals and planes, one representing both exposure and opportunity, the other the prospect of safety and concealment. Wall to wall, surface to surface, Janson progressed through the double parlor. Suddenly, his nerves crackled as if receiving a jolt of electricity, for there in front of him was a housekeeper in a cotton uniform of pale blue. She turned toward him, holding an old-fashioned feather duster out in front of her, frozen. "Paul, watch yourself!" It was Jessie's voice. He had not heard her descend, but she was a few feet behind him. Suddenly, the housekeeper's chest erupted in a spray of scarlet, and she toppled forward onto the carpet. Janson whirled around and saw the silenced gun in Jessie's hand, a wisp of cordite seeping from its perforated cylinder. "Oh, Jesus, do you realize what you just did?"
"Do you?"
Jessica strode over to the body, and with a foot nudged the feather duster that remained in the housekeeper's outstretched hand. Concealed beneath the fan of brown feathers was a high-powered Sig Sauer, still affixed to the dead woman's hand by an elastic strap. Marta Lang was not alone, and she had not been unguarded. Was it possible she was still unaware of their presence? At the end of the second parlor was another doorway with an ordinary swinging door, evidently opening onto the formal dining room. There was another sound of movement coming from within. Janson lurched to the wall to the left of the doorframe and spun around, holding his Beretta chest high. A burly man holding a gun burst through, apparently having been sent to investigate. Janson smashed the butt of his Beretta on the back of the man's head. He went limp, and Jessie caught him as he went down, lowering him to the carpet silently. Janson stood still for a moment, listening intently. Suddenly there was a series of loud blasts, and the swinging door was perforated by several magnum force bullets spraying splinters of wood and paint. Were they fired by Marta Lang herself? He suspected that they were. Janson looked at Kincaid, verifying that she, like him, was out of the line of fire, safely to the side of the doorway. There was a beat of silence, and then the sound of quiet footfalls. Janson instantly knew what Marta Lang was doing, and what he had to do. She was going to peer through the holes her gun had drilled in the wooden door, assess the damage. Timing would be everything. Now! With all his strength, Janson threw himself shoulder first against the swinging door. It would be his weapon, a battering ram. With a thud, the door connected, sending the person on the other side of it sprawling. It was indeed Marta Lang, he saw, as the door swung open. The door had knocked her against the dining room table. The heavy automatic weapon in her hands had been sent flying, too, clattering to the table just a few inches beyond her reach. With cat-like agility, Lang scrambled to her feet, rounded the table, and reached for the black, gleaming weapon. "Don't even think about it," Jessica said. Marta Lang glanced up to see Jessica in a perfect shooter's stance. Her posture said that she would not miss. Her face said that she would not hesitate. At last, Lang stood up straight. The lower part of her face was reddened from where the door had slammed into her. "You're no fun." Janson advanced toward her and took the automatic weapon off the table. There was something different about the woman, he thought. When Janson had met her in Chicago, she seemed the very picture of a highly educated foreigner, Her accent was now decidedly American. "Don't waste our time, and we'll try not to waste yours. We know the truth about Peter Novak. There's no use trying to hold out. He's a dead man. It's over." "You poor muscle-bound idiot. You think you've got everything figured out. But you thought that before, didn't you? Doesn't that make you wonder?" "Give him up, Marta. It's your only chance. They've pulled the plug on him, an executive directive from the president himself." The white-haired woman's contempt was magnificent. "Peter Novak is more powerful than he is. The U.S. president is only the leader of the free world. You're deluded. He's somehow brought you into his own madness. And if you can't break free, you're lost." "Tough talk from a goddamn organization, man. Look into my eyes, Janson. I want to see if you even believe what you're saying. Probably you do, worse for you. You think you're some kind of hero, don't you? I feel sorry for you, you know. There's no freedom for people like you. Somebody is always manipulating you." She turned to Jessica. "It's true. Your boyfriend here is like a piano. He's just a piece of furniture until someone plays him, and someone's always playing him. Has it never struck you that he's been 3 steps ahead of you all along? You're so wonderfully predictable. I suppose that's what you call character. He knows just what makes you tick, just what you're capable of doing, and just what you'll decide to do. For all your daring do in the Stone Palace, he was playing with you like a kid with a goddamn action figure. We had remote surveillance rigged up there, naturally. Kept tabs on everything you did, every move. We knew every element of your plan, and we prepared contingencies for every anticipated variant. Of course, you'd be the one to ride that goddamn rubber dinghy to Sri Lanka, letting your team go out on the plane. The craft was wired to blow by remote, needless to say. Peter Novak was practically waving a baton. He could have been conducting the whole goddamn operation. You see, Janson, he made you. You didn't make him. He was calling the shots before, and he's calling the shots now. And he always will." "Permission to blow the bitch away, sir?" Jessica asked, raising her left hand like an eager cadet. "Ask again later. You get only so many chances in this world, Marta Lang. Is that your name, by the way? What's in the name? Now here's a question for you. Do you think that if the hunt goes on long enough, the fox starts to imagine it's chasing the hounds? What's your point? It's Peter Novak's world. You're just living in it." "There is no Peter Novak," Jessie said. "Remember, dear, what they say about the devil, that his greatest trick was persuading people he didn't exist. Believe what you like." "Alan Demarest. Where is he?" "Here, there, everywhere. You should call him Peter Novak, though. It's rude not to." "Where, goddammit?" "Not telling. Paul, I'm really sorry about your friends getting blown sky-high off Anura. I know you were all broken up about your Greek butt boy." She loosed a short giggle. "What can I say? Shit happens." Janson suddenly grew aware of choral music in the background, the music he had to now associated only with Alan Demarest. That music. "Oh, I turned him on to that, back when we were growing up." Janson stared at her, seeing her as if for the first time. Suddenly a series of small nagging details snapped into place. The movement of her head, her sudden bewildering shifts of affect and tone, her age, even certain lines and locutions. "Jesus Christ! You're his twin sister." She started to massage the loose skin beneath her left collarbone, as if responding to an itch beneath her skin. "The fabulous Demarest twins. Double trouble. Terrorized fucking Fairfield growing up. The Mobius morons never even knew that Alan brought me into the picture." Her circular movements became deeper, more insistent. "So if you think I'm going to give him up, as you so artfully put it, you better think again." "You don't have a choice," Janson said. "We always have a choice." Lang's movements grew smaller, more focused. With her fingers, she started to dig at something to the side of her clavicle. "Ah, that's it. Oh, that feels so much better." "Paul!" Jessica shouted. "Stop her!" It was too late. There was the barely audible pop of a subdermal ampoule, and the woman threw her head back as if in ecstasy, her face flushing to a purplish red. She made a soft, almost sensual panting sound. which subsided into a gargling sound deep in her throat as she collapsed. Her jaw fell open, slack, and her eyes rolled up, leaving only the whites visible through her half-parted lids. Janson put a hand on Marta Lang's long neck, feeling for a pulse, even though he knew there would be none. The signs of cyanide poisoning were hard to miss. She chose death before surrender, and Janson was hard-pressed to say whether it represented an act of courage or one of cowardice. The console on the Secretary General's desk chimed. Helga's voice.
"I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's Mr. Novak again."
Matthew Zinsu picked up the phone.
Mon cher Peter.
Mon cher Mathieu, I'm calling to say that I have carefully considered your offer, and in principle I approve. But I'm afraid that I'm going to decline your invitation to dinner. I have something more ceremonial in mind.
And what would that be?
I understand that there will be a meeting of the General Assembly this Friday. It has always been my fantasy to address that august body. Foolish vanity?
Of course not. To be sure, few private citizens have ever addressed it.
But nobody would begrudge me the right and privilege. I think I can say that without fear of contradiction.
Bien sûr.
Given that a great many heads of state will be present, the level of security will be high. If the U.S. President is present, as seems possible, there will be a Secret Service detail on the case as well. Call me paranoid, but I find that all very reassuring, and I shall probably be accompanied by the mayor of New York, who has always been so friendly toward me.
An extremely public and high-profile appearance, then. That is not like you, I must say.
Which is exactly why I suggest it. You know my policy. Always keep them guessing.
But our dialogue?
Not to worry. I think you'll find that one never has more privacy than when one is in the public eye.
God damn it, Janson yelled. He was reviewing the tape recording of Demarest's last phone call.
What could I have done differently? Zinsu asked.
Nothing. If you'd been too insistent, it would only have aroused his suspicions. This is a deeply paranoid man.
What do you make of this request? Bewildering, no?
It's ingenious.
But if you wanted to flush him out...
He's thought of that, and has taken precautions. He knows there's no way the Secret Service could ever be let in on the truth. He's using our own people as a shield. That's not all. He's entering into an arena of incredibly tight security, with eagle-eyed security details attached to national leaders from around the world. As long as he's in the General Assembly, we can't touch him. It's very Demarest. Hidden in plain view was one of his favorite descriptions. He used to say that sometimes the best hiding place was in the public eye.
Very well, Zinsu mused. Now what?
Either I'll figure something out, or...
Or?
His eyes were hard. Or I won't. He walked out of the Secretary General's office without another word. Outside Zinsu's office, he phoned Collins, who was back on Phipps Island. In the background, he heard the jangle of a dog's collar. Collins said,
"Gotta say, Butch is really taken to this place. Hell, the sorry-ass mutt's actually growing on me. The workmen who were here yesterday fixing things up didn't exactly take to him, though. He kept looking at them like they were food. But I bet you're calling for a status report on other matters."
"What's the word?"
"The good news? Like you asked, we've been keeping tabs on your friend Grigory Berman. He's out of hospital, doing fine. The bad news, Nell Pearson's body was discovered yesterday. The Mrs. Novak of record. Supposedly a suicide. Slit her wrists in her bathtub. So that thread's been snipped off."
What a goddamn waste.
Nobody cited Puma. 4 reports of lookalikes quickly falsified. The fact is, our guy might already be in the country.
Janson next called the White House and was immediately put through to the Oval Office. President Berquist said, "Listen, Paul, this address Demarest's giving before the General Assembly, there could well be an implicit ultimatum here."
"Sir?"
"As you know, he asked for the control codes to the entire echelon system. I blew him off. I think the message he's sending is pretty unambiguous. If he doesn't get what he wants, he's going to appear before the General Assembly and set an explosion. lay the thing out with the whole world hanging on his every word. That's just a surmise. We could well be wrong. But the more we think about it, the more we think it's a credible threat. Ergo, I hope to God he's hit by a thunderbolt before he can stand up and give that speech. Now that sounds like a plan. Barring that, I've decided to meet with him just beforehand. Capitulate. Give in to his first round of demands. Are you scheduled to make an appearance at the UN? We'd left it unclear. The Secretary of State will be there along with the UN ambassador and the rest of the tin soldiers we always send. But if we're making this barter, it'll have to come from me. You'd be putting yourself in harm's way. Paul, I'm already in harm's way, and so are you. The Caliph reread the cable he had just received and felt a pleasurable glow of anticipation. Peter Novak was going to be addressing the annual meeting of the UN General Assembly. The man would show his face at last. He would be greeted by insipid gratitude, by laurels and acclamation, and if the Caliph had his way, by something more. Now he turned to the Mansour Minister of Security. This meeting of the international community will be an important moment for the Islamic Republic of Mansour. But of course, replied the minister. Your delegation will be judged rightly or wrongly by its professionalism, comportment, and discipline. Nothing must go awry. The very highest level of security must be maintained. The Mansour minister bobbed his head. He knew he was out of his depth and, to his credit, realized there was no point in pretending otherwise. Therefore, I shall myself accompany the delegation. You need only provide the diplomatic cover, and I shall personally ensure that everything happens as it should. Allah be praised. We could hope for nothing more. Your dedication will be an inspiration to the others. The Caliph nodded slowly, acknowledging the tribute. What I do is merely what must be done. The motorcades started arriving at the UN Plaza at 7 o'clock, escorting humanity of every cultural and political coloration. Military heads of state in full-dress uniforms, narrow-shouldered leaders of the world's democracies in dark suits and tight-knotted ties, thin leaders, rotund leaders, administrators, leaders of men. Like molecules, the clusters mingled and collided, formed and reformed. Vacuous pleasantries stood in for long-winded complaints. Behind every handclasp, hug, and backclap was a grievance, for grievances were the cement of the international community. Circulating among the delegations was a man wearing a keffiyeh, a full beard, and sunglasses, typical attire among certain ruling-class Arabs. In fact, the ample beard not only helped alter Janson's appearance, but served to disguise a small filament microphone activated by a switch in his front trouser pocket. He had placed a microphone on the Secretary General's collar as well. Janson kept moving among the incoming crowds in the General Assembly building, always looking as if he had just seen an old friend across the way. The 58th annual meeting of the General Assembly would come to order in just 5 minutes. Was Alan Demarest going to arrive? A barrage of camera flashes first signaled the legend's arrival. The TV crews, which had dutifully recorded the arrival of the great and the good, now focused their cameras, mics, and lights upon the elusive benefactor. He was difficult to pick out from the tightly huddled group in which he walked. There, indeed, was New York's mayor, with a hand around the humanitarian's shoulder. To his other side, the senior senator of New York State kept in step. A small entourage of senior aides and civic luminaries followed close behind. As the man known to the world as Peter Novak entered the West Lobby, he was swiftly hustled by his entourage into the executive suite behind the assembly hall, which had begun to fill. This was Janson's cue to retreat to the central security booth, located behind the main balcony of the assembly hall. An array of small square monitors surrounded a larger monitor. They displayed multiple camera angles on the hall itself. At his request, hidden cameras had also been placed in the suites tucked away behind the dais. Adjusting the control panel, he shifted among camera angles, zooming in, finding the table where the delegation from the Islamic Republic of Mansour would be seated. And there was a handsome man in flowing robes that matched those of the other men in the Mansour delegation. Janson zoomed in and watched, with a growing sense of rage, as the large flat-screen monitor filled with the visage of Ahmad Tabari, the Caliph. Janson switched the central screen feed to the hidden camera in the executive suite. A different face. A man with high cheekbones, a full head of hair still more black than gray, an elegant three-button suit. Peter Novak. It was who the man had become, and it was the way Janson had to think of him. Now the door to the suite opened. Two members of the Secret Service with curled wires descending from their earpieces made a visual inspection of the room. Peter Novak smiled at his visitor, the President of the United States. There was no audio feed, but it was clear that the President was asking the Secret Service detail to leave the two of them alone. Wordlessly, the President withdrew a sealed envelope from his breast pocket and handed it to Novak. His hand trembled, and then he walked out. Novak slipped the envelope into his breast pocket. That envelope, Janson knew, could change the course of world history, and it was only the first installment. The Caliph glanced at his watch. Timing would be everything. The metal detectors made it impossible for even delegation members to carry in firearms, yet securing such a weapon would be an elementary task. He had little respect for the security guards or their skill. The Caliph had faced down some of the deadliest warriors in the world. Yes, getting his hands on a high-powered gun would be almost as easy as taking it off a warehouse shelf. Prudence, however, had required that he wait until the last moment to acquire it. According to the schedule of events that had been shared with Mansour's UN ambassador, Peter Novak would commence his address within 5 minutes. This member of the Mansour security detail would have to take a quick trip to the bathroom. He made his way toward a little-used chapel just down the corridor from the main entrance to the assembly hall. He walked very fast until he caught the attention of a square-jawed, crew-cut American Secret Service agent. "Sir," he said, "I protect the leader of the Islamic Republic of Mansour. We have received a report that someone is hiding in there." He gestured toward the chapel. "I can ask someone to check it out. Can't leave my post." "It's just over there. I myself think there's nobody there at all." "We had the whole place turned over a few hours before. Be inclined to agree with you." "But you'll take a look?" "Doubtless, there's nothing to the report. But if we are mistaken, we shall both be hard-pressed to explain why we did nothing." A grudging sigh. "Show the way." The Caliph held open the small wooden door to the chapel and waited until the Secret Service man walked through. The chapel was a long, narrow space with a low ceiling and recessed lighting to either side. On the wall opposite the door was a mural with crescents, circles, squares, triangles, all overlapping, evidently signifying some amalgam of creeds. So very Western, the conceit that one could have it all, like the trimmings on a Big Mac. "Ain't no place to hide here," the agent said. "There's nothing." The heavy soundproofed door closed behind them, cutting off the noises of the lobby. "What would it matter? You have no weapon. You'd be helpless against an assassin." The Secret Service man grinned and opened his navy jacket, allowing his revolver to show from his shoulder holster. "Apologies," the Caliph said. Abruptly, the Caliph snapped his fist upward into the American's chin. As the burly agent reeled, the Caliph's hands snaked toward his shoulder holster and pulled out the Ruger .357 Magnum. He slammed the butt down on the agent's head, ensuring the smug infidel would be unconscious for many hours. Now he secreted the Ruger inside his small valise of tooled leather and dragged the muscle-bound American to the side of the room, where the pews would hide him from a casual visitor. It was time to re-enter the assembly hall. Time to avenge indignities. Time to make history. In the executive suite, the light on the black slimline phone started to glow. It was the speaker's Ready in 5 notification. Standard procedure, alerting him a few minutes before he would be asked to step out in front of the assembled leadership of the planet. Novak reached for the phone, listened, and said, "Thank you." As he watched, Janson felt a jolt of foreboding. Something was wrong. Urgently, desperately, he hit the rewind button and replayed the last 10 seconds of video feed, the light glowing on the phone. Peter Novak reaching for it, bringing it to his ear, reaching with his right hand. holding the handset to his right ear. His mind filled with a cascade of images. Demarest on the phone at a desk in Quezon, barking commands into a radiophone near Hamluang, holding the receiver with his left hand, holding the phone to his left ear. Alan Demarest was left-handed. The man in the executive suite was not Alan Demarest. Christ almighty! He had sent a double, an imposter. And the stratagem made perfect sense. If your enemy has a good idea, steal it, Demarest had told him. The Mobius programmers were now Demarest's enemies. He gained his freedom by destroying his own duplicates, but he had also created a duplicate of his own, one who was under his power. The man who was on his way to address the General Assembly was the Judas goat, leading them to their slaughter. In just a few minutes, the man, this copy of a copy, would take his position before the green marble podium, and he would be shot dead. That would not be Novak's undoing. It would be their own undoing. Alan Demarest would have confirmed his most paranoid suspicions. He would have flushed out his enemies, would have discovered that the whole invitation had indeed been a plot. The scheme Janson and his allies had set in motion could not be stopped. It was not in their control. That was its great recommendation, and possibly its lethal flaw. Janson flipped to the camera angle on the Mansour delegation. The Caliph was gone. Where was he? Janson had to find him. It was their only chance to prevent catastrophe. Now he activated his filament microphone and spoke, knowing his words would be relayed to the Secretary-General's earpiece. You've got to postpone Novak's appearance. I need 10 minutes. The Secretary-General was seated at the high marble bench behind the dais, smiling and nodding. That's impossible, he whispered, without altering his public expression. Do it! You're the Secretary-General, goddammit, you figure it out. Then he raced toward the hallway. He had to find the fanatic from Anura. This assassination would not save the world. It would doom it. Janson raced down the white-tiled hallway that bounded the assembly hall. The Caliph had disappeared from the assembly hall, which meant, presumably, that he was retrieving a weapon that he or a Confederate had somewhere managed to stow earlier. The south lobby was vacant. The giant escalator was empty. He checked the delegates' lounge. Nothing. Where could he be? Ask it differently. Where would you be, Janson? The chapel. A long, narrow space that was almost never used, but was always kept open. It was adjacent to the Secretary-General's suite, just to the other side of the curved wall that fronted the assembly hall. Janson put on another burst of speed, and he pushed open the heavy, soundproof door and saw a man in flowing white robes. As the door closed behind Janson, the man whirled around. The Caliph. For a moment, Janson was so convulsed with hate that he could not breathe. He composed his face into a look of friendly surprise. My dear brother, I hope I wasn't intruding. It's just that I have such a migraine I was hoping to commune with the Prophet himself. The Caliph strode toward him. Yet we would both be sorry to miss any more of the proceedings having come so far. Don't you agree? You make a good point, my brother. As the Caliph walked toward him, scrutinizing him closely, Janson's skin began to crawl. The Caliph placed a hand on Janson's shoulder. It was a gentle, friendly, confiding gesture from the man who had killed his wife. Involuntarily, Janson flinched. The Caliph's face suddenly closed. Janson had betrayed himself. The assassin knew. The muzzle of a revolver was jabbed into Janson's chest. The Caliph's visitor would not be permitted to escape. Matthew Zinsu stared at the packed assembly hall, saw row after row of powerful men and women, beginning to grow restive. He had promised that his introductory remarks would be brief. In fact, they turned out to be uncharacteristically rambling and banal. Yet he had no choice but to stall. Where was Janson? What was going on? Janson stared at the man who had robbed him of the happiness that had once been his, the man who had stolen the treasure of his life. He bowed his legs slightly, keeping his feet spaced out. I have offended you. Suddenly, he swept his left elbow up over the Caliph's right shoulder and grabbed the wrist of his gun arm with both hands. With a powerful upward wrench, He locked the man's arm, then lashed out with his left leg, and the two men landed hard on the slate floor. He slammed the Anuran's gun hand against the floor, and the Caliph loosened his grip on the weapon. In a lightning-fast movement, Janson grabbed it and scrambled to his feet. The Anuran remained limp on the polished stone floor. Janson had the gun now. Immediately, he triggered the switch that activated his lip mic. "The threat has been neutralized," Janson told Zinsu. Then he felt a staggering blow from behind. The cobra-like assassin had leaped from the ground and viced a forearm around Janson's throat, choking off his air. Janson bucked violently, hoping to throw off the younger, lighter man, but the terrorist was all coiled muscle. Janson felt bulky and slow by comparison, a bear menaced by a panther. Janson kicked both legs into the air and hurled himself to the floor, landing heavily on his back, cushioning his impact with the body of his assailant, who was slammed against the floor as he fell. He rolled over and began to rise to his feet. As he did so, the Caliph rose and threw himself at him. His hands formed into claws. A bear. So be it. He held out his arms, as if in an embrace, and with a surge of strength, he squeezed the Caliph to his body, locking his arms around the other man's chest. Tight. Tighter. Tighter still. Then, in a sudden convulsive effort, he dropped his arm lock and lifted the Anuran into the air horizontally. In an equally abrupt movement, Janson fell down into a crouch, his left knee bent to the ground, his right knee angled upward. At the same time, he slammed the lithe-bodied assailant down against it. The Caliph's back snapped with a horrifying sound, and his mouth contorted into a scream that would not come. Janson seized him by the shoulders and slammed him against the slate floor, and again, until the Caliph's eyes grew unfocused, glazed. For years, he had fantasized about killing the man who had killed his wife. Now he had done so, and all he felt was sick. As Peter Novak, who was not Peter Novak, addressed the General Assembly, his words were charming and hard-edged, humble and arrogant, and in the end, nothing short of winning. Vintage Novak. Yet his voice was thin, wavering. He seemed slightly nervous, his delivery atypically hesitant and tentative. And only Janson knew why. As he finished, the audience rose in a standing ovation. What his address lacked in style, it made up for in rhetorical appeal. Besides, on such an occasion, who could begrudge the great man his proper due? Janson, stone-faced, walked out of the hall. If Demarest wasn't at the United Nations, where was he? The Secretary-General had walked off the dais together with Novak, and now, as a 20-minute recess began, both would repair to the carpeted chamber behind the hall. In his earpiece, Janson heard crackling snippets of dialogue. Mathieu Zinsu's collar microphone was transmitting. "No, I thank you. But I would like to have that tete-a-tete you mentioned." "Certainly," Zinsu answered. "Why don't we go to your office in the Secretariat?" "Now?" "Yes, I'm rather pressed for time, I'm afraid." "Then follow me. The 38th floor." Something was up, but what? Janson made a dash for the eastern ramp of the General Assembly building, and then headed for the looming Secretariat building. Inside the lobby, he flashed his ID card, and a guard waved him through. He pressed the button for the 38th floor and rode up. Zinsu and Alan Demarest's agent would be following him within minutes. The elevator stopped at the 38th floor. Janson remembered the floor plan. The Secretary-General's teak-lined office was along the east wall. Because of the special meeting, the floor was almost entirely vacant. Every staff member was doing duty attending to the visiting delegations. He removed his headdress and beard and waited around the corner from where the elevator banks opened. He would be able to monitor both the hallway to the Secretary-General's office and the elevator banks. He would not be waiting long. The elevator chimed, and Zinsu and the Novak look-alike stepped into the hallway. But as Zinsu opened the door to his office, he started as he saw the figure of a man seated behind his own desk. What the hell was happening? He turned to his companion. "I don't know what to say. It seems we have an unexpected visitor." The man at Zinsu's desk rose and stepped toward him. and Zinsu gaped in astonishment. The helmet of thick black hair, lightly flecked with gray. The high cheekbones. Peter Novak. Zinsu turned to the man at his side. The same face, essentially indistinguishable. Now the man at Zinsu's side handed an envelope to the man who could have been his mirror image. A subtle nod. "Thank you, Leslo. You may go now." The impostor by Zinsu's side turned and left without a word. "Mon cher Mathieu," said the man who stayed behind. "Mon très cher frère." Janson heard Zinsu's voice distinctly in his earpiece. "My God." At the same time, he saw the Peter Novak who was not Peter Novak press the down elevator button. In Janson's earpiece, another voice. "I must apologize for the confusion." Janson raced to the elevator and stepped in. "Give me the envelope." "I don't know what you're talking about," the man said. Janson formed his right hand into a spear and delivered a crushing punch to the man's throat. As the man fell to the floor in a fit of helpless coughing, Janson dragged him out of the elevator, striking his revolver against his temple. The Novak imposter crumpled to the floor, unconscious. A quick frisk verified that there was no envelope on his person. Now Janson crept towards Zinsu's office, pausing just before the doorway. The sounds came both from his earpiece and through the door. "I simply don't understand," said the Secretary General. "You sent a double in your place?" "I'm afraid that there had been rumors of an assassination attempt in the General Assembly. Credible reports from my security staff. I couldn't risk it." "I see. Well, this is all a bit unexpected, but—" He broke off as Janson threw open the door and rushed in, the Ruger in his right hand. Demarest's reaction was immediate. He repositioned himself directly behind Zinsu. There was no line of fire that would reach him and not strike the Secretary General. All the same, Janson fired, wildly it seemed, 3 high shots, smashing into the window, causing the pane to disintegrate into a curtain of fragments. And there was silence. "Alan Demarest, love what you've done with your hair." "A poor shot, Paul. You shame your teacher." A cool gust of wind riffled a pad of yellow paper on the Secretary General's desk. It underscored the odd reality of being windowless on the 38th floor. Sounds of traffic from FDR Drive mingled with the cawing of gulls. There were darkening clouds overhead. Soon it would rain. "Let the Secretary General go. You have a gun, I have a gun. He doesn't need to be here." "You disappoint me. I thought you'd prove a more formidable antagonist." "Zinsu, walk. Now. Get out of here." The Secretary General looked at him for a moment, then moved from between the two. "Shoot him, and I shoot you. Do you believe me?" "Yes, Paul, I do." Janson waited, Ruger in position, until he heard the door close. "You sent me to hell. I think it's time I returned the favor." "Why so angry, Paul? Why so much hate in your heart? Once things were otherwise. Once there was something we shared, something deep. You know it's true." "I don't think I know what's true anymore. I owe you that." "You owe me many things. I shaped you, made you who you are. I taught you everything you knew. I gave you the skills that saved your life a dozen times over. You were my prized protege, a fast learner. The way you turned out," he shook his head, "I could have made you great if you had allowed me to. I understood you the way nobody else did. Maybe that's why you rejected me. Rejecting me was a way of rejecting who you truly are." "Is that what you believe?" "We are different from other people. We're stronger than they are. And together, we would have been so much stronger still. I need you to acknowledge the truth about who you are. That's why I had you come to Anura, lead that last mission for me. Paul, you can't stand them any more than I can. The bureaucrats, the paper pushers, the mediocrities whom we have permitted to run the world. Do you honestly doubt your own ability to run things better than they do? You love your country? So did I, Paul.
You had to be made to see what I was made to see. You sacrificed most of your years on this earth to serve a government that took about 5 seconds to decide to have you killed. I had to show you that. I had to show you the true face of the employers you almost gave your life for, time and again. And I did. Once, you turned the American government against me. The only way you could see the truth was for me to do the same to you.
Janson was sickened, but found himself at a loss for words.
You're filled with hate. I understand. I failed you. When you needed me, I wasn't there for you. I made a mistake. I tried to teach you things you weren't ready for, and I let you go. You must have thought I deserved what I got from you.
And what was that?
Betrayal. You thought you could destroy me, but they needed me. They always need men like me, and you. Tell me, Paul, what made you think you had the right to judge me?
You forfeited any rights you had by your own actions. I saw what you did. I saw who you were. A monster.
Oh, please. We were the same, you and I. That's what you couldn't accept.
We weren't the same.
Oh, we were. In many ways, we still are. They called you the machine, short for the killing machine, of course. How comforting it must be to tell yourself that I'm the monster and you're the saint. You're afraid of what I showed you.
Yes, a profoundly disturbed individual.
Don't delude yourself, Paul. I'm talking about what I showed you about yourself. No! As I used to tell you, we know more than we know. Have you forgotten what you yourself did in Vietnam? Have you magically repressed the memories? I read the depositions you filed about me. Somehow they neglected to mention what you'd got up to. Let me guess. You're haunted by memories, aren't you? Recurrent nightmares, right?
Janson nodded.
All these decades later, and your sleep is still troubled. Yet what makes those memories so adhesive? Could it be guilt? Reach down inside you, Paul, and bring it up. Bring it back to the surface. Shut up, you bastard. What do your memories leave out, Paul? What do your memories leave out?
The images came to him now, one frame after another, in frozen moments of time, knifing through the jungle, another mile, and another, 1 foot in front of the other. That was what would save him. Movement without thought, action without reflection.
And then, the sea. He could smell the sea.
Over the next ridgeline was the coast, and freedom. For U.S. Navy gunboats patrolled this segment of the shoreline. When he made his way to the shore, his Navy brethren would take him away, home, to a place of healing. Free. I think so, Phan Nguyen. I think so. Then, a darting figure, not far from him. An animal? An assailant? His vision was failing him. His senses, they were all failing him. His gaunt fingers fell, spider-like, to the trigger enclosure of the submachine gun. To be undone by his enemies when he was so near home, that would be a hell beyond imagining, beyond any he had endured. Another darting movement. He squeezed off a burst of gunfire. 3 bullets. The noise and the bucking of the weapon in his arms felt greater than they ever had. He rushed over to see what had been hit. And as he looked down, he realized what he had done. A shirtless boy, simple brown pants, and tiny sandals on his feet. In his hand was a bottle of Coca-Cola. He was perhaps 7 years old. His crime was what? Playing hide and seek? A beautiful child. The most beautiful child Janson had ever seen. He appeared oddly peaceful, except for the jagged crimson across his chest, 3 tightly clustered holes from which his lifeblood pulsed. He looked up at the gaunt American, his soft brown eyes unblinking, and he smiled. The boy smiled. The images flooded Janson now, flooded him for the first time, because these were the images his mind was to utterly banish forever. Even unremembered, they had pushed at him, weighed on him, at times immobilized him. He thought of the little boy on the basement stairs in the Stone Palace, of his own hand frozen at the trigger, and he grasped the power of the unremembered. Yet he remembered now. He remembered how he sank to the ground and cradled the child in his lap, an embrace between the dead and the almost dead, victim and victimizer. He remembered how he wept. Now the image is dissolved, and Janson was left with Alan Demarest. He had been talking, was talking now. "The past is another country, a country you never fully left." It was true. "You could never get me out of your head, could you?" "No." "Oh, Paul, what a history we shared. Did it haunt you?" "It haunted me." Demarest took a step closer. "It's time to be truthful with yourself. There's always been something between us, something very close to love." Janson looked intently at him and shuddered. "And a lot closer to hate." "Accept who you are, Paul. Once you do, things change. The nightmares will cease. Life gets a whole lot easier. You'll sleep well at night again. Wouldn't that be something?" Janson took a deep breath. "I don't want that." "What?" "I wouldn't trade my nightmares for anything. You sleep well because something inside you, call it a soul, call it what you like, is dead. My nightmares are me. You tell me I can take that pain away? That pain is how I know who I am and who I'm not. That pain is how I know I'm not you." Suddenly Demarest lashed out, batting the gun out of Janson's hand. It flew clattering to the floor. "I tried to reason with you. I've done so much to bring you back in touch with your true self. All I wanted from you was an acknowledgement of the truth about us both." "The truth? You're a monster. You should have died in Mesa Grande. I wish to God you had." He shook his head. "It's remarkable how much you know and how little. How powerful you can be and how powerless. The man kills the child of another and cannot even protect his own." "What the hell are you talking about?" "The embassy bombing in Caligo. Did it shake your world? I thought it might when I suggested it. You'll have to forgive me. The idea of your having a child just didn't sit well with me. A Paul Jr.? No, I couldn't see it. Always easy to arrange these things through the local talent. The Caliph in this case. Really? What kind of father would you have made, a baby killer like you?" Janson felt as if he had been turned to stone. "And now it's time for me to be going. I have great plans for the world, you know. Truth is, I'm getting bored with conflict resolution. Conflict promotion is the new order of the day." Janson recalled the president's words. "They made you a god when they didn't own the heavens." "The heavens are beyond even my ken. Still, I'll be happy to keep an open mind. Why don't you file a report about the hereafter when you get there?" He was expressionless as he leveled the pistol at Janson's forehead. "Bon voyage." Then Janson felt something warm spray against his face. Blinking, he saw that it came from an exit wound at Demarest's forehead. Undeflected by window glass, the sniper's shot was as precise as if it had been fired point blank. Janson reached out and cupped Demarest's face, for a moment holding him erect. "Zin Loy," he lied. "Sorry about that." When Janson peered out through the Secretary General's antique telescope, he found Jessie precisely where he had stationed her, across the East River, her rifle positioned on the roof of the old Pepsi-Cola bottling plant, directly beneath the mammoth neon letters. She was starting to disassemble the weapon with deft, practiced movements. Then she looked at him, as if she could feel his gaze upon her. All at once, Janson had a feeling, an odd, lighter-than-air feeling, that everything would be all right. Alan Demarest was dead, and in death, he would take the Mobius program with him. Janson would make sure of that.
In digital light, in the realm of failure, where dreams take flight. As the test begins,
The formalities took place some 3 months later. At a sparkling press conference held at the Amsterdam headquarters of the Liberty Foundation, Peter Novak, that is, the ersatz Novak who had addressed the General Assembly not so long before, formally relinquished control of the Liberty Foundation. He would be turning over all his capital assets to the foundation, which would be reconstituted as a public trust. It would be guided by an international board of directors under the chairmanship of the UN Secretary-General Mathieu Zinsou. Some said that the recent death of Novak's wife helped catalyze his decision to retire. Novak himself was sketchy about his future plans, but sources suggested that he planned to entirely remove himself from the public eye. The sources would prove to be right. None of this mattered to the lithe woman with the spiky brown hair, who lay prone and perfectly still, the 4-foot rifle braced by sandbags fore and aft. The shadows of the belfry rendered her perfectly invisible from any distance. The cityscape of Dubrovnik lay before her, its red-tiled roofs scattered like shards of ancient pottery. Beneath the bell tower where she had been positioned for the past several hours, there was a sea of faces that continued several hundred yards to the wooden platform that had been erected in the center of Dubrovnik's old town. They were the faithful, the devoted, waiting for the appearance of their beloved Pope. It was lost on none of them that the Pope had decided to start off his visit to Croatia by addressing an audience in a city that had come to symbolize the suffering of its people. It was typical of the man that he would not merely decry violence and terrorism from the safety of the Vatican. He would take his message of peace to the very heartlands of strife and separatism. It was time, the pontiff believed, for the Vatican and Croatia alike to confront the brutally fascistic legacy of the country's Ustashi authority during the Second World War. Though Croatia's leadership and much of its citizenry was bound to react with dismay, the Pope's moral courage had only increased the devotion of his throngs of admirers here. It had also resulted in a carefully organized assassination plot. An embittered secessionist movement of minority Serbs would avenge their own historic grievances by murdering the figure whom this predominantly Catholic nation venerated above all others. But like all extremists, they had an inability to anticipate the consequences of their actions beyond the immediate realization of their goals. The Serbs' murderous act would indeed be repaid 10,000-fold in the blood of their ethnic kin. Dubrovnik and other Croatian cities would again be shelled by Serbian forces, compelling Croatia to declare war. A conflagration would once more burst upon this most unstable corner of Europe, with what ultimate results nobody could say. A global conflict had once been sparked by a Balkan assassination. It could happen again. As a gentle breeze filtered through the medieval buildings of the city's old town neighborhood, an unexceptional-looking man with short gray hair continued to pace down the street Bozardar Filipovich. 4 degrees off the median, he said softly. The apartment block on the middle of the street. Top floor. Got a visual? The woman repositioned slightly and adjusted her Swarovski 1250. The gunman lying in wait filled the scope. She knew him. Milic Pavlovich. Not a Serb fanatic, but a seasoned and highly skilled assassin. The terrorists had sent the best. But then, so had the Vatican, which sought to eliminate the assassin without the world knowing what it had done. The executive security business was only formally a new pursuit for Janson and Kincaid. For that matter, it was only formally a business. As Jessica had pointed out, the millions that remained in Janson's Cayman Islands account were his to keep. If he hadn't earned it, who had? Still, as Janson had said, they were too young to put themselves out to pasture. That was not the answer for either of them. For better or worse, neither of them had been made for a peaceable existence. "I've done the small island in the Caribbean thing," Janson had explained. "It gets old fast." The bountiful cash reserves simply meant that the partnership could be selective in choosing its clients, and that there would be no need to stint on operating expenses. Now Kincaid spoke in a low voice, her filament mic carrying her words to Janson's earpiece. "Goddamn Kevlar body armor," she said, stretching beneath the layers of bulletproof mesh. She always found it uncomfortably hot, protested his insistence that she wear it. "Tell me the truth. Do you think it makes me look fat?" You think I'm going to answer that while you've got a bullet in the chamber? She watched as the assassin assembled his bipod and inserted the magazine into his long rifle. The Pope would be making his appearance in minutes. Janson's voice in her ear again. Everything okay? Like clockwork. Just be careful, all right? Don't worry, my love. It'll be a walk in the park.